They're still. Good afternoon and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 11. We are live from 2 p.m. Swiss time, 1 p.m. UK time. And we're about to watch our first group stage game between Andreas Schmutz and Mark Kunzelmann. We also have Sven Geiger in this group, who is our number 8 seed today, slightly lower than where he will probably end up finishing. But big things expected from Felix Schiertz. And of course, the big news from SDC is we will have 3 participants in the next month featuring in the Modus Live League, Felix Schiertz being one of those participants. Hopefully, he'll be on great form today and great form going into that event. I'm joined by my co-commentator, Dan Burnett, a last-minute call-up to replace James Wilkinson. He will be offering his incredible darting insight throughout this afternoon.
Yes, welcome everyone. Let's hope it's as incredible as James's. We'll soon see. Just getting off with the ball off here. Pretty close to call.
Yeah. Well, in the SDC, Dan, they play a new rule where you have to hit the 25 or the bullseye for it to count.
Oh, I see.
So any dart outside the ball will not count towards the ball off. So we will have another re-ball here. This has been a recent update last year. We've disagreed about whether we think this is the right rule for the SDC.
Well, if your opponent misses, then it just takes the pressure off you on your next visit.
Well, it does. Yeah.
Whereas if they're on the wire, then you still got pressure on.
I tend to think, Dan, we'll watch a lot of group stage games today, and the standard is variable. And I think in a game with 2 lower quality players, we just want the action to start. We don't want 5, 6, 7 bull-offs. Good dart there from
We're
Mark
in here.
Kunzelmann, and he'll be throwing first. Was this Andreas Schmutz? Have I got that wrong? Oh my goodness me, sorry. It's Andreas Schmutz winning the bull-off.
So what are your predictions for this game, Matt?
Well, it's just started with 3 scored. Well, Andreas Schmutz is the better of the 2 players here. So I would expect Andreas Schmutz to get the better of Mark Kunzelmann. Of course, they'll play each other twice, given this is just a group of 3. And here we go. Here's the quality you might expect from Schmutz, leaving that 3 scored well behind.
Yeah, the bull-off looked very nervy, but the players just need a few visits to settle, I think. And well, there we go. 1-3-2, 1 into the 12.
Yeah.
What a great recovery!
Yeah, brilliant darts from Kunzelmann. Yeah, he's right back in that treble 20 where he wants to be. Of course, we're missing a few big names today, Dan, and this will maybe become apparent the later we progress today. We're missing Belmont. We're missing Marcel Wolpen. So yeah, maybe that will present chances for some other good young players, which will be good for you to see.
Have you got anyone you think will make a good impact then?
There's a few players who we always tip to do well, and I'm hoping that a couple of those players can really progress to the next stages. Obviously, Lucas Dahlmann is one who has regularly sort of made the quarterfinals. He just can't sort of get his foot any further than that. There's a couple of older faces as well who have been playing in the SDC regularly who just haven't taken that next step as well. Maybe like Jörg Svendemann is one of those players. But yeah, Lucas Dalman for me is the one that I'll be keeping my eyes firmly fixed on today.
One to watch in the knockout
For a big run, yeah,
period.
we'll see. Of course, I'll have a little look at Darts Connect to see all of our players featuring for today.
So Schmutzy's clearly not settled. That third dart, he's released it very early with a lift of the elbow a couple of times. He just needs time to settle, I think.
Yeah,
left a bogey going into the 5 there. He hasn't settled yet at all.
Who would you say is favourite for the leg at this point, Dan?
It's hard to say. Both have looked nervy, but one has to get the double, and it's hard to say which one at this point. I say Kunzelman looks a bit more composed in these early stages, but in the first leg of the first day, it's not really a good indicator of how anyone's playing.
Good point. Good assessment. I'd say both of these players relatively have nice throws. I mean, Schmutz's is a little bit more jabby, a little bit more short in its backswing and follow through, which would make you think he's going to snatch more darts.
It always looks worse, yeah.
The faster your arm moves, obviously, the more inherent you're going to have to spray those darts. But Kunzelman's is a nice rhythmic throw, and that's a good dart at 12 there for tops here. The opening leg. Okay, misses it by some way short, but
Schmutz 48.
Yeah, okay.
A nice 2 darter.
Yeah, it is. Big target, obviously. Leaves tops as well. Now for double 10. And finds double 10.
No messing around.
Yeah, very good on the outer ring from Schmutz there. He was sort of a bit of a difficult leg to summarise. He had some good scores and he had some poor scores as well. And in the end, he found his doubles pretty quickly, but
just cagey darts. Like maybe they'll both settle down now. Yeah. That's what you'd hope.
Yeah, that is what you'd hope. I'm just having a look through.
Well, Schmutz is back at.
Good way to start your leg with 81. He'll take that.
Looking a lot better than he did at the start of the last leg. Both are actually, which is a good thing.
A couple of players that deserve some early mentions. I'm just looking down the draw here. A group we were expecting to commentate on, actually, Dan. Liam Mendel-Lawrence, Felix Schiertz, both in the same group today. Both will be really wanting a deep run in this tournament. Ant Schude, an exciting young player who's reached a number of quarterfinals this season. Can he finally get to the latter stages today? Thierry Aspalagus, who reached the final in Tour Event 1, hasn't reached there since, but can he turn it around today? In what looks to be a fairly easy group for Thierry. I'll keep you updated on all those first round games.
So if you had to pick a winner from the bunch today, since top 2 seeds aren't here,
yeah,
who would you choose?
Well, I think Sven Geiger is possibly our 1 seed today. Obviously, Marcel Walpen and Stefan Belmont would be our best 2 players. That isn't quite how the seeding always works. But I would expect Sven Geiger to be right up there, just with his consistency. It's the consistency that gets you out of the group and gets you through the shorter stage knockout games, the last 64, the last 32. It's the quality that gets you over the line in the first to 6 and 7 games. But I'd expect Sven Geiger to be right there. Jochen Groudens, again, after his good final appearance, lost in the SDC Tour Event 10 to Liam Mendel-Lawrence in that final. I'd expect him to be right up there as well. And yeah, I'm going to tip Lucas Dalman to be featuring in that semi-final position this week. So, Dan, let's see in a few hours' time if those names are still there. Great last start there from Kunzelman.
Yeah, it's been a very topsy-turvy leg.
Yeah, 2 very even legs. This leg, obviously, they've upped the averages a little bit here. They've both scored very well, leaving the finish after 15 darts, respectively. Oh, interesting.
He's gone treble 16 for Bull.
Yeah,
I don't know what you think about that.
I think he's gone 12 last start as well, so he's going to leave 70. Which
Schmutz, by the way.
Okay, just matching Kunzelman's effort. He's double 19. Okay. Wow, 31 left. Won't get his ass at the ball.
So Schmutz will return for the same shot, 70. And
that first start then, at single 1, has he gone 20s there? Has he gone 18s? What's he aiming at?
18, surely.
What's he aiming at? Treble 10?
Treble 10.
Oh my goodness. Doesn't get a dart from 70 and then hits the double
Uh,
16. He's made a mess of that. Schmutz.
well, both have,
Yeah, both not to get darts from 70.
but it's Kunzelman when it comes back to the board.
For double 8. That's right on the weir. Can he use it?
It's quite the flight and it's deflected
Just
inside.
yeah.
It's unfortunate. Still early signs of nerves here.
Lucky there from Kunzelman.
Schmutz,
They weren't far away, were they? But
he was composed last time on the doubles, so. And he's again.
Brilliant darts from Schmutz. Yeah, his outer ring hitting has been incredible, really, to say his setup play was poor there.
It's just been the difference in this game.
Matters not. Schmutz 2-0 up. It's well placed here to win.
And in these first to three, it makes a massive difference.
Oh, yeah.
With the darts as well, and straight in the treble 20.
You've really got no place to hide in a first 3 game, have you? If you lose your throw, you're in trouble. I mean, Kunzelman needs to break twice now to win this game, which, for as well as he's played, I just can't see that happening. Can you?
Not on the current state of play. 26 doesn't help.
Yeah, opening with a fat breakfast there is not where you want to start.
I can imagine with these games, you have to get out the blocks quickly. And that just makes you tighten up even more and play more nervously, especially in the first game of the day when you don't really know where you are.
Yeah.
Or where your opponents are.
The one thing I'd say is the fact that this is a group of 3. Generally in the SDC, it's always groups of 4 players. You will get to play 4 group stage games, so you'll get to play each opposition in your group twice. It gives you that extra game maybe to relax a little bit, knowing if you lose the first game, you could still realistically progress. The fact of it's just 3 group stage games. If you lose your first game, you're basically packing your bags at that point. So it gives you that extra time to just relax a little bit. But Kunzelman here in this what might be 3rd and final leg has not found his scoring boots.
No, not at all.
As Schmutz is right back in again on that treble 20.
I mean, here you just need one treble a visit, even if you have one that floats into the 5.
Oh, you're right, Dan. If Schmutz goes down in 60s for his next 3 visits here, he's laughing. Kunzelman does find the treble. You feel that won't be enough here.
He'll need a few more for sure if he's going to win this leg, though.
We're just getting our first games of the group stages underway. We see a couple of 3-0 convincing wins from a couple of our regular players that we'd expect. Daniel Burkhart, 3-0 victory in his first round game. Claudio Donner, much improved player of 2023, coming over his compatriot Daniel Garter, 3-0. That'll be an interesting group. Roger Baumann, 3-0 as well against Oliver Glutz. As we're well underway here.
Great last
Jörg
start.
Strendemann, 3-0 victor as well. Over on board 30. As we might be seeing yet another 3-0 whitewash here.
Yeah, sadly for Kunzelman, it's not looking hopeful, but
I'd give him chances in the next couple of games, though. Brilliant dart from Schmutz. I was looking at treble 20. That's a 2-dart combination from Schmutz. Check 72 for a 20-dart leg in the decider. And in the end, produces a brilliant performance there to beat Kunzelman 3-0.
He'll be disappointed with the scoring, but he'll take hope from the finishing, surely. He was composed when it matters, and he's won 3-0.
Yeah. He really got into that game towards the end, didn't he? The last leg and a half, 2 legs was top quality there from Schmutz.
Well, the first leg was at 27 starts, and they just came down with every leg.
He's put 15 points on his average in those last 2 legs. Really impressive stuff. Oh, excellent. Excellent from Schmutz. We will be back in a couple of minutes to watch our #1 seed and 2-time SDC winner this season, Sven Geiger, resume his campaign for yet another title. And no rest for the wicked. Sven Geiger will be opening his account for the day. And his first round game will be against Mark Kunzelman, a familiar face, obviously just having played there and lost 3-0. So Dan, this is the first time you'll have seen Sven Geiger in action. What's your thoughts on his throw? What's your thoughts on his technique?
His practice darts are very solid. He's just hit the ball, first dart on the bull off. Those darts looked a bit nervy, but it's his first 6 of the day in a competitive atmosphere. I think he looks very solid.
Yeah.
And the number 3 seed, you can clearly see why that is the case, I think.
Yeah, he's a very steady, he's a very strong performer, consistent performer. If I'm honest, these games in the group stages probably won't be where you'll see the best of Geiger. You'll see a consistent version of himself. I think his throw is very nice, very smooth. His release is incredibly consistent. His grouping is incredibly tight for this stage of the tournament. I mean, this is what separates good players from your average group stage player. You look at the grouping from Kunzelman here. Okay, he might find a 20, he might find a treble 20, but those 3 darts there, they're just not tight enough, are they, for the areas you need to be throwing.
And you can see with Sven, like, the elbow keeps perfectly still. The release is very firm.
Yeah.
With Kunzelman, it's a bit slower. And that can make you spray a bit more. It's just less firm.
Yeah, I think partly because of
on the release.
Yeah, partly because of the grip as well. I'd say he just holds it a little bit too low on the dart. I mean, it's obviously personal preference where you hold the darts, but Geiger just seems to have that nice angle, doesn't he? Everything's going in a straight line.
The elbow doesn't move at all.
Yeah, his head doesn't move. He's got a real textbook technique, hasn't he?
And it's shown in the early stages.
Yeah.
First 15 he's thrown today, down to a finish.
He's come out pretty strongly. No real pressure from.
And Mark, he's
a bit
of a hangover from the last game. Sadly, hasn't got going in this leg.
Yeah, I think he's a. Okay. Will he go tops here, Dan? What do you think? Will he stay there?
He'll stay there.
Stay there?
Good lie.
Oh, okay.
Well,
be disappointed with that. Lots of rust spray. Okay.
Well, he gave it the shake of the head after the one.
Yeah.
He wasn't happy. And then.
I don't know. I don't think the line looked quite right on the treble 20 there. I think maybe it took a bit.
Well, his darts kick over a bit to the right. So he moved over to the right to open it up again. But I don't think it mattered for him in this stage. Okay. He's going to go for double 18.
2 big 18s for double 18. All right, okay. Not really the play there, Dan. I mean, your oppo's on 200. Would you like to be leaving double 9 there?
Of course I wouldn't. But of Sven's caliber, with your opponent not leaving a finish.
Yeah, it
shouldn't make a difference in theory.
No, it suggests a set.
And he's got 10 double 4 anyway.
Is to split. Okay, wouldn't want to go inside now. Does go inside now. Okay. Kunzelman not on a finish, but this leg, I feel, still might have life in it.
Yeah, sadly for Mark, he's had a bit of a rotten one.
Yeah.
He was averaging over 60 in the previous game.
Yeah.
And in the scoring phase, this one averaging 45.
Yeah,
it's not easy.
It just hasn't hit enough big numbers, has it? Okay, Geiger finds the double 2 first dart.
He's not going to mess around for too long, is he? With no pressure.
We often say this in the group stages, Dan, and I feel as though our level of darts, this comment is valid, but the thing that at this level players don't do enough is probably just hit big numbers. The importance of hitting big numbers and keeping your score going down by 55, 60, 85 points each time just can't be understated.
Yeah, it's just the classic, pub talking. 3 big numbers and you're going to win most of your games.
You are.
And that's what they say at the pub level.
Yeah.
This level obviously quite a bit higher, but the same still holds. You don't want to be going the 1 and 5 all the time because it makes a big difference.
Yeah, and I think Kunzelman's been guilty of that. He's playing a better player than him. I think he almost just needs to swallow his medicine and say, right, okay, my concentration just needs to be to stay straight, attack the trebles when I can, but just make this game competitive. And averaging 47, he's not going to be challenging.
Well, that
one of
just
our
shows,
formal favourites today.
If you're averaging 47, it shows you're just not hitting the 20 regularly enough.
Exactly.
Sadly.
Exactly. And that's
probably hunting for that, again, gone into the treble 5, hunting that treble 20, a bit too hard.
Yeah.
Pulling them left. It happens to the best of us.
It does. Yeah. Geiger here to punish this. Looks for all money like our...
Well, Sven Geiger's had a very good leg. 9 darts thrown.
Yeah.
Just off a finish.
Against the darts, by the way, here. Kunzelman, this was his leg. Would have wanted to have started well.
The second dart was so good, but he'll be disappointed with that last one. But I don't think it'll matter, to be honest.
You think Geiger 140 here, aren't you?
Well, that's just stuck up a bit, but he's under no pressure.
Little check of the scores. Okay, it's a very tight 100 there from Geiger.
Less than 100 after 12 darts. Very high quality.
Yeah, it's excellent level spares, isn't it, from Geiger? Of course, he missed tour event 8 and 9. His presence was very much missed on those weekends. But here today, we're without a couple of big names.
High seed of today.
Geiger will be looking all the way, won't he? 20 or 16
for double 8. Well, he's at tops and he gives a wry smile, but it's double 8 and he gets it.
When you Sven Geiger, you can hit as many doubles as you like, and that's a 15 dart breaker throw from Sven Geiger with 2 doubles included.
And his average rockets up. Great leg.
Certainly does. Good darts from Geiger. Plenty more games getting completed from around the boards that you can see in the background there. Lucas Dahlman, 3-0 victor, averaging 48.
Wow.
A man I'd tip to go far today. He'll have to put 30 or 40 points on that average, you'd think. But Dahlman with the 3-0 victory nonetheless. Cyril Pulver-Muller against Hans Schweiter. That's an interesting group. Cyril coming through that one 3-0, averaging 46. I'll be looking to exact my revenge on Cyril when we are participating in Switzerland next month. He was my conqueror in Swiss Tour Event 4 last season.
How far did you get in that tournament then?
Oh damn! We don't talk about things like that. We don't mention my successes on the SDC.
Oh, great 177 from Sven Geiger. Again, he started this leg off very well. And sadly for Mark Kunzelman, there's not much he can do. Leaving a finish after 9 darts is Sven.
Kunzelman's hit a ton here, but the ton just doesn't even scratch the surface.
Not when your opponent's hit 177 and it's the 140 on again.
Will he stay there? Does stay there. I think this is double 10. I think that's in. Sven Geiger. For a 140 checkout. Oh my goodness me. And wraps up a 3-0 win over Mark Kunzelman, averaging 94. Wow, he started slowly, but Geiger found his straps in the end.
I mean, last 2 legs, 15 darts, 12 darts. It's world class.
It's world class darts, absolutely.
Nothing Mark Kunzelman could have done there.
No. We talked about this earlier, didn't we, Dan? When you're playing a great player like that, Kunzelman, I dare say, he probably didn't even feel pressure in that game. He knew what the outcome of that game might have been before it started. He could relax. He could play in the fashion that he wanted. When you come up against a player who's got those legs in the locker,
exactly.
So few players in the world of darts can match quality like that.
There's not many people who can hit 12 darters like that in the first game of the day. And but if you're Mark Kunzelman, you've just lost your first game. Are you really thinking like that? You're thinking, oh, I need to up my game, and you put more pressure on yourself. But really, you need to be taking the pressure off yourself.
I mean,
it's easier said than done.
We're 30 minutes in. We're 2 games through for our 11th tour event of the season. Kunzelman finds himself almost on the brink of exit, doesn't he? 2 games and no legs picked up. He's got work to do in the next hour.
Yeah, he played a little bit better in his first match, actually, against Andreas Smuts, who's will take on Sven Geiger now, but he just didn't perform as well as he should have in that game. As you said, he should have been reducing the pressure on himself, but looks like he just piled a bit more on, knowing he's playing a quality player.
And I often talk about this, Dan, the effect of playing on a live stream. I have not seen Andreas Schmutz before. I've not seen Mark Kunzelman before either on our live stream board this year. I wonder how would that make you feel as a darts player, playing for the first time in front of an audience, in front of a commentary atmosphere? Do you think that's weighing on his mind at all?
It's just, you cannot feel nervous, but you can still get affected. You know, when the game starts, game on's called, you just slow down a little bit more. You try and just place the darts that little bit firmer and better, and you lose your rhythm. So it's not surprising that even if you're not feeling that nervous, that you just don't produce your best in these situations. But Sven Geiger straight in with the ball again. And he'll throw first in this game.
I was looking at his dart double 10, Dan. I thought he was taking the Mickey and hitting double 10 on the bull off.
He took it out the ball and put it in the double 10.
I saw his signature pink flight in the double 10 and thought, this man is a joker.
But no,
he hit the bull. I did not see that. Sorry, I was looking away.
And he's just started off 100. Andreas Smuts, decent darts, unlucky to get into the treble 5 there, but...
So Sven Geiger, right where he picked off his last game against Kunzelmann. I can see no other outcome here besides 3-0. Can you, Dan?
I think Andreas Smuts is capable of some very decent legs, but if Sven carries on as he did in the last game, then no, you can't really.
Yeah, you can't. I've got a question for you, Dan. Andreas Schmutz's throw reminds me of a player, a professional player. Is there anyone that his throw particularly reminds you of? I mean, Geiger's got a very textbook throw, but there's one player particularly for Schmutz who his throw reminds me of. Is there anyone for you?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'll think about that one, unless you want to.
Yeah, no, I'll reveal
spill
my
the
answer.
tea.
I'll reveal my answer. But if you want to agree or disagree, it reminds me a little bit of Steve Beaton. It's a very smooth throw, but it's a slightly clicky release.
It's not as smooth as Steve. I see what you mean.
You'd struggle to be as smooth as Steve. But there's similarities. The fact is, his backswing doesn't come perfectly straight. It goes slightly internal towards his chest.
And it releases the dart very early and doesn't have the follow through.
No, there's almost no
Like
follow through for
Beaton.
Schmutz. Yeah, there's very little follow through. Loves fat 20s as well.
Steve Beaton
could be accused of not being a ruthless treble 20 hitter. So could Andreas Schmutz. But he's well in this leg. Leaves a finish after 18. Okay, Geiger's on. Oh, he doesn't.
Not.
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
Oh, well, Geiger, he starts a finish.
Do you think he'll go treble 19 here with bullseye?
I think he's in the rhythm. That's what he'll do. That he sees his score. He's not looking at Schmutz's score.
42.
But he hasn't hit it. He's left 68.
If Schmutz can hit 100 here, just one big treble.
Doesn't help.
Needs to reduce his spray. He's had a good opening leg here. Oh, that's unlucky. That's a well-thrown dart, yeah. That treble 20 would have been looking big as well with the marker of a high 20 and a slightly adjacent single one. But Geiger will almost certainly get a dart
16
here.
for double 16?
Yeah.
Go 12 for double 18.
Just weighing it up.
No, go 16.
It's double 16. Okay.
Well, you'd think he's coming back under normal circumstances, but
you would.
Sure, Andreas Smuts has checked this before, but still early signs of nerves. Good tidy up though.
Yeah,
but
he found the treble. He found the treble. He applied the pressure. But Geiger back for double 16, and that's a long way away. He didn't look happy towards his last visit though. When he was on 48, he looked a little bit uncertain. So on.
He's given himself the come on, but he's missed.
They weren't particularly well thrown darts. I don't think they were a little bit rushed from Geiger.
See what Andreas
Schmutz
can do.
12 possibly here's the play. 12 is the play for double 16. Inside. Can you find double 8? Oh, he can't.
You can tell he's released it early.
Yeah.
That's a shame. He was disappointed.
He didn't exert the full control over that, did he? It released his hand too early, as you say, Dan, and as a result, it just got away from him, didn't it? The control. But Geiger has missed 3 more darts. On the outer ring, Geiger. He was a bit clumsy in the first leg against Kunzelmann. Now Schmutz has 3 more to break the throw.
So how about this, Matt? In his last 2 legs, he went out in 15 and 12, and he's now thrown 27 in this leg and not
got the job done.
Got 1 leg, and he's lost the leg.
He has. Schmutz with a brilliant marker and a great find of double 4. Puts himself 1-0 up here against Geiger. Even at this point, Dan, leg difference is important.
Yep.
You know Geiger's probably the best player in this group, but if Schmutz can pick up a leg or 2 legs in this fixture, a leg in the reverse fixture, he's doing himself an awful lot of favours for qualifying second in this group. Right, back in that treble 20.
Dart from Sven.
Radius from Sven.
But Andre Schmutz, he's got to take heart from that. He's in the game and he's back in the trebles.
Yeah, no, his darts at 20s have been pretty good, if I'm honest. His scoring's been very steady. Steve Beaton never disappoints, does he? Never sprays too far. Schmutz is always a reliable character. Oh,
that's a bit unfortunate.
Got to adjust the radar here.
That's unfortunate.
Schmutz stays upstairs.
It happened, but that's very unfortunate. But Sven Geiger will be looking to capitalise. And another 100. His grouping's been very good in this leg. He hasn't had as much to show for it as he should have done. But Andre Schmutz is still in the leg.
Quick shout out to Rebecca Elsner. Came through a last leg decider against Matthias Muller. A victory there in Group AD. Hopefully see Rebecca in the knockout stages. Connor Steiger coming through against Sven Hoffman. 2 brilliant players there in Group AH. Let's hope Sven Hoffman can still make the knockout stages of that one. Roger Tuscher continuing his good form of the 2023 season. 3-2 against Michael Otter in his first game. Big excited to see Roger Tuscher again in the knockout stages. Barry the Bookie Nelson coming through 3-0 against Claudio Donner. And that's 2 trebles there from Sven Geiger. Brilliant leg here from Geiger under the...
Very good.
After losing that first leg, rather...
Schmutz has left with a nice 99. He's left the big fish.
The big fish. I'll check that we're not on mute. We're not on mute. But we won't see a big fish. But we will see 2 trebles. Okay. Chooses to go for treble 15. That's all right.
Has left double 13. Interesting. Doesn't matter one bit, though. Much better, like 16 darts, break a throw.
That's the Sven Geiger we know and love.
More like
That's the tournament winner that's come here today in anticipation of 1,000 Swiss francs.
Well, in his first leg, he scored very well. He just couldn't hit a double. But there, he's not done any messing around, and he's back in around the 15 dart leg range.
We talked about this tight grouping, Dan. It's unless you're a good or a great darts player, you don't possess grouping that tightly for this length of time. I mean, he averaged 90 in the first group game. He's probably going to average, you'd think, high 70s, low 80s in this game as well. If his grouping proves to be as tight as that around the treble 20, which he's right back in here, lasering in on that treble 20. Just 60.
Good darts, not much to show for it.
Tight 60, but
the consistency will show over the course of these matches.
It will. Good treble there.
Great dart from Andreas.
Yeah. I've been impressed by Andreas here. Been really impressed. His scoring certainly looked a lot more steady.
I completely
agree. First game against Kunzelman.
And he's got a leg, and he's in the game.
Yeah.
And could ask for much more than that.
He's got his own darts shirt, of course, Dan. What do you think of the outfit that he's repping today, that he's sporting?
I like it. I like his shirt. It's very unique, actually.
Yeah, it's a little bit colourless, you could say. It's all black. I mean, you're wearing all black today as well, Dan.
Well, maybe that's why I like it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, uniqueness. Yeah. Darts is a very colourful sport.
It is. A lot of people tend to wear quite garish outfits, don't they? Maybe should have gone down to the 19s there, Schmutz. That's his rhythm was good, but I feel as though his counting maybe should have taken over there.
With Sven on 106, he's left 32 here.
You know Sven's probably going to get that from this kind of range. Just leaves it outside. But
now Sven knows he's coming back.
He does, yeah.
3 at 32.
He didn't need to attack that double 16, does he? Because Schmutz leaves that bogey number. But
Schmutz, nothing he can do to win this leg now.
Exactly. Can just apply the pressure. Okay, does start on 19s this time. Funny you did that last time, Andreas.
Yeah.
Great last dart treble, though.
Good pressure, but I think it's a bit too late, unfortunately, but you never know.
See, Geiger's missed 3 before. Will he miss 3 again?
Well,
Look, great markers. He hasn't moved. He's gone inside.
Missed, though.
Oh, my goodness.
Double trouble.
So Schmutz to go 2-1 up and throwing for the game.
64 darts after 15. No, 64 points after 15 darts.
Exactly.
Great
So,
dart.
Treble 8 or 16. Okay. Again, the big target.
Another.
1 dart at double 16.
Well, that's unfortunate. That could be a big turning point in this match.
Just inside. As both players leave themselves on double 8. Geiger gets the job done. Yeah, Andreas really should be kicking himself there.
That's
opportunities to break Sven Geiger's throw do not come around often. He did it in the first leg. He had the opportunity in the third leg. Couldn't get the job done.
At least he's kept his head up. Very good start to this leg. 100.
Very good start, yeah. Oh, absolutely. You'll take that on your own throw.
But that could be a big turning point.
What do you think about his Dennis Taylor glasses, Dan? Are you a fan of the spectacles that Andreas Schmutz is rocking?
I think they're the fashion these days, these type of glasses, you know.
Are they?
I don't mind them.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's like me and he had bad eyesight, he has to wear glasses, then...
Does he need to wear...
Power to him.
Billiards glasses from the 1980s, though? Would be my thoughts.
Bigger frames there, you know. They're more fashionable now than they used to be, I think. Especially the circular type frames. But I'm not a fashion connoisseur. So.
Well, Schmutz can certainly see that treble 20 because he's been lasering in on it in the last 2 legs.
Maybe he does play a bit of billiards and pool on the
Possibly,
side.
yeah. I suspect there's a good crossover between our great darts players in Switzerland and our pool players as well. Good time grouping here from Geiger. Goes downstairs, okay. Obviously felt he couldn't find a way through there. So scores level.
Very close leg.
In this 4th leg. Both had very strong legs. Schmutz. It's pretty much leaving a finish after 12 darts. You can't ask much more than that.
It's good to see Andreas Schmutz play much better in this game.
Yes. Yeah.
Sven Geiger's played obviously quite a bit worse, and that's made it a very competitive game. But
good last start treble there.
You want to see competitive games
from Geiger. Yeah, every leg has been competitive in this affair. You'd say there's only one player that's going to win it, but Schmutz is certainly hanging around and making a nuisance of himself. Oh,
he'll be disappointed with that. But he's still left to finish.
Yeah, he has. But the big number just makes it so much easier.
He's now lost the darts.
Or makes the setup play easier, should I say. So Geiger for 150.
Just needs...
Okay. Has an
assess a ton here would be very handy.
Probably go to 18s here. Okay, stays there. Rather greedily, because from our view there was not a view through to the treble. So Schmutz. I'm thinking a ton here. If I'm Andreas Schmutz, can I hit 100 points? Okay, brilliant. Stay straight, stay straight.
No.
Oh, Andreas, all you needed to do was stay straight.
You could tell us in 2 minds.
Yeah.
Do a go treble 16, do a stay on the 20s, and he's lost his concentration a little bit there. But now, Geiger, tops top, surely is the shot.
Oh, a little grimace from Geiger. I don't like that route. I really don't like it.
The Rod Harrington route.
So Schmutz 71. Could be an awful lot easier than this. And it'll be now just 1 dart at the bullseye. Oh, and he doesn't get that. Andreas Schmutz. Oh, dear. Will they be your last 3 darts you throw in this game, Andreas?
That's
3 lots of Russell spray.
A sad way to end the game, if it is the case.
Sven Geiger.
Sven Geiger's not going to mess around too much, though, you know.
On tops. Does this go, Dan? 1 dart in hand.
If I'm him, I'm confident. But wow, that didn't look confident.
Whoosh! Single 5.
Goodness me. And now, Andreas Schmutz, you need to stay straight on the 60.
Oh. Come on, Andreas. That's a good single 20. Doesn't move. Looks as though he can find it. Oh, he does find it. Andreas Schmutz levels the game at 2 apiece.
Holds his throw.
Wow.
4 dart leg.
Yeah, Andreas Schmutz played really well there. Hung in nicely after that single 2, single 3, single 6 visit.
Yeah.
The 3 lots of spray in the last dart, I thought his head might have just gone, but he readjusted nicely and found that tops to level this game up. And he's one leg away from beating Sven Geiger,
who's
a two-time SDC champion.
It's good 3 darts, but it's only 60.
And Schmutz, as we know, has been finding these trebles.
And Sven Geiger has not been finding the doubles. And now you've got to win the match for one. And that's a different pressure.
Good dart from Geiger. Yeah, another tight ton from Sven Geiger. We've seen that a few times in this game. Can Schmutz just work over the top of that? He can. Can he find a ton 40? Ooh, okay. Sticks with him.
Good reply.
Which is the best you can hope for, really, on the Geiger throw. Just to stick with him.
He has been missing doubles.
And hope for your opportunities when you get towards 100 points or less.
Oh, he's had a bounce out, and that was in the treble.
That
20.
looked out of the fibers, didn't it? Oh, great first half from Schmutz. Oh, Schmutz, can you put another one in the treble? Oh,
just lost the line there completely. But it's still a good visit. 80.
Yeah, you'll definitely take 80.
Only 20 points in the game.
Liam Mendel-Lawrence was a 3-1 victory against Felix Schiertz over on what might have been our streaming group. Felix Schiertz having 81 but losing. Hats off to Felix.
With an 87 average.
Liam Mendel-Lawrence, our defending champion, of course, winning SDC Tour Event 10 against Jochen Groudens. Will he be going all the way again today? Let's see. Lucas Dahlmann, 2 victories for him, 2 3-0 whitewashes. Average 77 in his second group stage game.
Great last start there from Sven Geiger. Just leaves 61 after 15 darts. Schmutz now quite a long way away. Can he apply any pressure?
That's a great dart. Can he use it? Oh, he can't.
So Sven Geiger, favourite for the game now.
Oh, strong favourite, Dan. Will he go bull or treble 7 here? What do you think?
Well, he likes double 18, so...
You think the bull route?
No.
Goes fat 11 for the bullseye.
11.
Oh, okay, split.
Now he's...
Okay, double 16.
Double 14, interesting. Well, it doesn't matter.
He's been poor on this side of the board.
Yeah.
It's double 16, double 8. It's double 4 that's rescued him more often than not.
Well, he likes the double 18, clearly. Which I'm surprised he didn't go the 25.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he didn't go the 25 route.
But he's got 3 more at double 16, maybe 6.
Yeah, you'd think he's got time in there. Sven Geiger puts one on the outside wire. Puts another on the outside wire.
Moves over.
Having to shuffle. Okay.
And he's inside again. He's really struggled on double 16 and double 8.
He hasn't quite found the direction, has he? Which, to say he's such a straight thrower, he's really struggled with his direction on these. So Schmutz.
Tom here would be big.
Yeah, if he can just nudge under those 2, oh, he goes over the top. And you know what I say about 80 checkouts, Dan? No one checks them. So Geiger really has all the time in the world here for double 8.
Doesn't need it, though. And he gets the job done.
Just the one.
Sven Geiger, he'll be disappointed with that performance, I think. But he's done enough to get over the line. And for him, that's the most important thing.
By no means the best version of Geiger we've seen, but comfortable enough to secure basically his passage through this group stage here. Schmutz put up a valiant effort. I mean, 65's almost an understatement of his performance.
By Andreas Schmutz, he stayed in the game.
His 2 winning legs were very impressive there. But in the end, just didn't quite have the knockout quality that someone like Sven Geiger possesses. But
just wasn't the scoring power that Sven Geiger possesses in the end.
Just not quite the consistency, was it?
Doubled very well, but Sven Geiger is the 3rd seed for a reason. He possesses a scoring power that many don't here today. Absolutely. And it showed in that game. It
did show. And the better scorer, and ultimately he was more clearly gone on the outer ring.
He was not
his scoring power pushed him over the line, didn't it?
He was always there first on the double, though, and eventually that does pay off.
He bought himself enough chances. Absolutely. Join us in a couple of minutes' time for our next group stage game.
We have started.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 11. A little bit of a breath there, so me and Dan can catch our senses, catch our breath after two explosive group stage games, you'd say. We have a repeat of our first game here, Dan. Mark Kunzelman, Andreas Schmutz. Do you see another 3-0 whitewash here for Andreas?
Andreas Schmutz has started very well in this game, averaging around the 90s after 9 darts. So great first 9 average. I hope Mark Kunzelman can get in the mix, just for his own confidence, you know. He wants to win legs. He didn't want to be a spectator. But Schmutz back in the treble. Could be a 180.
Oh my goodness me. Schmutz, can you hit our first 180 on live stream?
Oh,
chooses for the
ball. For the ball.
Sorry, Andreas. You're playing on live stream. You don't go for the bullseye. Okay.
But he's in a comfortable position in this leg.
He is, yeah.
Against the throw.
And that's one of the wildest breakfasts I've ever seen.
Yeah, similar to what I would throw on a Wednesday night.
You said that with all too much familiarity now after hitting 26.
But here's Andreas Schmutz for a 15 dart leg. Well, 14 maybe.
Double 19. That's a long way away. That's a long way away. Finds the good fat
leaving
3 there.
Double 8 after 15 darts. Great leg, no matter what, really. Again, very wild from Mark. Oh, yeah. He's struggling at the start of this game.
Yeah, he is struggling, that'd be fair to say. The German player here. Schmutz looks at double 8 and finds double 8 for a 17 dart break of throw.
It's a quick look, but it is in, Andreas. Don't worry. And he's walking up to the ball very slowly, as if he doesn't quite believe it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you have hit a 17 darter, Andreas. Yeah, you are
leg.
capable of darts of that standard. Believe me not.
Having almost twice his opponent in this first leg.
obviously early in the day, but thanks to all those watching along on YouTube live stream and those in Schaffhausen on Schaffhausen TV. We'll be with you all day for our coverage here of Swiss Darts Corporation Tour Event 11.
Again, another solid start to leg by Andreas, but Mark Kunzelman, he's found a treble there.
That's the treble, important, yeah.
Hopefully good for his confidence. He just hasn't looked comfortable, really. I don't think.
What makes you say that, Dan? Because his throw looks smooth enough. I'm not seeing anything like particularly technique-wise that looks wrong. I'm just not sure why he's sort of so wild. What's your thinking for how some of his darts are just so far away?
I'm just thinking he hasn't settled. He's in a group with two players that are probably of slightly higher caliber, and he's maybe trying too hard, and he's not letting go as well as he normally should.
Do you think his hand's probably just still a bit stiff? His whole arm is still a bit stiff? Do you think he's just got the general feeling that he's frustrated and flustered and I don't know. Do you think he just doesn't have a good feeling of his darts right now? Do you think he's just lost that sensation of where his release should be and his timing should be?
It's really hard to say. I'd say Andreas Schmutz, compared to his first game, he's really improved.
He has, oh, definitely.
But Mark Kunzelman has not made those improvements through the games. That first game and that first leg in particular is always going to be very nervy. But
yeah, great two drops
Mark
there.
Kunzelman, you know, he's finding something this leg. He's got the darts. You would assume, unless we get a 180 here. But it's a great riposte.
Two trebles from Schmutz.
Back in the leg.
And Kunzelman fancied himself to be favourite in the leg.
But now he's got to back up with another good score. And that's what he's been failing to do. And sadly, it eludes him again. So this leg's very much in the balance once more.
You're right, Dan. Kunzelman, to me, his throw suggests, like I've watched a lot of players on live stream. His throw is one of the better ones.
He has a very nice throw.
Very nice. And I'm not quite sure why his sometimes accuracy fails him so badly. Like that is a million miles away from treble 20 and that is even just as far away. For a good darts player, which he is, we know that. He's missing the sections he's aiming for really by a margin. So Schmutz on the balls. I won't go for it. Leaves tops.
20.
Oh, okay. Wow. Pulls that really low.
We'll see if he comes back. 1-2-2 on the 18, surely.
I don't think he'll go 18s, Dan, no.
Wow.
I think he'll start 20s here.
If he wants to win the leg, surely he's got
and
to
this is the test of sort of darting knowledge, really.
And he does, but sadly straight into the one.
Not really clear what he started on there, but 61 left.
25 here. Well, okay. I think he thought he was on 71.
Yeah, because that would have left double 12. Sorry, double 11 if he hit that treble 13.
Instead of, I think he thought he was leaving double 16. But it matters not.
Yeah.
2-0. And yeah, a great start again for Andreas Schmutz. Averaging 77.
Yeah.
Good game for him.
Brilliant game from him.
Do you think he meant that treble 18, Matt?
Ooh, damn, good question. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because when I've thrown low of treble 20, I will switch. And I feel as though my dart's going at a similar angle to Kunzelman's. I.e., they don't stand up very high, but you certainly can't stack above them, generally. And I am giving him the benefit of the doubt that he did go for 18s there, yeah.
Okay.
Because when I go low, I will switch. Almost 90% of the time.
But to 18s or 19s?
Okay, generally down the board, but
which
when I'm 2-0 down,
doing a lot.
When I'm 2-0 down, I'm willing to try any switch. I'll switch to the ball. I'll switch to 19s, 18s, 17s. Great visit there from Schmutz. Finds the two trebles. Really could do with one here. Oh, and he's just been living in fives, just a little bit too much. He really has been good friends with that single 5 and treble 5. Just big 60 from Big Steve Beaton here's enough. Yeah, Beaton loves 60s. Schmutz loves 60s.
Like the right-handers, when they pull them, they tend to go left, and a lot of Kunzelman's darts are going left.
Well, you say that, Dan. I'm looking at his throw again. Generally, if you throw left, there's something wrong with your backswing or your release of the darts. But I'm looking at his release. He releases them in a nice spot. He pulls them back straight. Okay, maybe a thrower like me or you who pull them slightly to our right hand shoulder are going to have that non-straight angle of release, but his angle of release looks straight. He just doesn't look to be aligning the darts very well. Those two darts at single five again are a long way away from treble 20 where he's aiming.
He's just pulling them, releasing them late, trying to overcompensate maybe on the pushing forward, and they end up.
I maybe just
end
think
up going left.
As you said, it's just the tightness of his body. He's just feeling stressed. He's feeling as though the weight of the world is against him. He's 2-0 down. He hasn't won a leg in this tournament yet. And he's just tense. He's just aggressive. And he doesn't. And as a result, when you're feeling that level of tension and that level of anxiety through your body, a single 20 can look really small, and a straight dart is sort of millimeters away from, well, a spray dart, and he's exemplifying that.
Yeah, darts is not a thinking game, and when you start thinking about what you're doing, it just gets worse. And that's probably what he's doing. And he's trying to block it out, and he's probably doing a very good job of trying to block it out. But
yeah, I mean, I noticed there, Dan, he's had a quick glance at the scoreboard. I mean, Mark, you're on 230 points. Do you really need to be glancing over and having distractions about what you or the opponent's on? You know Andreas Schmutz is over 100 points ahead in this leg. Do you really need to be looking at the scoreboard to distract yourself or to remind yourself of the scores? I mean, I know when I'm on 200 plus points down, I'm not looking at the scoreboard. I'm looking at trying to hit my next treble, my next big number. Like,
you know, when you've had a poor leg.
As Kunzelman misses 3 big numbers there.
Well, Andreas Schmutz, he was on 70 and he hit a 5. Was he going for treble 12 or treble 20? But he's on 61 now.
Stay there. Okay.
And he goes for
the bullseye. Oh, he's a character, Andreas Schmutz.
With your opponent on 198, some would say don't do it. Some would say why not?
Why not? Kunzelman does not look likely here, and I can't see Kunzelman checking this in 9 darts, if I'm honest, Dan. I can't see where his next big treble's coming from.
Not left to finish.
No, he hasn't.
198.
No.
I feel bad for him. But it's a fat 3 here for double 16.
Good little guide. Plenty of scope if you go inside. Okay.
Well, pitched it high, double 12, not the end of the world.
Yeah, not
when
the end
your
of the world.
opponent's on 175 as well. But can he apply any pressure, Mark Kunzelman?
No,
He's
I don't think he can.
Not hit a
no
lot of 20s at all, sadly.
No.
A lot of 1s and 5s.
He promised so much in that first game, and we watched a little bit of his warm-up, and I thought this could be a competitive and tasty group, but Kunzelman has now lost 8 legs on the spin, this to be the 9th. And this double 4.
Well,
okay.
Start to mess around a bit, Andreas Schmutz.
It certainly is.
We've had 30 darts thrown apiece in this leg.
We have. And okay, Kunzelman finds the treble.
63 left, treble 13. Oh. Well, I don't know what he's gone for there.
He's gone out of 19, Dan.
Okay.
I mean, I like that route. I'm not going to criticise that because I think that's the play as well. But
is it?
Well, Schmutz for double 2 to send him packing, to send him home.
32 dart leg to finish the game. Andreas Schmutz, first 2 legs were great, but in that last leg, he just did enough.
Yeah. Kunzelman's thrown 33 darts on his own throw and hasn't had a dart double.
It's sad for him.
Yeah, disappointing from Kunzelman. He promised so much in that first game, or in glimpses of this event. But we now know that Kunzelman will be going home, and Andreas Schmutz will be progressing alongside Sven Geiger. Pretty much know it's in that order as well. Sven Geiger topping the group.
Yep.
And Andreas Schmutz finishing second. But we'll resume in a few minutes' time to watch their re-encounter between those two men, Sven Geiger and Andreas Schmutz. Forget the mid-session refreshments. We're back with Sven Geiger, Mark Kunzelman, as both players missed the bullseye there. And I'll give you a quick round and about from around the boards with some interesting results. Christoph Schumann, again, a gentleman that loves finishing in the quarterfinal stages and getting knocked out. 2 wins in Group AE for him. A couple of impressive performances from Schumann. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in his regular spot in the last 16 and last 8. Not many games completed in Group AF. We've got a very winnable group there. Tom Ehrlet, Adrian Pfister, and Thomas Ingrand. Plenty of players we've seen before there. Joel Breitenmoser were in a little bit of trouble after losing to Fabrizio Barone, who averaged 75, but then turned it around and averaged 90 against Urs Haberli in his second group stage game. Great performance from Joel. I know he'll be watching along on the live stream later if he appears on our coverage. Good to see that Joel is well and playing darts and participating again today. Luis Camacho not in trouble there against Lauren Fent and Mirko Maluch. I'm not going to lie, that's one of the easiest group stage games I've ever seen for Luis Camacho, playing Mirko Maluch and Lauren Fent. No disrespect to those 2 gentlemen, but Roger Tusha continuing his good form. 2 wins against Mike Lotto and Yannick. He's beaten Yannick Ludi. Oh my goodness me. Roger Tusha, the form player right now. Or he's like 1 to 50 to win the Swiss Darts Corporation Most Improved Player of this season. Wow. He is a very much improved player this year. Barry the Bucky Nelson will be sailing through in Group AO against the 2 Italians, Daniel Garta and Claudio Donna. Thierry Asparagus will be qualifying in top spot in Group AQ after a win against Portuguese player Philip Simone and Dutch player Michael Verhoevener. I'll probably pronounce that wrong.
Good pronunciation, it sounded like to me.
But we will continue. Felix Schietz and Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Mendel-Lawrence, 3 wins from 3 games. He'll be topping that group. Felix Schietz for all money will be coming through in second if he beats Silvio Colli. There'll be encounter there.
I'm just going to interrupt Matt because we're approaching the end of this first leg. Sven Geiger has had a very good leg, as he's done throughout this group stage. He's hit the ball on the ball off again, and now he's on 54 after 15 darts, with Mark Kunzelman again struggling sadly. So he's got loads of time, and he's going the 18 for his favourite double 18, it seems, again. But that's not in, Sven, unfortunately. There's double 9. And no messing around with an 18 dart leg to win this first leg of this match.
Yeah, he's double jugged Mark Kunzelman there, which is rather unfortunate, leaving him on over 300 points. But
it's just not been Mark's day.
Such is the gulf in quality that the averages are double each other's.
38 to 83 says a lot.
Yeah, and in fact, Dan, I only see those averages almost widening. Sven Geiger hits a 135 and they do widen those averages. Yeah, Mark Kunzelman. He promised so much, and he's almost done. He's like a racehorse. Myself and you know, we both like our horse racing. He'll be a horse that I'll keep an eye on. He's someone that has clocked my radar today, Mark Kunzelman. Without winning, without finishing second, he's clocked my attention as someone who's capable of better. Who's got a future in darts. Who's got a future in the SDC.
I thought he looked very nervous in his first game, but sadly it's not improved to the level I thought it would throughout the games. That's a very good visit, 96. But he's averaging in the early stage of this match 47. He hasn't shown improvement through the games, which is very sad to see. Maybe it's still the nerves. It's just losing games doesn't help your confidence at all either.
No, it doesn't. You know? He's not an inexperienced player. He's participated in several of these events. So it's not as though he's unfamiliar with the layout and the games and the fast nature of the back-to-back games that you play in these group stages. But Geiger straight back in again. That treble 20.
He's had a great leg, and that's
I think
unfortunate.
that's just 90 scored, but
76.
still more than 90 here.
It's after 12 darts, so it's very handy.
We've got a little bit of support for Mark Kunzelman in the YouTube live stream. Thanks, HSH. You really need to support your man here because he is in trouble. Might be receiving another yard of ale if this 76 is checked.
Well, it's double 8 now.
Oh, which
he's been good on double 4.
He has. He's been ruthless on double 4.
So come on, Mark, put on some pressure.
56 damn really is what I'm thinking here. Can he hit more than 56 to avoid that yard?
We've still got to say straight.
Needs a big number. Will he hit it? He does hit the big number. Okay, good. Good, Mark. You've saved face. But double 4 will finish the game. Now double 2. And that's Sven Geiger. Oh, sorry. Only 2-0 up. I thought that might have been game over.
2-0.
Okay. It's 2-0, but it's a breaker throw, and it's for all money.
He's gone out in 18 and 17. It's been a very good start to the game for Sven Geiger. But only 2-0 at this point.
Yeah, there's not much to dislike about Sven Geiger, is there, Dan? As you're watching him, surely you must have been impressed by the level he's brought to today's game.
Seeing the other scores come in, he's looked the most consistent at this point. Had a lot of games in the mid-80s, low 90s. He had that one game where he missed a lot of doubles.
Yes, he hit a 26 start leg, I think, didn't he? Yeah.
If he cleans that up, he's surely got to be favourite at this point.
Yeah.
His scoring and his grouping has been very, very impressive. And it bodes well in the knockouts for him.
Got a bit of support again for Sven Geiger in the YouTube live stream. JD Ramstein, not JD Bolhander, who is not participating today in SDC Tour Event 11. If you're watching, John Dominique Bolhander, I'm wishing you all the best.
180 to leave 170 maybe.
First in the group stage. No, not to be from Sven Geiger.
Still very good darts.
But good to see that Mr. Ramstein is supporting Sven Geiger here. Oh, and that's a million miles away from Kunzelman. Oh, damn. I think you throw better darts at treble 20 than that. They are poor darts from Kunzelman.
On a bad day at 12s.
But that's really far away from where he's aiming. They're darts of a defeated man. And when Geiger piles in yet another tumbler score.
On around the 100s after 12 darts again. It's looking like an 18.
Oh, he's regularly leaving a finish after 12 now, which is just the elite level darts that...
Will he also be jugged in this leg, Mark Kunzelman?
I think he will, yeah. I mean, he might even be double jugged.
Well, if this goes, he'll go for treble 18.
No, he'll stay there. Oh, okay.
Now
Did
treble
switch.
19.
Did switch, okay. Thought for all money he could just slide along top of that, but...
He likes his double 18, does Sven Geiger?
He does, yeah. He's been very conscious to leave it, in fact, hasn't he? Okay, Kunzelman.
Come on, Mark. It's your last game.
Yeah.
Let's see some good darts.
Probably your last 3 visits. Let's...
Well...
Okay. I mean...
I
He's hitting the board.
Quite know why.
No, I don't either. Sven Geiger, 70 left.
A big 20 would have left.
Did he go double 18 there? A double 17? Sorry, is that?
Double 18, it would have been... Well, I think he's gone for treble. He stepped back. It was so far away.
So now double 16. We can confirm that. To wrap up a 3-0 victory and 4 3-0 wins in the group stage, Sven Geiger.
Well, he's coming back.
He's left it on the outside weir.
His treble 18 attempt threw him off a little bit there.
Yeah,
being close to the double.
I wasn't sure what was going on. I thought he was going double 18, but
the way he stepped back,
he wasn't happy with the release.
He was going for the treble for double 8, but it's double 16 here.
Yeah,
and he's got it. 20 dart leg, 80 average. Sadly, Mark Kunzelman only the 46 average. He's just not got going today, unfortunately, but great darts from Sven Geiger once again. Strengthened his position at the top of the group.
Yeah, that's a shame that from Kunzelman. He didn't win a leg all day today, did he? Which I guess when his averages are lingering sort of in that low mid 40s. Okay, he averaged 58 against Andreas Schmutz in that first game.
That was in the first game of the day. I thought we were going to see improvement.
He hasn't averaged over 50 after that first game, Dan, which you're not really going to be winning legs, are you? I'm afraid, against 2 good quality opposition.
it's sad to see him struggle after that, but you can't take anything away from the players.
Yeah,
who have got on with the job and beaten him.
Yeah. So now we know that Sven Geiger will be finishing top of this group. Andreas Schmutz will be finishing in second. We will be watching a slightly dead rubber game in a few minutes' time between Andreas Schmutz and Sven Geiger. But they will be our top 2 qualifiers from our streaming board 1 in SDC Tour Event 11. Join us back shortly. This group is rat-a-tat-tat. We have our last group stage game. Sven Geiger, Andreas Schmutz beginning already. Andreas Schmutz with the bullseye win, but I'm afraid he will not be optimizing that use of darts as Sven Geiger takes the Speers in this first leg. Geiger against Schmutz.
Well, if Andreas Schmutz wins 3-1 or better, he does top the group.
Yeah,
big ask.
You're quite right to correct me there, Dan. I call this game a dead rubber. It's not a dead rubber. If Schmutz wins, as you say, 3-1 or better, he will put Sven Geiger into second place.
So what happens if it's 3-2 to Andreas Schmutz?
Oh, it goes on average countback, Dan.
So then you would think Sven Geiger.
Oh, Geiger's been averaging 80 all day.
So yeah. Andreas, to top the group, has to win 3-1 or better.
But that's okay from this position because he's throwing first, so only requires the one breaker throw.
And he's 100 points a leg currently.
Yes, Geiger a little bit slow out of the traps here.
Which is very rare for him today. Oh, this changed it.
First 180 of the day. Oh, ooh, it's not 140.
Great darts nevertheless.
We've actually had the exciting news, Dan, that this isn't the last of our group stage coverage.
Oh, wow.
We will be actually reviewing some more group stage action after this game from
another 180.
The one and only Markin Helder, which is very exciting to see.
Good.
You haven't met Markin Helder, but his Speers are something to be witnessed. Oh, yes.
I'm hoping in a good way.
He should go 19s here. He doesn't go 19s here.
What's-
That's a real crime.
Ben,
That is simply a crime from Andreas Schmutz.
Sven
Double
Geiger.
19. He will go for it.
Oh,
He
he's
will.
looped that.
He'll be aggressive this time. He
Oh.
finds it. And Sven Geiger for 95, 18 dart, breaker throw. Wooyah! Sven Geiger.
Well, 140, 125, 95 to win the leg.
Yeah.
Great recovery.
95 is just not an easy checkout as well. You've gone the aggressive way, going treble 19. Gives himself that little bit of a guidance with the first dart that he left outside. Oh, and he's
Our
right
first
there.
180.
Yeah.
The game.
180
Okay.
for Sven Geiger.
His last 4 visits, he's been absolutely on it.
Oh, he's been electric, hasn't he? The last 2 minutes of this game.
Even that 95, he's leaped the first one,
Yeah.
and he's just
Laid
so
with it.
well.
Yeah. And damn, we're on that perfect 9 darter. Sven Geiger. The man who's checked a 170 on live stream. I was there that day. My voice was rather short, but it wouldn't be here if he checked a 9 darter. Okay, it's off.
But
He's
it's a
found
great
2.
start to the leg. 2-2-1 after 6 darts.
Yeah.
Andreas Schmutz has started the leg well, but the score and power Sven Geiger is now showing. And the pressure is showing. As Schmutz
Yeah, great,
recovers
good last
well,
treble. Yeah, brilliant last
but
treble
you're
from Schmutz.
still 140 behind, 120 behind, sorry, in the leg. And
Oh,
he's straight in again.
Gardens there again. Oh my
Oh,
God.
another 180.
Can we have 2 180s in the same leg, Sven? Okay.
Well,
Ups, down. I've got no criticism of
84 after 9 darts is a world-class leg.
yeah. He's playing in the wrong tournament in Europe this week, Dan. I believe he should be in the European
Yeah,
Championships with darts of this standard averaging over 100. Really wouldn't surprise me if this treble 20 gets hit.
What
first
did you
start.
say Van Duivenbode average?
Well,
in the 70s?
levels of Andreas Schmutz, yeah. He won't go 14 ball. He won't go 14 ball. Oh! Leaves himself 25.
Again,
Good effort.
when
from
your
Geiger.
opponent's on 217, someone will say it's a bad idea, but some would say just go for it.
When you're that much the better player, Dan, yeah, you've just got nothing to lose. These two gents almost aren't playing the same game, are they? They're in different levels of competitiveness, really. And Geiger,
Sven Geiger's playing the board, and it's
Yeah.
showing.
Yeah.
It's a 14 dart leg, 98 average after 2 legs.
he backs his ability. He backs his far superior talent over Andreas Schmutz, who's played well in this group
And
stage.
he gives him the fist bump of great darts.
And in most groups, I'd say Andreas is a worthy group winner.
But he's still through to the latter stages.
Fourth, he'll be into the last 64
He'll be
in
happy.
the round after this. Yeah.
He knows he's come across the favourite today.
Yeah,
And
Geiger,
he is
you're right.
finding it.
Another
Wow.
140 from Geiger.
Goodness me.
You're absolutely right, Dan. Sven Geiger's one of the top 2 or 3 favourites to win today. And with darts like this, you can see why.
Andreas Schmutz, he's played well. In patches, he's played very well.
Yeah, you're right. Certainly capable of taking legs off big players. Is he capable of winning, 4 legs in our first
Goodness
knockout game?
me.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh, it's another
It's
one.
another 180 from Geiger, yeah.
His first dart has been absolutely unreal in this match. And he's just looked unbeatable.
Yeah, his group. Oh my goodness, coming out back to back. Schmutz!
Oh.
Oh! Looks to the skies.
Absolutely stunning performance from Sven Geiger. He's in again. That
We had
first
2
dart.
minutes of quality here. Geiger in again. Okay, 81, but leaves a ton after 9 darts.
He's just not missed with that first dart.
His first 9 average must be considerably over 100 here.
His first 9 darts this game was so shaky. After that, it's been absolute world class.
So Geiger, really wouldn't surprise me if this is a 2 dart pop treble 20.
Tops.
No. Oh, okay,
Oh.
goes for it. Why not? Why not?
But
Leaves tops off
you've,
as well.
you've left a double after 12. What more can you ask for?
Yeah.
Absolute world class darts from Sven Geiger. Andreas Schmutz, he's had a good leg.
He has.
But you cannot
Yeah.
compete against this
Yeah.
world class quality.
Good
And
last
it's a
find.
good last dart to leave a nice
Yeah.
just below 120 finish, you know?
Yeah, I'll certainly be keeping progress on Andreas Schmutz. He's played really well.
Sven Geiger, 14 dart leg, 100 average to win the last game in the group. Absolutely stunning.
I'll whisper this quietly. We've only had single-figure numbers of ton plus averages in the SDC. Sven Geiger is responsible for 3 of them.
And that just shows.
He is a man who is, in 2023, almost unbeatable. And that shows 2 SDC Tour event wins this year, having only participated in a handful of events. He's a real man who's hard to stop, averaging 100 plus.
And I said, those first 9 darts he's thrown were not good.
He's made Andreas look rather foolish, and Andreas has averaged 70 in that game.
He's left 116 after 15 darts, very respectable, and he's not got near.
No.
Great darts from Sven Geiger.
He hasn't had a dart double in that game. Sven Geiger has just proved too much. We have received the news that we will be back commentating on Group AS, featuring Mark in Helder for some more group stage coverage. Given that this group has finished so quickly, we'll be back previewing our group stage games and what is to come in the last 64 very shortly.
schon nervös, wie man es fragt. Ja.
So we are back for Group AT this time after a very quick finish to the previous group. In this game, we've got Matthias Kleinert versus Stefan Felder. And in this first leg, we've had a large variety of quality, some really high quality and some pretty ropey darts, as we've just seen there, unfortunately. But Stefan Kleinert now on 68 to win the leg. He's thrown some very good darts in this leg.
Okay.
And now
Lifts himself on 36.
double 18.
Yeah. His darts going down. This is the first 3 darts I've watched of this group. You've obviously sat and watched a little bit while I've been away. His darts going at interesting angles. They certainly don't go at all the same angles, which obviously would be advisable for a darts player for them all to be going in at the same.
He has a flick to his action, doesn't he? So if he flicks them slightly
well,
wrong,
talking about flicks or action, can we talk about Stefan Felder, who is all flip? Kleiner is...
Oh, it's a great dart.
That's, yeah.
25 dart leg, 60 average. There's nothing wrong with that in particular.
There's absolutely
it's
nothing
a
wrong
good
with that.
start to the game on the throw. Stefan Felder, He had 2 treble visit in that game, but he has hit a lot of, unfortunately for him, 1s, 5s, and 12s. But 45 to start a leg, it's not too bad. He can build on that. But Fel Kleinert, sorry, he's in the 12s to begin this leg. So you'd think the fact that the last group is already finished and this one
Has not.
is halfway through suggests that they've been playing at a slightly lower level. Would you agree with that?
Dan, I would 100% agree with that. The only statement I'd like to make here is that I hope they're still playing on their original board as well, so we may only have to see 1 or 2 games of this group.
Okay.
The fact that their group has been spread over 2 boards and they've recruited scorers from elsewhere, I hope is the case. Mark and Helder, I hope the scorers on the case for this group.
Also about this group, everyone's got a win on the board early on.
Interesting in terms of qualification.
An open group.
Yeah, don't forget that. I mean,
so this game has a lot of importance in the context of who goes through and who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, in a group of 3, you can be the 3 worst darts players in the tournament. I'm not suggesting these 3 are, but 2 of them will go through, and 1 of them will top the group.
Exactly.
Therefore, having a relatively easier last 64 encounter, because of course a group winner will play a second place successor in a group.
Who do you assume has been worse than the
who you
top
assume has at least lost 1 game, if not 2 games, in their group stage. So, obviously, chances if you top your group, you're in a good spot, at least for the last 64 draw, where there are, players who aren't that experienced at darts, who I'd probably group these 2 players in that bracket who, okay, both are not young darts players, but I certainly don't think they possess experience, darting experience.
Yes.
I can see that in their throws. I can see that in their calculation. I can see that in their just general darting approach, general darting attitude.
I would argue that makes groups like this very tricky because all 3 players, based on what we've seen so far, I don't obviously know the players very well, but how the group's gone so far, all 3 will be thinking, I can top this group.
Yeah.
And that is an added pressure.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
I could just see a 15. Both players struggling comparatively in this leg compared to the first one, actually. Unfortunately, not under 300 points after 15 darts. But Kleinert now, with a solid 60, gets under that mark. And there's nothing to choose in this leg so far.
Yeah.
The score's very even.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, Dan. I mean, me and you both know about trying to improve our game in the way of darts, and there's very few avenues in which you can improve in the game of darts. And generally, unless you're found out, unless you play competitive darts against a good player, you're not really going to test yourself, are you? Practice is one thing, but practice can only really take you so far in the game. You can't improve that much by just practicing on your own or with a friend or with a player. You have to have the experience of tournament playing. And I say both of these players will be better players for a contest like this. They'll find out a lot about themselves, about where their game's at, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and what they need to do to become better players.
I completely agree. Match practice and practice are both very important, but both a necessity to play good darts at this level. Practice on your own at this level will not result in many wins. You've got to have both. You've got to have a lot of match practice. You've got to be match sharp, and you've also got to be practicing. And this leg, again, very much in the balance.
Lucky
to hit the 9 on treble 14.
If I'm honest, I don't really know why you switched there. You had a great dart in treble 20. I know it would leave double 7, but you stay there. You have 1 dart in the treble. You went for treble 14, which I know he's at 74. I don't really see him hitting the treble 14 there. Just hit a big 20.
If he does, then
yeah, okay, yeah. And maybe when he watches this game back, he'll think, yeah, okay, maybe I was wrong to switch. Maybe in the game scenario where I don't think Kleinert's going to check this in 6 darts, maybe I should have just hit the big number. Don't be too modest or too arrogant about your abilities or your capabilities. Okay.
Has he gone treble 11 there for double 16? But now he's
Yeah,
at 11.
Okay.
So,
Bill finds himself on 54, and this big 14 is difficult to hit.
well, when you've thrown those two darts, it is.
Don't.
But it's a very good
Okay,
dart.
it's a very good 14. Yeah.
And now he's left playing it. He'll probably go the 16s route again here.
I think he will. He did in the.
So it's got to be 20
first leg, I
tops
think.
now.
Is that like nice and flat though?
Oh, he's hit the top. So now it's double 10.
Double for Kleiner.
Oh, goodness.
My goodness.
He's happy to that.
That's exactly where you don't want to be from one dart and double 10.
Oh, the body movement on that shot was
you could see the rotation, couldn't you? You could see the twisting towards the inside of the board. His right shoulder just came through.
He's released it late and he's had to lunge to compensate.
So Felder 1 dart at 10s. Oh my goodness me, that's nowhere near. And the ultimate crime on double 10 really last out in hand.
It's unfortunate to do that.
Yeah,
but it's just pressure.
Yeah, he's 1-0 down in the game. He knows he needs to hold his throw. He's got 1 dart at a new target.
Goodness me, Felder.
If
No
honest,
play,
Dan,
sorry.
Do I think he'll hit the big number here? No, I don't. No, he doesn't.
It's right in the middle of 20.
Yeah, big fat 20. Like
you want that on the scoring
great
phase.
going dart, you're right.
But playing it back now for double 5. And
he's got gem grouper on his shirt. He needs a gem dart here to find double 5. Doesn't.
Well, he's pulled it the other way this time. He pulled it in the 12 last time. He's pulled it into the double 20 this time.
Finds big one.
It's low, but it's gone in.
He finds little one rather than big one, but that's
Recompose. And hit the board, and hopefully the double 2. Well, it's better than 5. Being on double 1 is better than being on 5. Because Kleiner
has
looked ropey on double 5. And it's looking more ropey now. And boy's got it last dart.
I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming from Matthias Kleiner.
The first one was a long way away, but it's a good adjustment in the end. And for him, that's big. 2-0 up. Shake off a few nerves. He'll be looking to push on now and win this 3-0.
Don't forget that Stefan Felder beat Matthias Kleiner in their first encounter in this group stage game. So head-to-head wise, Felder beat Kleiner 3-2 in this opening encounter. So
I'd have loved to see how that game progressed. Did Kleiner go 2-0 up in that game?
Well, I can maybe tell you, Dan. You're right. Kleiner went 2-0 up, and Stefan Felder won 3 legs in a row. 27, a 35, and a 37 darter.
Wow.
So a little touch of quality, but then
the game's
we know Kleiner's had darts to win that. So yeah, Kleiner finds himself in a familiar scenario, 2-0 up against Felder. But will Felder turn the screws?
Is it a treble?
Oh, he's found 2 big trebles.
He puts his hand up to apologise, but
do not apologise. You've just hit 1-3-1, 1-2-1, 1-3-1, whatever it is. You've hit 2 big trebles.
It's big darts.
And you're in a great spot to break the throw here of Kleiner.
Yes, it's a treble 16, but they all count. And that's the important thing. When you're 2-0 down, you don't care.
I don't begrudge him starting on 19s. If you think you're going to hit big numbers more regularly starting down the board, I've got no problem with this. 2 big numbers is better than what Felder's been hitting. So I've got no problems with him going down the board to maybe increase your chances of...
Felder started off this... No, Kleiner, started off this game very well. And... I don't know why, but he should be less nervous now. But he's just another low score, 24, which is unfortunate. But he should be imposing.
I feel nerves, and I've talked about this while commentating during my time playing in the SDC. Nerves are natural to play in a group stage game, especially when you're on live stream. It's difficult.
Oh, look at this! This is a man of quality.
Kleiner.
Good dart.
So you're getting him right back in the leg. But I feel as though the nerves after you've played 2 group stage games, they're not the same nerves that greeted you the first leg of the first game.
Well, they should be less, surely.
Of course they're less. And I don't feel as though they have a substantive impact on your throw. I feel as though they do when you're going for a double. whenever you're going for a double, you think about the occasion, you think about the nerves, you think about the target more specifically. But when I'm throwing for 20s, treble 20, I'm thinking about the segment of 20. And I'd like to think that most of the time I'll hit the 20.
Just got to be in your rhythm.
Okay, nerves can pull it high, low, left, right. Of course they can do that. But I'm
Rhythm's
liking
so
to
important
think
in
that
that.
I will stay at least straight, which from both of these players, we've had occasions where they just haven't been. But this has been a high quality leg.
Well, Stefan Felder, he's switched to 19s,
Yeah.
and it's been working.
And it's brought him success. He's hit a lot of big 19s, which is why he's on finish after 18 darts.
He's got the darts on 62 after 18.
Good dart. 12
Now
or
he
20.
just needs a 20. Well, he
12.
goes 12.
Yeah, for top.
Fair enough.
Okay,
Avoid
his
the
weighting's
push.
not been great, but just leave this high. There's no real pressure to check it. Can't see Kleinert checking 120. Leaves it high. Good play. Good sensible approach.
You'd normally think you're coming back,
You
but
would-
let's see what Matthias
I'm
Kleinert
almost
can
certain
do.
he's coming back.
And
Two good darts.
two good darts, but oh,
Oh my goodness, he's made it more hard than easy after that last dart.
no, Felder to break.
He's flicked that an awful lot. You can tell he's annoyed. He's frustrated.
Oh,
He's missed
recovered
my
well.
darts.
I think first double 16. But he doesn't get it on this occasion. But Kleinert, courtesy of a treble 3, is only left 77. And that's a
treble
tricky
1, Dan,
one.
yeah.
Treble 1, sorry.
18 for tops. Yeah, just making sure. Just making sure. 18 for tops.
Well, he's
Just about
but
finds
it's a
it, yeah.
match dart, and that's the most important thing for him. Oh, he's shaking. Goodness me.
You could see the visible shakes there, couldn't you?
Yeah, and he's got to calm himself down. Like, his arm was shaking the second time as well, which is sad to see. But Felder he's got to capitalise, because Kleinert won't mess around for too long, I'm sure. Was gritting his teeth. But he's just floated that one into the sponge.
Yeah.
Kleinert has got to compose himself here. And he's still shaking.
Yeah, you can see his finger. You can see his fingers wobble on the dart. The dart is never settled.
Oh, it's
Oh
a
my
great
goodness,
dart.
the dart's never settled.
Kleinert.
Matthias Kleinert mops it up on double 16 first dart.
And
Reverses the scores from their previous group stage game.
you can see why he might have lost his first one from a 2-0 lead if he was shaking like
Yeah.
that. But I'm glad that he's composed himself there, just for his own sake.
He was the better player, wasn't he? The better scorer. He was the more composed player.
And in the end, he's come through 3-0. And yeah, it looked good value for it. He had a lot of good darts in there. So did Stefan Felder, to be fair. When he switched to 19s,
Yeah.
he looked a lot better. But
His 19s brought him a lot of success, so maybe that can be a recipe to beat Markin Helder the second time round. Look forward to watching that one second time around. Maybe there'll still be some value on that game. We will see. Join us in a few minutes' time for what will be our last two games from Group 20, featuring Markin Helder and Matthias Kleinert.
15 wie doch 20 wie doch 8 11. Gut. Ja. Ist schon verwundert natürlich. Ja, kannst du machen. Ich habe vorher eine Wall unter den Weg hier. Ja? Ich habe eine Wall unter den Weg hier. Also wir machen wieder Roland. Want de andere hat den Weg. Aber Roland. Du musst gut.
And we are right back with the next round robin game of this group that both missed the 25. Planets was an absolute mile away, if we're being fair. But that matters not. We have to hit the bull or the 25. So, Dan, how long do you think we'll be here for before they hit a 25 or a bull?
I think one will hit it eventually.
Oh, Planet finds it.
He composed himself and he hits it. I just want to say to you, Matt, a comment on Mark Inhelder's darts. They're not tungsten. They look brass to me.
Do they?
Rather large barrel.
We've got some stories about Mark Inhelder and his darts. He actually borrowed a pair of Ryan Searle darts, Dan, from this household, took them to the airport, only to find that he could not take them through the airport,
I've been there.
as he did not have
Wow.
check-in luggage. So he wasted a pair of Ryan Searle 32-gram tungsten darts.
Wow. Well, they don't look 32 grams for starters.
Well, they
Because
might not be
they're
32, but I'm assuming they will be high 20s.
So you're
Looks
saying
like Mark Inhelder's scoring average in this game. I'm assuming they'll be high 20s.
they look brass to me.
They do look
but
dirty brass.
if they're heavy, they might still be tungsten.
Yeah. I'm assuming there's weight behind them because he uses a heavy dart. We know this.
Wow. Ryan Searle's dart's gone forever.
Yeah, Ryan Searle's. If you are at London Heathrow Airport and would like a pair of Ryan Searle darts, go to the security desk and ask for Ryan Searle darts, and you will probably be greeted with a pair.
Probably just ask for some darts. They can't have many, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sure they don't know the difference between Ryan Searle and big brass beauties like these. Yeah. If Robbie Dove is watching with his big brass beauties. We've got Kev K in the group chat there. Go Kunzelman. I'm afraid Mark Kunzelman will not be going any further. He is out, having lost 4 games.
Well,
3-0 in the group stage.
I don't want to put a downer on this group, but I reckon if Mark Kunzelman in this group,
Oh,
he would have
he would look
fared much
different
better.
gravy. He would look different gravy in
He
this
was in a
group.
very high quality group, was Mark Kunzelman, and he sadly didn't bring the best out of him. But you know, you can't take anything away from the players that he was playing against.
Yeah,
They
Schmutz
were very
too
high
good.
quality.
Obviously, Geiger's going to be too good for any group that he walks into, but disappointing from Kunzelman today.
Sad that he didn't manage to win a leg, but the players he was playing were very good.
Another breaker from Mark Inhelder. Possibly his favourite scorer in the game of darts.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, followed by a breaker from Matthias Kleiner.
Getting contagious.
Oh, I think this is even money, the breakfast there. Even money. Oh, he
Oh.
finds treble 19. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he finds double 19 as well. He finds a ton.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Ton from Mark Inhelder.
The
Forget how it happened.
the
That's a ton.
unconventional way, but a ton's a ton,
Ton is a ton.
and that's
Oh,
a very good
my
95.
You're not a stacker, an understacker, sorry, but
It did clip the flat on the way through.
yeah,
but
it did. There was nudges there.
it was in
but
it was in the right area, and
finds a ferry, finds a
this leg
that could even be a treble, you know, Dan. We're a bit
rather than
obscured, but
bounce.
is that 95 or is that
I think it's
57?
57.
57, okay.
But 110's no gimme. This leg's hanging the balance.
Aha, du kannst auf den Winter schwingen.
Kleiner though, he's looked decent on the
Oh
doubles,
my
and
goodness,
now
he
it's
was a double 18. Matthias Kleiner, can you? Oh, he shanks that significantly. But...
Wow, it's a good accident, isn't it?
Oh, it's a very happy
He's
accident.
32.
Yeah, very
And
happy accident.
Markenhelder's got to hit 130, which is a big ask. So massive
Yeah.
claimer is favourite for the leg at this point on double 16. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe
behind
Mark's
the
dealing
scenes.
with a domestic dispute in the SDC. We know he's the founder of the SDC. Maybe complaining about lighting, or
He's back now.
here he is. Oh, why is he
Sadly
starting
not back to check.
Why is he starting on the 12s or on the 5s? Should we get another 5 mark? Yeah, let's finish it off with 3 5s. Okay, Kleiner back for double 16. To end what's been a scrappy old leg.
Good marker.
He won't find this, Dan. I'm absolutely convinced.
That was shanked a little bit. You could tell he's moved. He's lunged forward there, but
Oh my goodness
well,
me,
we've got
18 for tops.
now.
And you know Markenhelder loves tops. If he finds the big number, which he has, double top for Markenhelder. 115. Oh, it's next door. Oh, it's so close.
That was unfortunate.
He finds the double, but not the right one. Oh,
Kleiner.
Mark. Will he get another chance?
Well,
Well, Kleiner.
he's had a misgrip. Recompose, double 8.
Nowhere
He's lunged
near.
forward again.
Nowhere near.
So
Yeah.
you say Markenhelder's good at tops, he's good at the bottom of the board.
Well,
We've
let's
just hit
find
double
out.
19 in this leg already.
Ryan Searle, if he misses tops in the Grand Prix, goes for double 19. Can Mark find this? He splits it. Okay, double 14.
Do you think he went for a 6 there and he says 10?
No. Oh, fucking Helder! Booyah! Kleiner unmoved in the background, but Mark inside will be frothing that 2 dart combination.
29 dart leg.
He will
We've
care
seen
not.
worse.
He will care not. There's tops. There's the target he's so ruthless at. Open 65. He'll take that all day long. All day long will he take that.
Kleiner's grouping has been better, but his doubling has been
Poor.
it's not been
Doubling's been poor.
up to the standard of his scoring,
Yeah.
to put it nicely.
He's found playing that's found some good clutch treble 20s when you'd think the bed's been blocked, but on the outer ring he looked poor. I never fancied him for that double 16. They were a long way away. All 6 darts he threw.
Inhelder just struggles to get the weight, it seems.
Yeah, he sort of suffers from a similar problem that Stefan Felder does. His technique obviously isn't brilliant. There's not much of a pullback or a follow through. In fact, there's very little pullback. So is always prone to those misrelease, those misdirectional darts because he's not got the rhythm.
The direction looks okay, but the length look,
Yeah,
below or above 20 looks rather extreme compared to the spray either side. Because
okay.
he's missed the board there.
Yeah,
He's got
yeah.
weight
I
on.
mean, I can experience a similar issue. I tend to miss the board as well with some of my darts.
And I think that was just a bad visit from him.
Yeah, he
That's
scored
unfortunate.
stiff. Yeah, it's poor. Let's call a spade a spade.
But,
And this is
maybe sometimes when you miss the ball, you just need to take a step back and reevaluate. But this is a bit better.
fat 20s. He'll take 60
Two
from
big
here.
20s, drop one in the treble maybe. But
No,
it's
he'd hate to drop one in the big treble 20. Oh, but
playing
that's
it.
perfect.
He
That's
just
the
looks
playing
a
it.
bit more consistent around the treble 20 bed for sure. Oh,
Oh,
great
booyah.
140.
Oh,
He's got
booyah
a big
from playing
lead in
it.
this leg, but his issue has never been the scoring.
No, it hasn't. No, he earned himself 9 darts in that previous leg, Dan, from being the better scorer.
And it's good seeing Helder's going with him with a 95. Good darts. Again, good grouping. It's treble 19 now, though.
He'll probably want to go 19s or 17s here, you'd think.
Treble 19
Probably
with
19,
this
yeah,
job,
for
but
tops.
88 left. What can Mark do to put on pressure?
I suspect very little, Dan, if I'm honest. Just 2 big fairies is the most Mark can hope for.
Well, 19 should leave a finish.
Oh, this is the big number.
But he's gone for a 17. Or
Of course, Markin Helder is the calculator. That is his nickname. But if he had a 15 there, he would not have left a finish.
He would not.
So the calculator being rather poor in his calculations there, Mark. When you listen to this back, I hope you're well aware of your mistakes.
Matas here.
Just three
Big
big birdies.
16.
Yeah, 3 big 16s leaving tops. Mark. What can we do? Desperate need of a treble. No, doesn't find it.
So you think Matthias
No,
is playing
he's got
favourite to
plenty.
break
Yeah,
back?
he's got plenty at this.
Well, he's hit one of the numbers.
That
though.
was in the wire, the
Some
wiring of
numbers.
the outside of the board.
On the doubles, like he's looked so shaky
Yeah.
compared to his scoring.
He's looked nowhere near, has he? If I'm honest.
Which is, but we saw him shaking before, you know.
Yeah,
and
we did.
It's sad to see. As Markin Helder again in the double 19, but
He's at 42. That's actually a lucky
he's
accident.
yeah, he's on the 100 mark, which is a nice leave. But it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, Matthias Klein at first start. Tops. Okay.
Levels the game.
It's a really interesting game, this, because
25 dart leg. Nothing to.
so in the scoring portion, Kleinet's the better scorer, but the grouping from both is wild. I just feel as though Kleinet's had more visits where he's around the treble.
His grouping is generally better.
With Mark, I never quite know where his first start's going to be. Like, is it going to be near a treble? Is it going to be at the board? Is it just going to be a nice high fat number? As he's hit 3 of those right there. I don't quite know where Mark's first start's going to be. With Kleinet, I feel as though I know roughly where his first start might be.
And he's in the treble again.
Obviously, plus or minus a little bit of spray, but
you're bound to get that.
of course you are. Yeah, of course you are.
But Markin Helder, he's now. I was going to say, looks like he's going to the 19s.
What is that?
As a status quo, but he's gone back up to the 20s there and hit a 12. But he just looks like he hasn't settled on what he thinks is best for him at this point in the game.
You're not afraid to hitting a little 12 every now and then, are you, Dan?
Nope. Certainly not. But I won't want to go on stage and hit them. Which is why I keep in the pub league. But I think Markin Helder's, he's struggling a bit here. He hasn't made his mind up on what's best for him, which 2019s, you know, he's missed the board on 20s, he's missed the board on 19s now. You just need to find a rhythm on something. You know, when he's switching all the time, you're not giving yourself a chance to find a rhythm. And that's much better. But
yeah, we make this comment a lot about when we watch Mark. He's obviously so involved in the game of darts. He watches an incredible amount of darts, plays quite a lot of darts, but it's never really tested. He never plays competitive darts, and has always sort of tried to run before he can walk. Almost, he's never learned the basics of the game in terms of a technique, a grounding in the game, a tight grouping.
Technique looks okay. It's just like the release is a bit slow, and the
you
pullback.
can see that in the angle that it releases from his hand. He sort of
And his elbow
tilts it, doesn't he,
moves.
to the right. He tilts it before he releases, which
Like, look at that elbow there. You've got a lot of movement on that elbow, and that will mean you do have a lot of spray in the vertical direction. That just comes with moving the elbow.
so playing at big 20 here will leave tops.
Don't bust it, Matthias. Well, he didn't bust it. He hit a 1, but that's better than busting it.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
When your opponent's on 2-1-8.
I don't see Mark leaving a finish here, if I'm completely honest.
I think both players in this game are just lacking confidence at this point, and that's shown in Matthias Kleiner there.
Okay, double 18 will leave a finish.
Double 19.
Sorry, double 19. Leaves in the 9-dart perfection finish, of course. 1-4-1.
Oh!
What? Matthias Kleiner, 2 darts. Oh my goodness me, I didn't see that going.
A 25 dart leg followed by 23. So he's found some very good consistency here, and he's now favourite for the game, sorry. But Mark and Helder keep switching between 20s and 19s.
I think now would be a good timing to have a little summary of what's going on around the boards. Maybe take you through. There's only a certain selection of live games still in play. There's only 6 boards left with group stage games. We now know that Sven Geiger, of course, and Andreas Schmutz qualifying from Group 1. Roger Baumann will be topping Group B with Dominik Hebezner. I've got the pronunciation wrong there as well. Benjamin Bergen, a good play. We'll finally get to see him in the knockout stages. I feel this might be his first time in the last 64. Benjamin Bergen progressing from Group C. Rebecca Elsner, good to see. I think she'll be qualifying out the group. Let me have a look. We know Thomas Ritter will be topping that group, but it's between Rebecca Elsner and Matthias Muller to see who will finish second there. I think Rebecca's done enough to finish.
She has.
Yeah, Rebecca Elsner will be qualifying into the knockout stages there from Group D. Christoph Schumann clearly had enough for Group E, Group 5, whatever you want to call it. Christoph Schumann will be topping that group. Nicholas Wergler qualifying through in second. The Fister will be going through from Group 6, along with Thomas Ingrans, who we've seen many times in 2023. Good treble there from Mark and Helder. Joel Breitenmoser, after averaging 90 in a 3-0 victory from Urs Haberli, will have enough to qualify in first from that group there, alongside Fabrizio Baroni. Stay tuned for some of Joel's games. Of course, he reached the final in SDC Tour Event 9. See if he can go all the way today. Connor Steiger and Sven Hoffman, no surprises there from Group AH, Group 8, I believe that is. Lorian Fent got a couple of legs on the board today. That's a little bit of a surprise. He picked up 5 legs. He won't be going through, though. Luis Camacho topping that group. Mirko Maluch through in second. Roger Tusha, the inform man of 2023, is topping the group AJ, Group 9, with Yannick Ludi and Mike Lotzer. Roger Tusha will be a group topper in our last 64 stages. Can't wait to see his progress there. Rocco Fulciniti hasn't averaged under 70 all day with 4.
Sorry to interrupt, Matt. We've got a 180. Possibly 180. Matthias Kleinert. Fully 44. Great dart from Matthias Kleinert. Sorry to interrupt there, Matt.
Sorry, am I watching Matthias Kleinert or am I watching Rocco Fulciniti averaging 80? Who is this? Matthias Kleinert. Well, Mark replies back with 96 of his own.
It's been a much higher quality leg than what we've seen before.
Oh.
Both players have really found it in this leg.
He checks 44 here.
The Kleinert for the match now. He's hit tops twice before in this leg.
He's an official gun sparesman if he checks this.
Oh, but now in Helder, 75 to level the game and break back. 18 for tops, and we know he loves tops.
We know he loves tops. Gets a dart at top.
The 18.
I think this goes, Dan. This is there.
Oh,
it's closer to the foam.
It's almost out of camera shot there, but that's a 6. So it's double 7 now for playing.
Mark is favourite. Doesn't want to be left on double 7.
Goodness me.
Got to attack it.
He's
got to attack it, and he does attack it. Finds double 7 and beats Mark and Helder 3-1. Oh, which could be the end of the road for Mark and Helder.
It strengthens Matthias Kleinert's.
Oh, Kleinert at this point with a couple of games left in this group.
The last 2 games.
Yeah, Matthias Kleinert does, after playing 4 games, 3 wins, assumes his place in the knockout stages.
Probably favourite.
We'll now have a straight shootout between Felder and Helder to see who will progress. Wow.
Bit of excitement to finish that game there. Good to see.
And we'll have excitement between Felder and Helder. Might not be the best quality game, but one of them will progress to the last 64. Join us in a few minutes.
Nein, meine Rechnung hätte ich nicht mal lesen. Ja, nur für die TV. Juliana. Er ist dort schon. Julian. Auf Triple Linse bist du nicht schlecht, aber ja, ich hätte nie, aber nicht zu viel. Ja, ich sehe es. Kannst du selber Kohlen nach? Gut, ja. Danke. Come on. Ja, ja.
We are back for the last game of this group, and Stefan Felder, after winning the bull, straight into the treble 20. And this game has very important implications for both players. Whoever wins this game, if our math serves us correctly, will go through to the knockouts. And Stefan Felder, again, once back in the treble 20. However, Stefan Felder did lose their previous game 3-0. Mark and Helder winning that one, obviously. And so he'll be looking to avenge that defeat and get through to knockout. So very tasty game here. Hopefully it brings out the best in both players, but we will soon find out. A very good start from both, though. 70s averages in the early stages. Quick out the block, so should hopefully be a good game.
Who do you see winning this game, Dan?
It just has 3-2 written all over it, doesn't it? If I had to pick a winner, I would go with Mark.
What?
That's who I would go with. What are you thinking, Matt?
I'm thinking that Mark and Helder has more SDC experience than Stefan. And I think, in the end, I think Mark's advantage will come that he's just a little bit more composed on the doubles.
That's what I was thinking. That was the difference for me.
Yeah.
Stefan can score.
You know that in the scoring section, they'll both be roughly similar. Okay, a few trebles and they'll take the advantage in the leg, but I feel as though they'll roughly be averaging 50-ish on the scoring section in this game, but I feel as though Mark just has a little bit more when it comes to the doubles, which is why I think he'll win this game 3-0 or possibly 3-1, just because his advantage on doubles will just take over.
Well, you can see how much it means to Stefan Felder. He was hitting his head there. Just in the back of the camera shot after going to Big 12 his last start. So he's clearly up for this.
We can see a good Josh Rock lookalike in the background there. Dan agrees in the blue shirt. Stood alongside Lucas Dahlman, who's just wandering out of shot.
It is hard to disagree.
Josh Rock watching in the background there. He's not playing on the European Championships, of course. He's He's here in Switzerland. No, that's not.
He's where you need to be.
That's not Josh Rock, of course, but...
So Mark and Helder, he's had a few good visits, and he's assumed... Josh Rock looking very intense.
Yeah, he's staring at it. He's wondering what quality of spares this is. Like, leaving finishes after 18 darts? That's... Who would have thought it? Well, Mark and Helder would have thought it. He's on 110. Okay. Just one treble. Here's the agenda for Mark. 85 now.
Check this
Treble
visit.
15. I'm certain he'll go 15.
Well,
He does 15s. Oh, Mark.
Well, he likes the 19s of the scoring, doesn't he? Does Mark? And he's clean.
Knowing how ruthless he is on tops, I'm really surprised.
What do you do here, Stefan? Stays there. 47 doesn't really put much of a dent in it.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
But that does not help.
That's the worst
Why
of all
has he
worlds.
gone?
You've got to go the 10s route there, really, haven't you?
Maybe he did.
Just for a bit of spray, it accommodates. If you hit 6, okay, he's sprayed multiple times there. He hasn't left a double from 66, which is really poor. And Mark knows it because he could be under a bit of pressure here with one treble.
But it doesn't look like it'll matter too much.
No.
48 is one of those where you can hit 16 or an 8, and it takes the pressure off the situation.
I sometimes think that, Dan, when you need a big number to leave a double, you concentrate more on the big number. I think sometimes when you've got 2 to aim at, it reduces your concentration.
So I think he was going for tops there, and he's at 16.
Oh, I'm almost certain.
Oh,
to go tops
what
there.
a dart.
It's not double 16.
But that's
Huge.
why the 48 is a very nice finish. And it's a great finish from Mark and Helder to go 1-0 up, straight back in the trebles. He's loving the 19s in this game. It seemed to... Oh, my God. He switched up to 20s there. And great 136. I was just going to say how it seems that his MO in this game has been the 19s, just as he switched up to the treble 20 and hits it. But
He's a versatile man, as Felder also goes downstairs and has a little look at the 19s. Surely we'll switch here.
both are finding more success in the 19s than the 20s, for sure.
That's... I'm annoyed when players do that. They're going downstairs to secure themselves hitting the big number, and then you obscure the treble. Your big number hitting percentage has obviously gone down because you've obscured the segment, and you miss. But there we are.
And as he said, he's got an open treble 20, and now he switches.
Yeah.
Well, he's not.
He's showing signs of anger here, isn't he? Frustration. We know this is a must-win game for both players. Felder 1-0 down, a break of 3 down, of course.
But in these type of games,
And
he
he's
just
down and
needs
out in this leg as well. He's 100 points behind already.
a 2 trebles visit swings it big time.
Yeah. But even just 2 big numbers is enough for Mark here. Hitting 40 is enough.
7.
Yeah. Okay, he hit 3 big numbers there, but do I see Felder coming back with 3 big numbers of his own? Absolutely not. He's cheering 2 big numbers. He's giving 2 big numbers a
I don't
booyah.
know if he's cheering or he's just like a sarcastic
Yeah, it's
cheer, but
it seems misplaced. This game is a must-win game for both, and it's petulant really, but
he's not happy. But it's not a terrible dart. He just needs to keep the rhythm going.
you can't be annoyed with the treble 7.
They're decent darts.
I think as a right-handed thrower, and you might find the same, Dan, that a lot of my darts slip into 7 or treble 7,
Yes.
and I'm not annoyed by the treble 7s. Sometimes I feel as though I've just pushed it a little bit too hard. I've gone a little bit too aggressive at the 19s, and I find myself in treble 7, but I'm not annoyed. I know that sometimes they're a well-thrown dart. The 3s I'm more concerned about.
Yeah, Stefan Felder, he's just looked very agitated during this game,
Yeah.
but a treble 16, he didn't mean it,
He
but
scores 60 there.
it
It's
helps.
not
It
not
helps.
scoreboard pressure at this point. He's just hit 3 big numbers essentially there. Which, okay, Mark
Oh,
now
goodness.
has scored over 60 himself with the help of a double there.
I know he's got a 16 for good measure, blimey.
Yeah, Mark,
Good position in this leg.
nearly
Mark
200 points
Felder.
ahead here. Yeah, he's
Sadly for Stefan Felder, he's not really. He's hit a few treble 7s, but they're not the big ones that he was wanting, and the score shows that. Unfortunately for him,
I feel as though the difference
well,
here,
that looks blocked.
Dan, is Mark's experience of the game of darts, he knows where the 19s is. He's comfortable with going downstairs on the 19s. I feel as though with Felder, he's made this reaction on a knee-jerk decision. He's done this on the cuff. He's not an experienced 19s thrower. And if you're not, I think that finds you out. That's a brilliant
It's a great setup for Mark and Helder.
The calculator, of course, coming in clutch there. Doing his calculations, leaving 24. Brilliant darts.
Well, he has had more success on the 19s, but as you said, he's just not hit enough trebles. But then,
well, Danny's not hit enough of anything. He's not enough big numbers or trebles. He's just been the weaker player. Oh my goodness me! Mark Jack's first dart, 2-0 to Mark and Helder. 20 points between the averages.
and
Mark and Helder sending Stefan Felder to the absolute. He's sending him to the morgue here, Dan.
well, it was 3-0 in that previous game, and it could be looking like that way. Stefan Felder has a smile on his face, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's smiling.
Again, I don't know if it's a sarcastic smile, but he does look frustrated as well. And
We only have 3 games left in our group stages, ladies and gents. We have Stefan Felder, Mark and Helder. We have Roger Tuscher, the man who's unbeaten today, 2-0 up against Yannick Ludi, the dirtiest stacker in the SDC. And Christoph Pulfer against David Malaya, the Irishman, will have already gone through from that group. So this game, our last group with any knockout waiting on it, Dan.
wow.
Of course, the winner progressing, the loser going home. That looks like Mark and Helder will be progressing.
I do feel a bit sorry for Stefan Felder. He's hit a lot of treble 3s, 7s. But that's just darts.
It's just starts. Roger Tuscher wraps up a 3-0 win against Yannick Ludi. He'll be topping the group over on Group 10. Can't wait to see Roger Tuscher in the knockout stages yet again. We are down to our last couple of games in the round-robin stage of SDC Tour Event 11. And Stefan Felder, dart of a resignated man there, I feel, Dan, don't you?
Well,
I mean,
if you keep stepping back every time and showing frustration, it's just going to give, it's going to make your opponent feel more confident as well. So Mark and Helder will be feeling good. He's seen Stefan struggling. And he's showing it visibly. Again, another shake to the head.
He's been showing it visibly from the start of this game. He's
not his best visit there. He's not had a lot of his best visits in this game, sadly, though.
what I'm feeling in this position, Dan, and I'm sure you've experienced this too, when you're not feeling good, when you're not feeling confident on even the big numbers on the dartboard. The best approach is just to go back to basics, isn't it? It's just to try and do the basics right, hit the big numbers, maybe forget about aiming for the treble for a little while.
Don't think about what you're doing. Just get something natural going. Don't try and break down your technique to the bare bones, which you're probably doing when you're playing badly. You're overthinking everything. Just keep a rhythm and keep trying to throw. Mark and Helder just missed the board, and then he's kept the rhythm going, and then he's recovered rather well. Well, obviously he's missed the ball there. It's a bad dart, but he's kept a rhythm going. He's kept a momentum going.
There's no rhythm here, is there? I wouldn't be surprised if he misses a big number here, which he does.
And every time you keep stopping and showing frustration, you're not going to get any rhythm going ever, sadly. And we've all been there, frustrating, it is annoying, but you're not helping yourself.
No.
When you keep
It's hard
back.
It's hard to experience that. It's hard to know that, though, isn't it? I mean, Stefan at this point his brain must be spinning. He must be annoyed, angry. He's feeling a range of emotions here. But
just knows
the one that he needs to sort of embody is concentration, of focus, of enjoyment. I almost feel as though he's not enjoying this game anymore. He's still in the game. He's 20 points behind. And Mark's not a strong player.
Well, he's not thrown strong darts in this leg. It's been a bad leg.
Residing as though he's lost the game already, when really at this point you're not. You're not out of the game. You're 40 points, 30 points behind.
He's stepped back there, and it's not a terrible dart. Just keep the rhythm.
Yeah, 1 or 2 trebles in your next 1 or 2 visits. And I dare say your favourite to win the leg.
I agree. It's been a not the best leg from both, obviously.
No.
Both over 200 after 21 darts. And another miss of the board. Like me on Wednesday. Kept it in double 19.
Those colours are just too attractive. I prefer to get the black segments of the board. They don't get talked about enough, those big black segments of the board.
Well,
knocking Windmill off its perch, I enjoy that.
Stefan Felder's at a lot of trouble. Oh, isn't it?
Double 19, yeah, that's been his friend that game. Oh, find the trouble as well. 102 for fucking Elder. Oh, Stefan Felder shows his frustration there.
He has a laugh, but he's not playing his own game.
Oh, okay. Great treble there. 48 hit, 98 left.
The 146 is still on.
Treble 20, double 19. Can we? Oh, he's hit 2 trebles. Just not the right ones.
I just don't
Unlucky
like the
from
lack
Felder.
of rhythm, though. The lack of
Yeah,
rhythm.
every dart's an event there. You're on 146. In my mind, Dan, I'm thinking hit 60, hit 100. If I'm lucky, hit 100. Leave it much easier than on my next visit back. Okay, he's on 50. He won't go for it. He misses the board. Must go for it now. Surely he knows. Mark and Helder.
This could
Does
be a
he smile?
happy accident.
He's on the bullseye. Oh, okay, he hits big 20.
That's double 15. But
What a
Stefan
show. He
Felder,
didn't need that second dart, did he, Dan? Just
He
threw it
did
away
not.
by the looks of things. Didn't need it.
It's a good dart from Stefan.
Yeah.
56 left. Surely go 16.
16 or 20, obviously. Good dart. Yeah.
But there's no rhythm.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't
Once
like
again.
this.
I mean, if he gets it, fair play.
No, I just can't see it going, can you? I mean, it'll be miles low. Yeah, okay, it's low, but didn't ever seem likely, did it?
It's not a rhythm or game.
Ops to split.
Don't know what he was doing there.
Okay, now 17 remaining.
was a good
now
one.
16 remaining.
Double 8.
Bust his score,
And he's
okay.
right back to double 15.
Yeah.
Will he get back for it though? Stefan Felder, double 10. He hits the double 15.
Oh.
The one that Mark needs.
Leave it in, Stefan. Leave it as a marker.
Well,
Maybe he
he
chose to
switched
split.
before.
Double 14's been kind to him in this game. Of course, he hit it first dart in the opening leg. Will he find it here? He does
he
find it
does.
here. Mark and Helder will be qualifying through in second place in this group. Beating Stefan
35.
Felder 3-0.
No, 30. Scrappy last leg, but
Oh, was it scrappy? But Mark and Helder will not care.
he won't care. He's going
Whitewash Stefan Felder.
once again.
Points on his average. Oh my goodness me.
And that almost concludes the last of the games in the group stages.
It certainly does, Dan. It certainly does. We have one live game remaining. And then we will be able to preview our last 64 encounters. We'll just have a quick glance to see if any of our big names are going home in the group stages. I can tell you Connor Steiger is going home in Group 7. Sven Hoffman is topping the group with Timo Marti qualifying in second. Wow, Connor Steiger, a previous semi-finalist in the SDC, will be going home.
With a
Group
higher
stages.
overall average than Timo Marti, but
Yeah.
not enough.
Not enough to send him into the knockout stages. Yuri Barth going home in an all-German group with Johannes Gummich and Andreas Heimann. Daniel Garter will be going home as well, a previous last 16 participant. Didn't win a game today against Barry Nelson and Claudio Donner. Unfortunate for Danielle. Maybe not enough of the afternoon refreshments for Daniel Garter. Might have been his problem today. Liam Mendel-Lawrence tops the group with Felix Schiertz, beating him twice in those head-to-head encounters. Both men averaging over 70 in the group stages there. Hans-Peter Schweiter will be going home. The old experienced head in Group AW. Didn't pick up a win in his group stage games today. Rolf Schelling also will be going home on leg difference. Jochen Grauden's topping that group, but Justin Oshka will be qualifying in second. Rolf Schelling going home. And that concludes our coverage of the group stages of SDC Tour Event 11. join us back shortly, where we will be previewing and looking forward to our knockout stages of the competition.
Weiter geht's mit der K.O.-Phase. Ich lese gerade die folgenden Partien vor. Auf Board 2 Sven Geiger gegen Rudolf Toni. Rudolf Toni, Sven Geiger, Board 2. Board 3 Roger Baumann, Silvio Thoma. Silvio Thoma, Roger Baumann, Board 3. Board 4 Benjamin Bürgin, Jörg Schwendimann. Jörg Schwendimann, Benjamin Bürgin, Board 4. Board 5 Thomas Ritter, Justin Oeschler. Justin Oeschler, Thomas Ritter, Board 5. Board 6 Christoph Schumann, René Soller. René Soller, Christoph Schumann, Board 6. Board 7 Thomas Indergant, Toni Maisano. Toni Maisano, Thomas Indergant, Board 7. Board 8 Joel Breitemoser, Bruno Gonzales. Bruno Gonzales, Joel Breitemoser, Board 8. Board 9 Sven Hofmann, Daniel Burkhardt. Daniel Burkhardt, Sven Hofmann, Board 9. Board 10 Luis Camacho, Michael Neuhaus. Michael Neuhaus, Luis Camacho, Board 10. Board 11 Roger Düscher, Cyril Ulvermüller. Cyril Ulvermüller, Roger Düscher, Board 11. Board 12 Rocco Fulciniti, Jakob Börner. Jakob Börner, Rocco Fulciniti, Board 12. Board 13 Johannes Gummich, Felix Schierz. Felix Schierz, Johannes Gummich, Board 13. Board 14 Christian Arnold, Mark Inheller. Mark Inheller, Christian Arnold, Board 14. Board 15 Daniel Zurbrück, Patrick Ray. Patrick Ray, Daniel Zurbrück, Board 15. Board 16 Barry Nelson, Dario Steiner. Dario Steiner, Barry Nelson, Board 16. Board 17 Andreas Wegner, Philippe Simoes. Philippe Simoes, Andreas Wegner, Board 17. Board 18 Thierry Arpagaus, Fernando Jorge González. Fernando Jorge González, Thierry Arpagaus, Board 18. Board 19 Kilian Schmutz, Claudio Donno. Claudio Donno, Kilian Schmutz, Board 19. Board 1 Thomas Eschinger, Samuel Lester Schmutz. Samuel Lester Schmutz, Thomas Eschinger, Board 1. Board 20 Matthias Klehnert, Ivo Fuhrer. Ivo Fuhrer, Matthias Klehnert, Board 20. Board 21 Liam Mendel-Lawrence, Andreas Heimann. Andreas Heimann, Liam Mendel-Lawrence, Board 21. Board 22 David Milea, Bruno Reis. Bruno Reis, David Milea, Board 22. Board 23 Patrick Wachter, Yannick Lüdi. Yannick Lüdi, Patrick Wachter, Board 23. Board 24 Fabio Ischitelli, Mirko Manu. Mirko Manu, Fabio Ischitelli, Board 24. Board 25 Ange Sud, Timo Marti. Timo Marti, Ange Sud, Board 25. Board 26 Mark Pichsel, Urs Severli. Urs Severli, Mark Pichsel, Board 26. Board 27 Frieder Lang, Adrian Fischer. Adrian Fischer, Frieder Lang, Board 27. Board 28 Erik Schutz, Nikolaus Jürger. Nikolaus Jürger, Erik Schutz, Board 28. Board 29 Jochen Graudenz, Rebecca Ilsener. Rebecca Ilsener, Jochen Graudenz, Board 29. Board 30 Erno Filovic, Remo Konax. Remo Konax, Erno Filovic, Board 30. Board 31 Lukas Dahlmann, Dominik Hebeisen. Dominik Hebeisen, Lukas Dahlmann, Board 31. Board 32 Alessandro Nikolov, Andreas Schulz. Andreas Schulz, Alessandro Nikolov, Board 32. Falls ihr jemand nicht hört, hätte ich bitte den Anleitung pro
das erste Spiel mit den 2 Handballern. Hey, wenn du das erste Mal was machen willst, dann ist es.
Danke vielmals und könnt ihr spielen.
Oder Blamage spielen. Vorgehen. Heute wir spielen mit Musik. 180. Ja. Dann machen wir nochmal 180. Einfach probieren wir nochmal. Drüber nicht so. Hat es so umfällt. Ja. Scheiße. Geil wäre es gewesen, so eine Reis gemacht. Ja. Das hat man so gesagt. Also ich muss mich ändern, ab dann fragen, wo der Herr will. Nein, alles gut.
Ich lese aber ganz schnell alle ab, die wir schreiben, bitte so schnell wie möglich an Ortsgehen. Ort 2 Mark Kunstmann, Ort 3 Oliver Putz, Ort 4 Marco Schenk, Ort 5 Matthias Müller, Ort 6 Frank Mayer, Ort 7 Tom Ehretz, Ort 8 Fabrizio Baroni, Ort 9 Paula Schiefer, Ort 10 Armin Wendt, Ort 11 Mike Kutze, Ort 12 Antonio Polisena, Ort 13 Juri Barth, Ort 14 Sandro Schmid, Ort 15 Sven Juni, Ort 16 Anine Katak, Ort 17 Gerhard Hofmann, Ort 18 Michael Erhöh, Ort 19 Michel Rochon, Ort 1 Marco Gerber, Ort 20 Stefan Felder, Ort 21 Silvio Colli, Ort 22 Christoph Pulver, Ort 23 Hans-Peter Schütter, Ort 24 Mario Arnold, Ort 25 Loris Schafer, Ort 26 Steve Laufer, Ort 27 Sascha Staufer, Ort 28 Deborah Speck, Ort 29 Rolf Schill, Ort 30 Ann-Christine Finger, Ort 31 Louis Müller, Ort 32 Ross München.
Welcome back, and we are now into the last 64, the knockout stages of SDC Tour Event 11. We've got some tasty encounters to preview while we are into the knockout stages. A couple of the games already getting underway around the boards. We've got Rocco Fulciniti, one leg apiece against Jakob Borner. We've got Andreas Wegner, 1-0 up against Philippe Samos. And we have Eric Stutz, 1-0 up against Nicholas Wegner. But the game we have on our live stream here is Thomas Eichmann against Samuel Nestor Schmutz. Here is Samuel on our screens now. And Dan, we've watched maybe 9 darts from each player here. Who do you think's the better player, or who's got the throw or the nicer technique? What do you think?
I'd say, which one's on the screen again?
This is Thomas
Thomas.
Eichmann.
Yeah. I really like his technique. Very solid.
Very steady. Yeah, very, very smooth.
I think both have a very nice technique. They've obviously got through their groups.
Yep.
I think it'll be a good game.
Yeah, I think it will as well. I mean, he reminds me a little bit. I know there's not many top quality left-handed darts players, but Danny Lauby, he reminds me just a little bit of Danny Lauby. We might have completed our first leg in this game. We haven't got Darts Connected scoreboard updated, but I believe that Samuel Nestor Schmutz has gone 1-0 up, averaging 65. It shows 1-2-1 here. Yeah, I believe we're underway in this game. I'm sorry if Darts Connect can't keep pace for you guys on YouTube, but Samuel is 1-0 up against Thomas
We were both
Eichmann.
saying that we thought they were practicing for a very long time.
We did, yeah, we did think that.
But clearly that's not the case, and they have been underway.
Yeah, we are underway. We can confirm Samuel Schmutz 1-0 up. What do you think, Dan? Does he throw a little bit like Danny Lauby? Is that a name you're familiar with? Do you recognise? Do you think that's a good comparison?
Well, no, it's Eichmann is 1-0 up. No, it's Schmutz.
No, Schmutz 1-0
No,
up.
I think the Eichmann throws a bit like Danny Lauby. This guy here.
This is Samuel Schmutz. This is Schmutz. I can confirm.
Oh, blimey.
This is Schmutz, and this is Thomas Eichmann.
I just thought Eichmann just hit
No,
double 19.
Eichmann looks like Andy Hamilton.
He looks like I just thought he hit double 19 to win the leg.
No, he lost the first leg. He's now hit 26. Yep, here's Samuel Schmutz in a great position to go 10-0 up.
Well, he has been, the after show, very dominant in the game.
Yeah, he's
He's in a very good position in this leg.
Yeah, he's over 10 points higher on the match averages.
So just to update you all that Schmutz is on 180 and Eichmann 300 minus these, and it's 30, so 270.
Not a big dent, really. When Schmutz, you'd think, is zoning on a doable combination. Okay, leaves himself
Wow.
140.
It looks like he has time in this leg.
You'd think
That's
so, wouldn't you? Yeah.
You think, well, he's too fast for Andy Hamilton.
He is too fast for Andy Hamilton, you're right. I'm talking more appearance-wise. He's a sort of 2010 Andy Hamilton.
When Andy Hamilton was supporting the goatee.
When he was rocking major PDC quarterfinals, semi-finals.
Getting to the World's final as well.
I think.
And he'll be open, he can throw like Andy Hamilton that
He
era.
certainly will. He'll need to hone something like Andy Hamilton to come back from this.
A good start to put a dent in it.
Might look down to...
120 behind in this leg minus these.
Okay.
So only slightly behind now on the leg. 109, plays 144. And this leaves 52.
Finds the treble, yeah. 52, Dan, yeah. 12 for
12
tops.
for tops. I think he's overpitched it.
He has.
The flight
yeah.
is going it slightly.
Nice rhythm, though. He really
Very
threw those
good.
with a good conviction to them. I can't admit I've seen Samuel Schmutz before, but he's playing really nicely here.
Both are playing rather well. Although that's a bit of a ropey dart.
Yeah.
It's left the 100, but he probably won't get another shot.
right on the top wire there. Pulls it
Simple
inside.
Schmutz, double 10 now. And he gets it.
Good find on
Just
his
a
head.
little step back, a
Yeah.
little check the scoreboard, recompose yourself. You can tell that he's got a good rhythm, unlike the other game we saw before.
Yeah.
He's got a nice rhythm. It was just a recomposure.
I like his little black Under Armour as well, Dan. What do you think about the little long sleeve Under Armour that he's wearing?
I've noticed that like a lot more women tend to use it than men, but some men do use it as well, and apparently it just gives stability around the elbow. I've been told, on the forearm. I don't know what you think about it. I've never used it, but then again, I'm with
I've
it.
never used it as well, and I tend to find that a lot of darting environments, particularly like this, where there's been darts happening in this arena for 3 or 4 hours with a lot of participants, it's going to be hot in there. I feel as though it can't be for heat preservation or heat conservation, but the only players I tend to find who wear them are sort of Asian players or Eastern
A lot
European
of the Asian
players.
soft tip players
use
it.
Kovacs is probably the only one on the PDC circuit I know, Patrick Kovacs, who wears a sort of underskin.
Yeah, a lot of it's mainly the soft tip players. Yes,
It is. Yeah, it's mainly your Asian players who I associate with wearing them. But yeah, I'm always intrigued as to why they do or what qualities they think it gives them. I would never do it myself. But
One of the women that it gives, Anastasia Bromslova from Ellesmere Port, near where I'm from, that it gives her better stability of the elbow, she feels, and the forearm.
Okay.
I don't know about other people, but that's what she has.
A game where there's no criteria, is that you can just about wear what you want and throw what you want and feel how you want to feel. So
one thing we can say about this leg is Eichmann does not need it because he's at back-to-back 140s, followed by an 81.
Yeah.
He's less than 100 after 12 darts. It's a great recovery.
He's over 200 points ahead of Samuel here.
But he's at 180.
He comes back with a 180 of his own.
But he's only left a bogey 166.
Oh.
And that's just because Eichmann has had an amazing leg.
Yeah. Eichmann. Oh, treble 19 for tops.
14 dart leg.
That's right on the wire. That's exactly where you'd want your first dart there. Oh, goes high again, but shouldn't be worried. He's had a brilliant leg here, and they were 2 good darts at tops.
Tasty contest so far.
Very tasty contest.
Good pressure from...
of course, this would be a breaker throw for Eichmann.
Always look good value for the break throw if he gets it. It's been a great leg, 16 darts. And it's game on now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Sam Schmutz came out of the traps firing, but who would you say is favourite for the game now, Dan? I mean, Eichmann just coming back there with a 16-darter. Is the momentum with Eichmann?
Both of them look good. It's whether he can sustain what he's just done in the first leg. And 95 to get off.
Yeah.
Oh, 55. My apologies. I thought the second one was in the treble 20. And apologies that your score is not updated yet. We've got the scores up from Darts Connect to update you of what's going on. But you cannot see that. So apologies about that. Well, both players playing some very good stuff at this point.
Some very steady darts.
Weichmann's just straight into the treble 1 there. Then Samuel sprays into the treble 5. So, not the quick start we had to the last leg, but just as important.
Yeah, of course, we're now up to first of 4 in these last 64 games. We don't quite have the immediate pressure of a first of 3 games, so no need for Eichmann to panic just yet. But of course, if Schmutz goes 3-1 up here,
well, Schmutz is,
which he's now favourite to do with that treble.
He's recovered well there because he's hit a few 5s in this leg.
He has hit a few 5s. You're right. He has been going left. Has Schmutz. Really do the treble now. Eichmann doesn't find it. Finds another breakfast. It's been our top score of the day. Breakfast has been the mode score of the day. We've seen plenty of them.
But we want to see more of these. Well, not the 5, but the rest was very good. And Samuel Schmutz with a good lead in this leg. Again, against the darts.
I've been impressed with Schmutz. First time I've seen him, of course, he's played very well. I like his attitude, I like his rhythm, I like his temperament to the game. I think he's a good player. Using darts that are very reminiscent of Andy Bless. His darts look very ribbed, and he throws them in a similar kind of fashion. Of course, he's a left-hander. He throws quickly. There's more than a few similarities.
And a great last start there to leave 100. And Eichmann back on 217. Minus these, so that's 172.
Yeah.
So
great dart there.
The shots for an 18 dart leg now. Doesn't matter. Eichmann on 172.
Yeah.
Comes back for tops.
Schmutz for his second breaker throw in the game.
Eichmann really needs a 140 here, you'd think, or a 100.
Yeah. Even just one big treble, just to let Schmutz know he's there. Doesn't find it.
Doesn't get it. Oh, double 5 now. This is nervy.
Going round the houses. Oh. Inside. There it is. Oh,
they were not badly thrown.
No, they weren't.
But you can't afford to be going inside 3 times.
Felt the rhythm was steady with each of them as well.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But Eichmann is just dropped below the treble. 72 left now. And he stayed there.
I think he was caught in 2 minds there, don't you? Down between the 12s and the 20s.
Yeah. It's a good one, though.
Will it matter?
And it won't matter. Double 2.
That's a really ruthless check out from Schmutz. Double 2 is not easy under that pressure.
Well, being on single 5 as well. And
yeah, having to hit the big number under that pressure, never easy.
3-1, and he's looked good value for the 3.
He certainly has, yeah. He has been the better player overall, I would say. There's been a couple of games completed in our last 64 already. Lucas Dahlmann, 4-0.
Sorry, 180 here. Oh, just goes above.
Lucas Dahlmann, 4-0 victory over Dominic Hebesner. 4-0 to Dahlmann. Oh, we've had a couple more games completed as well. Mark Rochelle, 4-1 against Urs Haberli. Ant Schuder, 4-0 victor. Barry the Bucky Nelson, 4-0. Averaging 70. Felix Shearts, averaging 87. Putting on a show against Johannes Gummich. Averaging 70, but didn't win a leg. Unlucky to Johannes, going out in the last 64. Rocco Fulciniti, our much improved player in the last 2 tour events, won 4-2 against Jakob Berner. So we've still got 20 or so games left. This last 64 round. Plenty of nice, evenly poised ties.
The Fister 3-0 down.
Yeah, the Fister in trouble.
Wow.
Certainly hasn't replicated his group stage performance. Thierry Aspalagus will be going through. 4-1 victor there. Likewise, Sven Hoffman, 4-1 against Daniel Burkhardt. A couple of games getting completed there. Frieda Lang, Adrian Fister's drawn a tough tie. Frieda Lang, a good player, as we know. Averaged over 90 this week. Down again in a game against Marcel Wolfen.
Wow.
Sadly,
it's not... Well, he's averaging 50 in this game.
Yeah, Fister hasn't brought his best against Frieda Lang there. Oh my goodness me. He hasn't just checked the bullseye, has he, for a 1-6-1?
No, he has not. We missed the treble.
Oh, we hit 127. Oh, Dan, I was half looking. I thought he hit treble 17. Oh, he hit bullseye to lead double really 17.
Leg. He's hit a couple of 140s in this leg.
He's at 34 after 12. Oh,
he's
my
had a
goodness.
great
Thomas Eichmann. You can do whatever you want when you're in this position in the leg. Splits double 17. Now leaves double 8.
Well, it's fine. His opponent is in the 300s.
Yeah.
A jug incoming, you would think.
I like this and I don't like this from Schmutz, because Schmutz knows this leg isn't important in the game. He's 3-1 up. He knows that the leg that's important is when he's throwing for the game. This leg, okay. It would have been nice if he won it. But he knows that the next leg when he's throwing first, that's the one that you give all your care and attention to.
Me. Thomas Eichmann, now on double one in such a good position. His opponent's on 259. He's got to go 19s here, and he does to leave 160. But you don't want to leave double one after you were on a 16 dart leg.
He was on
13 dart.
He was on a double after 12. Yeah, he was on a 2-dart combi after 12.
But he's got to clean this up, and he has not on this for the goodness me.
As we know, with double one, you just have no margin for error. You can't go inside. Obviously, there's no room to go inside.
He's coming back. The question is under what pressure, and I think that's a 100 or 140. It's a 100, so he leaves 60. But Thomas Eichmann now, double one.
Eichmann's feeling his shoulders are just a little bit heavier now.
It's a good marker.
His shoulders
use the marker.
are a little bit heavier now.
Oh, and it's a great dart from Thomas Eichmann.
Brilliant find.
3-2, but as you said, it's now Schmutz with the darts, and this is where he's got to kick on now.
This is the leg that really
matters. No, it's Eichmann that's going first, sorry.
Oh, hello. That was a break of throw. Did not realise that. Okay.
I said Thomas Schmutz, he's had a bit of a stinker that leg.
Yeah, he certainly has.
But he knows he's got to throw first if there is a good side.
Yeah, good point.
But Thomas Eichmann, you know, he's left a double after 12. It was a great leg.
Yeah, very little you can do about that.
And this leg kicked off in even fashion. 81 apiece.
Great first half from Eichmann. Is he going to hit another signature 140, which he hit 2 of in the last leg?
He's been a bit of a first dart merchant as Thomas Eichmann. Once that first dart's been there, he's been a guarantee 140 almost. But great response.
For a player who's relatively slow in his presentation and his delivery of the darts, he really does use the darts very well, does Eichmann. To say he's one of the slower throwers that we've seen today.
Yeah.
Unlike Samuel, who I'd say is a very quick and very rhythmic thrower.
So he's just put one into one, and then he's just basically folded up, and that's tends to happen when you're a quicker player. You know, they tend to just group naturally, whether it's a good or bad dart.
Yeah, they do.
But look at
Thomas. 2 trebles for Eichmann,
and I think that's a 140.
Got no problem with him staying there. 140 for Eichmann.
Good darts, and he's got a good lead to take it to a decider.
He has. It didn't look likely, did it? A 3-1 down. But now Eichmann on the brink of a level game.
A 99 would be ideal for him.
Just one treble. Big 20 now. Leaving tops.
Great dart.
Perfect setup play from Eichmann.
Tops after 15. World class again.
Yeah. He's had 2 really solid legs here, just when he needs them, Eichmann. He was 3-1 down, remember? And he's left the double after 15 in both legs to level this game up at 3 apiece. Tops for Eichmann.
Don't want to mess around like he did in the last leg, though. And he doesn't.
Finds it. Brilliant darts from Eichmann. 3 apiece. It's a 1-leg shootout, Dan, for a place in the last 32.
Wow.
Who wins?
You spoke about momentum. Thomas Eichmann has it. I reckon if he keeps up the scoring power, it's his game.
Momentum's all with Eichmann right now. You can't disagree, but...
And sadly, Samuel Schmutz, he's just been...
great last dart
going
treble.
Into that treble. 1 and 5.
Great last dart treble 18 after 2 spray darts.
But it's only a 60.
Where's your money? Do you think Eichmann wins, Dan?
I do.
You do?
I do. What do you think?
Well, scores are level. 4-4-1 apiece. 4-4-6, 4-4-1. You've got to just give it to Schutz on the basis of throw. But
the one thing I will say about Samuel Schmutz is that he doesn't look like he'll get nervous when he gets to the double. He looks like a composed player. Whether he's been outscored or not. But Eichmann, he only started with 55 in this leg.
Yeah.
But he's back in the treble now.
Don't worry about Eichmann. Yeah, you can now see with us on Darts Connect the state of this game. And it is nip and tuck. Why, oh why, oh why would Sam start down the board? I do not get it. misses the big number 3 times.
It's a bit of a let-off.
After 6 straight darts from Schmutz. I just don't understand. Why would he start down the board? Eichmann for another signature 140 in this game.
He's just gobbled 140.
On his gravestone, he's 140. That's all he hits. Puts himself in a great position now to win 3 legs in a row. 2 breaks consecutively.
These 140s have made a massive difference in this game.
Oh boy, have they.
Well, he might not win the game yet, but it's given him so many chances.
Ahead. 1 treble, and there it is. There's a treble 20. 85's more than enough at this point in the game.
Now you can see the scores to 136 with Samuel Schmutz quite a way back.
Yeah.
But the treble 18 in this leg has come to his rescue a couple of times. Good dart. Leaves him handy. Not on a finish, but
he's in the picture, isn't he? Oh my goodness me, Eichmann, 76. You going to stay there?
Well, he should do.
I don't think he'll go double-double. Does stay there.
Well, now it's just 16.
Yeah, big 16.
Clean it up for tops again after 15.
Some display from Eichmann in this last 3 legs. I thought Schmutz was running away with this. When he was 3-1 up, I thought there was only 1 winner. But now Eichmann tops for the game.
3 darts at it. He'll need him.
That's inside. Now we've got decisions to make, Eichmann.
Oh,
booyah! He finds it. Brilliant dart from Thomas Eichmann. He was 3-1 down. He's come back to win 3 legs in a row. Win 3. Samuel Schmutz.
Great performance of Samuel Schmutz, but sadly he'll be out. And it'll be Thomas Eichmann through to the last 32.
Certainly will.
He didn't do a lot wrong in that game to Samuel Schmutz. He just got outscored in the last 3 legs. That was it, really. He didn't get a double after that.
No, he didn't. Just too many spray darts. Eichmann was just so ruthless on those 100, 140 scores. Every leg in the last 3 legs, he hit 1 or 2 tons or ton 40s, which just made the difference, didn't it? We can now tell you that there's plenty of games in our last 64 that have been completed. Only 9 games remaining. Sven Hoffman going through, Joel Breitenmoser going through, Christoph Schumann going through. Our 3rd seed, I believe, Sven Geiger, who we saw in the group stages, a 4-1 victor in the last 64. Barry the Bucky Nelson, again, didn't drop a leg in the last 64. Coming through 4-0 and averaging 70 against Dario Steiner. Liam Mendel-Lawrence averaged 76 only, but managed to win 4-0 against his German compatriot Andreas Heimann. Ant Schude winning 4-0, likewise Mark Bichel sailing through into the last 32. Jochen Groudens also beating Rebecca Elsner, our only female participant in the last 64. Now just have 7 games remaining in our last 64. And plenty locked in at competitive score lines. Thomas Ingerland likely to make it as well. Jörg Schwendemann, and we mentioned at the start, likely to come through as well. Roger Tuscher against Cyril Pulvermuller. 2 good players there. Roger Tuscher to make it to yet another last 32.
Andreas Schmutz, who was on our first board,
he was
2, winning 3-1.
Looking very likely to make it a place in the last 32 for Schmutz. Advantage here in the 5th leg for Schmutz. Alessandro Neifler has entered the last 32 on a number of occasions in the SDC. Neifler is a very steady player, so good victory here for Schmutz if he gets the job done. Double 10 is all that stands in Schmutz's way of the last 32. We will be back in 10 minutes or so to give you all the results of the last 64 and preview our last 32.
Von 10 Spielen spielt er das einmal gegen mich. Das hat er jetzt getan. Ist auch gut, aber in Zukunft werde ich ihn auffressen. Gut, und selbst? Ich arbeite hier schon seit 10 Jahren und schaffe in der Elsterbrennerei Weiß in Kuttach und habe hier die Möglichkeit, mittags um 12 Uhr bis 1 Uhr mittags in meiner Mittagspause zu trainieren. Nein, ich liebe sie. Es gibt immer Höhen und Tiefen. Man muss sagen, das weiß der Luca selber, von 10 Spielen spielt er das einmal gegen mich. Das hat er jetzt getan. Ist auch gut, aber in Zukunft werde ich ihn auffressen. Ich weiß ja nicht, wer sich wirklich angemeldet hat. Also ein guter Freund von mir, der Stefan Bellmo, hat sich angemeldet. Das ist schon eine Konkurrenz. Wird wohl nicht immer spielen, habe ich gehört. Und so will ich eigentlich gucken, dass ich alle Turniere gewinne, weil sonst kann ich zu Hause auf dem Sofa bleiben. Das ist genau die wichtigste Frage überhaupt. Die Kollegen, die mich kennen, die wissen eigentlich, habe ich gesagt, ich spiele das nie wieder. Ja, weil das in Deutschland alles nicht so familiär mit der PDC abläuft. Deswegen habe ich mich für die Schweiz entschieden. Und dann muss ich halt gucken, was ich da für Möglichkeiten habe, wenn ich eine bekommen sollte, wovon ich ausgehe, dass ich sie irgendwie anders eintauschen kann. Da kommen viele Faktoren dazu. Das braucht viel Zeit.
The German, who is currently ranked 181st on the PDC Challenge Tour order of merit. So Challenge Tours, those who aren't fucking professional darts players, and it sort of claims that like
Challenge Nummer 1.
Jeder hat 3 Pfeile. And then it labels out like Swiss darts as well. Like
Challenger Tour isn't even professional.
As suggested, his decision not to drink alcohol may have impacted his ability to climb the sports rankings. Basically just saying, I don't drink, therefore that's why I'm shit.
Well, that's a load of bollocks because Chris Dobie doesn't drink.
He's 44. Suggested jungle players have turned towards alcohol to help control their nerves when attending events.
So,
he basically just came out with this weird interview, right, saying that there's too many top players at the top of the game who drink.
So, jetzt geht es zur Challenge Nummer 2.
And then it got like retweeted by all the rest of it. Like, it got retweeted by like,
und dann die 3 Pfeile.
Darts is an unfair sport. Once you reach the top, you have 70% of the top with alcoholic. Yeah, but a lot aren't alcoholic. Like Adrian Lewis is teetotal.
Only now, like back in the day he was, and was it?
Yeah,
für Jochen sind 135 nach 2 Challenges für Jochen.
I think like Mickey Mansell was one of the guys he pulled out. Like, I think he played Mickey Mansell in one of these events.
Nach 2 Challenges.
Yeah, because we've seen the World Championship
Mickey
but Mickey Mansell's been bad for
So,
a long
jetzt
time,
noch
hasn't he?
eine
Like,
Challenge. Jochen, deine letzte Challenge. Du
he was
wirst
reportedly down at Great Falls Girls a day. Oh, that's Andy Fordham, sorry.
Yeah, but Andy Fordham says he doesn't remember when he beat
Das ist
Mervyn
wahrscheinlich
King
meine
to win the
Chance.
BDO
3x3, 9
Championship.
Punkte für Jochen.
BDO,
Somit ist sein
Because-
Gesamtscore 144.
Because he was that drunk, he don't remember the game.
Jetzt ist Druck, Pressure is on.
26 geworfen, 31 Rest.
Anyway, he came out with this story, and I don't know who released it to or whatever, but that made big news for a little while.
Ja, das war leider nix. Nur 26 geworfen. Jochen somit 31 Punkte besser als
Well, we talk about it every now and then, but it's kind of been blown over really.
Yeah.
Like, it's what his comments gonna do in the general scheme of things. Like, not really anything, are they? I mean,
Das kann ich nicht sagen.
he's so irrelevant in the world of that.
Tue ich nicht. Also für mich war der größte Erfolg der Gewinn der Swiss Open im Doppel. Aber ich bin auch schon deutscher Jugendmeister geworden, also das ist, jeder sieht es ja anders als Erfolg. Die Schweizer sind für mich sehr
Oh my God,
zurückhaltende Menschen. Gibt's nichts.
We're now into
Hallo
the
Jungs
31st
und Mädels,
dart
der
of the
Countdown
game.
läuft. Am 27. und 28. beginnt die Serie. Ich bin schon ganz heiß drauf und ihr könnt gespannt sein. Ihr werdet ein tolles Dart sehen dort. Alles klar, bis dahin, ciao.
I am James, lead commentator and head
Still
of
going,
SDC.
it's still going.
Matt Travis, co-commentator,
Oh!
one-time participant, and chief 20.
Oh, here we are.
I live in London. I've been playing darts for the last 5-6 years now, properly, and I live with my flatmate Matt.
Things you love to see.
And we commentate together.
Things you love
we play
to
darts
see.
together every night almost. And we're the voice behind the SDC. In the last 2
Get
years,
volume up.
we've been introduced to Mark.
Get it
Yes,
up.
we've seen the SDC grow, and we've developed our own commentary alongside the darts' progression. So I met Mark, the founder, in South Africa, and we played a game of darts together. Took £100 off him then when I played him, and now he started off obviously one of the biggest darts corporations in Europe, and happy to work alongside him now and hopefully make it into the next global phenomenon, really. I met Mark in a rather more uneventful way. I met him in a casino in Schaffhausen. Heads was commentary for myself and James. Tails was we'll never meet again. And here we are. This tells the story of what landed that fateful night in Schaffhausen. The SDC is such a great corporation. Everyone here is so friendly, and not only that, the darts is getting better and better and better. Within the first 4 months of being here, some of the players have increased their average by 10 points, and now start pushing on the doorsteps of the professional darts corporation. You're exactly right. We've got all that quality coming through, yet still it retains that family feel, doesn't it? It began, its roots of the SDC are in Schaffhausen, and it retains that good core of young players that are supplemented by a couple of older faces from Germany and Switzerland, but it retains that real close, tight-knit family community. Close on social media, close on event days, and close with the family and friends that support the SDC. Why it comes to the SDC is a really simple question to answer, because it's a growing place to play darts. I think everyone knows that the PDC currently houses the main 2 tours of darts, and now I think there's only one. There's nowhere for anyone in Europe really to come and play darts. If you want to play professionally, you have to travel over to England. Having Switzerland as the core for European darts, it's the place to be. It's a regular, structured tournament. The professionalism and the standard of these events now, it's so, they take the darts so seriously here, don't they? The structure of the tournaments, the setup of the tournaments, it really does replicate the standard that the PDC are setting in terms of darts, and the SDC are not far behind. But in terms of the structure and the avenue for players to participate, it really is a good opportunity for both the top level players around Europe and also those developing players as well. Yeah, they're real contrasting styles of players, aren't they? Marcel Wolpen and Andy Bless. It's a real match for the ages almost, isn't it? Marcel Wolpen maybe a more old-fashioned type of player, really good setup play, reliable on the doubles, not maybe as explosive as someone like Andy Bless, who's a real monster on the 180, isn't he? A real monster on the combination checkouts. But, the sort of in-betweeny stuff, is he a little bit flaky? Is the combinations not quite where they should be? I don't know. It's easy for me to say, but maybe that's my opinion of the 2 players playing if they do meet tomorrow. Oh, this is the first time we met Marcel Wolpen. This is actually quite a funny story. So, Matt and I obviously have done the commentary for the last 12 weeks, but the last time we were in Switzerland was in SDC Tour 3 and 4, and we were there. We stayed in a hotel that was booked for us by Mark, and when we turned up on the day, we weren't really sure if anyone else was staying there or what was going on. So we've just finished the day of darts, and we go into the restaurant, and we're sitting with a bottle of wine, and we see across the other side of the restaurant, we see Marcel Wolpen and his partner watching the highlights from his win throughout the day. And we had a bit of a joke that we said, now that Stefan Belmont's entered, has he downgraded phone contract? Because his darts, currently at the time, he couldn't stop winning. Yeah. And then obviously since Stefan Belmont's come in, YouTube hairs. YouTube have stopped sending him premium access requests, haven't they? His screen time on YouTube has gone down the drain in these last few months. But yeah, Marcel Wolpen's a real studier of the game, isn't he? He's a real obsessive type about the game of darts. He's always wanting to improve. He's always wanting to study the draw. I was unfortunately in Marcel Wolpen's group in the group stages of SDC Tour Event 4. Did you get a leg? But even the day before, Marcel Wolpen knew that I was in his group. He had studied the draw. He'd studied his potential routes, in the last 16, the last 8, the quarterfinals, who he would meet. He sort of looked at me with a smile and sort of said, "Yep, you're in my group tomorrow."
We're going to be destroyed.
The nod of defeat was already cast over my face.
Yeah. And I think another thing we've not mentioned as well is obviously the Marcel Wolpen's the only player in the SDC to go back-to-back 180s. May have done it twice as well now, I think, thinking about it. Definitely in SDC Tour Event 3. But we've not had that 7 perfect darts yet. Do you think it's coming tomorrow?
If you ask Marcel Wolpen that question, I'm sure he always feels it's just around the corner. In practice, he's said that he's done 7 darts, 8 darts. I don't think he's achieved the 9 darter in practice, but he's saying in his practice that these achievements aren't far away, and I certainly believe him. I mean, I've scored a lot of his games. I've obviously played against Marcel himself. I don't think he's too far away from that perfect leg. I know that's a goal of his in the 2023-4 season in the SDC. So watch this space.
I know, and obviously speaking of people that obviously like filling the bed, Jochen Groudens as well. Someone that we've not even started talking about yet. I mean, obviously he's someone that hits 180s for fun. If he can get that scoring power going and obviously that flair finishing, everyone knows about the bull 12 bull finish. We've seen Wayne Mardle, Dan Dawson talking about it.
Jochen Groudens and Marcel Wolpen are they're both fighting for that sort of second and third favouritism, aren't they, in this tournament? They're being a little bit overshadowed by Stefan Belmont, but they both deserve discussions in their own right, don't they, as brilliant players. They've both produced outrageous spells of quality in various events throughout the course of the year. For Groudens particularly, it's that scoring, isn't it, that you're always drawn to. Yeah. I think we were looking at the 180 statistics today from some of the previous SDC events. Groudens is regularly hitting 12, 13, 14 180s in these SDC events. When you think about it, he's only playing 25 legs of darts. That 180s ratio per leg, it's an incredible feat for Jochen Groudens, and really summarises his game quite perfectly. He's a monster scorer, isn't he? He outscores almost all the players on the SDC. Component where you worry for him is when he's not hitting on the outer ring, when his combinations are failing him, when he's missing big numbers in the setup play, which can occasionally happen.
Obviously, he's a 3-time winner for a reason, and that is that scoring, as you say. But obviously, when that comes together with the doubling, I think he's a really tough player to really. I mean, I've personally played Jochen, and I found that he was the hardest player I think I've ever played in a game of darts. I mean, I had 1 dart a double against him, and I start a leg 140. You think when you start a leg 140, you're going to get darts at double. Maybe if you go to, I think I went ton 40 ton, and then in that leg I only got 1 dart at double, 15 dart leg, and you're just thinking, wow, real touch of quality. And I think one thing that we don't talk about as well is I think a lot of people don't see, they obviously see the darts is personality-wise as well.
Yes, yeah.
I think Jochen Groudens is one of my favourite people to be around the SDC scene. Just a lovely person in general. I think a lot of people feel that.
I think that maybe definitely gets understated, as you said, James. He's the real fan favourite at the SDC event. If you watch games at the SDC, whether that's live or maybe from our perspective from a little bit further in the commentary box, he's really the one that the fans are rooting for, isn't he? If you ask a poll of players tomorrow who they want to win, I dare say Jochen Groudens is probably the first name on a lot of people's lips. So don't underestimate the support of a big packed venue with 32 boards set up behind us, and a couple more behind the camera here. This is the biggest venue that we've had in an SDC event. This is you can feel the atmosphere already. We're on the eve of the tournament, and it's exactly this is the tournament, and you can feel the atmosphere building already. And
do you think that the fact that it's the biggest tournament in Swiss history is going to put a little bit more pressure on the likes of players that haven't had that experience as much? I think it favours Shorty and Stefan.
Yeah,
obviously.
It definitely favours those that have had big tournament experience before. I mean, you and me both, James, we've played a couple of these events. The nerves take hold of us both. We're only human. I mean, yeah, we can deal with nerves in our own way, and we're both relatively experienced art players, but there's no way you can prepare yourself for an atmosphere of 32 boards, 64 competitors, 100 fans watching, the pressures of a live stream, the pressures of the occasion. There's no way that players who haven't experienced that environment before can cope as normal. It's not a normal environment, the situation that we're faced here this weekend.
I think as well, you think of the likes of someone like Sarah Milkowski, for example. Yep. She plays the PDC Women's Tour on a weekly basis, and obviously she's come to the SDC, and I think she said it was one of her most nerve-wracking times that she's faced on a dartboard. Really struggled to get average going. So
she's playing in the women's series, but these events aren't televised, are they? These events aren't, put out on a YouTube live stream. They're not played in front of, potentially 100 spectators in the venue. It's a very different feel here, isn't it? The room's very tight. It's very
hot as well.
Hot, exactly. You even don't appreciate the kind of atmospheric condition. The development in youth players throughout this season really has been dramatic, hasn't there? There's several players you can point at and look at that not only the development in their averages, but their develop as darts players. Their darting confidence has really changed, hasn't it, in the last 12 months? They approach the game, they view the game in a very different way, I feel, that they did.
I've got a lot of time for Frieda Lang. Lovely person. I think someone who has really got the right attitude in darts. I think when you play a game of darts, as you mentioned there with Sven before as well, it's very easy when you lose a game to then just to put your head down and just go, I don't want to play darts for a couple of weeks, don't want to do it. Frieda Lang is the opposite. He's gone from averaging mid-60s in tournaments, missing darts doubles at the wrong time, poor setup play, to now, I don't think I've seen a tournament in the last couple of weeks where he's not made a last 16 at least. Lovely player as well. When I played him once personally, and just from that experience, it was a very good game. Both of us averaged over 66, 67, and he just put his head down afterwards, and dare I say, similar to Sven Hoffman, if I wouldn't want to meet them on the board again now.
Yeah. I think this is the whole SDC environment. The fact he's played week in, week out. He plays at every event, Frieda Lang. He's been remarkably, consistent in his performances in the latter half of the season. And I think the standard and the style of these SDC tournaments has really benefited someone like Frieda Lang. As you say, maybe in his infancy, he was a little bit unprofessional. He was a little bit, uncaring, unsophisticated. He was a bit of a rough and ready darts player, I'd describe Frieda Lang as. You didn't quite ever know what you were going to get from him. But in the last couple of months, he's been a revelation, hasn't he? You know exactly what you're getting from him. He's certainly been working hard off the off-beat, but I think his mental temperament's really improved as well. You're getting a focused performer. You're getting someone who's, really up for the fight. He doesn't let a 2-leg deficit, a 3-leg deficit weigh on his mind, does he? He plays the game in a real, almost a little bit like Rocco in that sense. He never knows when he's beaten. He's a real determined character, and, a meticulous player, isn't he? He really prides himself, I suppose, on the darts that he throws, on the consistency that he brings to these events, and that's echoed by his recent runs. Those last 16 quarterfinals that he's reached.
If you want to become a pro darts player, you've got to almost move your life over to England and centralise there, which is great. I think the one problem with that is if you centralise in the UK, if you're not at that top 64 level, if you're at that development tour stage or your challenge tour level, you can't afford to move your life over to England. Obviously, they're starting to play a few tournaments in Germany here and there, but why not almost centralise a second tour in Switzerland or in Germany? And I think there's so many hungry darts players over here that would love to have the opportunity. And I think if you do that,
we've had 30 or more youth players under the age of 21 this season. We've had 5 or 6 female players regularly participating on the tour. It's not just the same faces, it's not just the same brand of darts players, is it? They're really expanding out into, I guess, the new and unorthodox darting markets. It's the young, it's the old, it's the women, it's the students, it's the the people from areas that aren't traditional darting heartlands. I mean, you wouldn't say there's a particular area in Switzerland that has, a hotbed for darts, but if Schaffhausen can become a little centre of darts, a hub of darts in, the north of Switzerland, then, that's absolutely brilliant. It's big, it's an important event in the Swiss darting calendar, or just the Swiss sporting calendar, I'd go as far as saying, this is a big moment for Swiss sport.
They just love darts, and there's a sense of community that you get with Swiss darts that I feel like you almost don't get in other areas. Obviously, we play UK darts, and we have done for a couple of years, but it's a different feel to it. I do love British darts, don't get me wrong, but
there's a communal interest in the SDC, isn't there? When one person gains, everyone gains. There's a real mutual interest here that we want to raise the collective standard of Swiss darts, and that can only be achieved by having a stronger grassroots. Obviously, it's group stage tournaments here in the SDC. I don't want to say the atmosphere in the UK darts is bad, but it's certainly not as supportive and encouraging as it is in Switzerland. The fact that everyone wants each other to improve, and I think that friendly rivalry almost has been a real asset. A professional standard of darts, they know there's still a long way to go in the development of these tournaments. So, they're not arrogant about their achievements. Yeah, Marcel Wolpen's done brilliantly this year. Stefan Belmont's done brilliant this year. But he's not a tour card holder. He's not a professional darts player yet. So there is still a long way to go with the development of Swiss darts. But it's in everyone's interest that, they have this friendly rivalry, that they can compete, so regularly against each other, that they can talk about darts and have the brilliant facilities like we've got here in Thun today to play against each other.
Schneckenspiel sind alle bereits schon gestartet. Good Darts, weiter üben.
Welcome back to the last 32 of SDC Tour Event 11. And we have some game for you in the last 32. Felix Shearts against Rocco Fulciniti. Of course, one former SDC winner, one former SDC finalist. Will one of these two gentlemen be going all the way today? What do you think, Dan?
Well, you're the expert. Obviously, I'm not. So I was going to ask you exactly the same thing. You know more than me. What are you saying?
Well, Shearts is the better of the two players. I think there's little dispute or little disagreement about that. Rocco has the better history, the better heritage, the better experience in the SDC. But Felix is the player who's on the up. And Rocco is the player who has maybe shown his best abilities and not replicated them that consistently in the last 3 to 4 months. So I think statistics would tell you Shearts will win this game. But I don't know. I've just got a little soft spot for Rocco and feel that there's been something brewing in the last event or two that makes me think he's going to produce something special today. So
Interesting.
I really think we could be in for a special game here. Maybe one that goes all the way to another last leg decider.
Obviously, Mendel Lawrence topped Felix Shearts' group, so a very high-quality group, which means these two very high-quality players have to encounter each other in this round.
Yeah, I guess when you get to the last 32 players, the draw is a little bit more randomised. If you top your group in the group stages, you're going to get an easier opponent in the last 64. We know that. But when it gets to the shake-up, when it gets to the last 32 and the last 16, you have to beat the best to prove you are the best. So, and here we have two of the very best players in our competition. Rocco and Felix. Plenty of games getting underway around the boards. In our last 32 encounters, Sven Geiger, no problems for him. 3-1 up against Silvio Toma. Sven Hoffman, Joel Brighton, that was a tasty game. 2-0 to Sven Hoffman as we speak. I know Joel will be watching along on our live stream coverage later today if he is knocked out. Jochen Groudens 2-0 up there on Ernad Filovic.
Now 3-0 to Sven Hoffman.
Joel Brighton,
Wow.
Yeah, good numbers from Hoffman. In that low 70s kind of bracket. That's exactly where you want to be in this sort of stage of the tournament.
So, I think we're pretty much ready to go.
We are ready to go, and I believe that is the ball off from Rocco. It It's in the bullseye. Shit. Hits the 25.
It's a good effort, but not quite good enough to win the bull off. So
here we are. We are getting down to it. Last 32. First to 4 legs still. Rocco to throw first. So I'm going to put my score prediction out there as Felix Shearts to win 4-2. That's how I feel this game will go.
Okay. I really like the throwing action of Rocco.
Yeah, they've both got very nice throws. Yeah, that's one thing that is very apparent. Rocco's is a little bit more round-armed, as in he comes from a little bit further wide of a starting point, wider than his sort of right eye. Shearts is very sort of straight-lined, as though it pulls straight back to his eye.
Does not move that elbow one
No, he
bit.
doesn't.
Very clean release.
It's a very nice throw.
Textbook.
Yeah.
It's as textbook as they come, actually.
Yeah. There's very little wrong with Shearts' throw.
And it shows in both of the darts as well.
Yeah.
Very consistent.
Yeah. And the early part of this game, you can see a brilliant amount of accuracy, can't you? The grouping's tight.
Here we go, 180.
Fills it up in the first leg.
Not messing around. 1-6-1 after 9, courtesy of that 180. And Rocco, he's not had a terrible start, but he's left far behind.
Yeah.
With the throw here, and this could go.
Unlucky.
Go back up.
He will.
Left 64 after 12 darts.
Good
What a
darts
start
for
from Felix Shearts.
Good darts. Of course, I made reference earlier to you, Dan. Felix Shearts will be playing in the Modus Live League in 2 weeks' time. He'll be there in Group A.
It'll be good to see him, especially if he carries on.
No,
like
he's
this.
on double 8. The camera's got that slightly wrong. There it is.
Didn't know where we were going there. Apologies for missing that, but Felix Shearts does get the double 8. First dart, 14 dart leg
14
to get
dart
us off
break.
here.
Yeah. I know you watch a little bit of the Modus Live League, Dan. How do you think Felix Shearts will fare in a field of that particular quality?
The Live League is a very funny one. You get a really large range of averages from players. So the same player could average difference in 20 points in their average across a lot of games.
Yep.
I think he'll struggle to top the group, but he'll be asking questions near the top. He'll challenge some of the better players in the Live League,
Yeah.
I'm sure. You've really got to be in that, 90s consistently, though, to top the Live League, I think, depending on the group. What's your...
Yeah, I agree with you. In knockout formats, when Felix is playing players of his level or slightly lower, which he is in the SDC, that's the reason why he progresses quite far, because it's a knockout game over one game against a player who he's probably a little bit better than, which is why he progresses to the levels he does. In the Live League, you're playing 4 or 5 players who are of your level, or maybe even a little bit better than Felix, if I'm honest, which he will probably be up against in a few weeks' time. And yeah, he will win games. He will beat players that are better than him in the Modus Live League. But he won't top the group because he won't have the consistency required to beat better players than him again and again and again. So,
nevertheless, it'll be a very good experience for him.
It'll be a brilliant learning experience for Felix, and probably what he needs. He's played in the SDC for the last 2 or 3 months, and by his standards, he's probably underachieved. He's done well. He's made, plenty of quarterfinals, semi-finals, but he's not got that win on the board yet in the SDC, which for someone of his quality who can average 80 plus on a regular basis, he's probably asking why. He's probably thinking, why am I not in the latter stages? But 1 dot of the ball for Rocco here.
Well, he's gone for treble 13 there.
I don't like the route. I really hate that route, Dan, if I'm honest. 19s is almost certainly the play.
The one thing I will say about Rocco in this leg, he's come out much better, and I don't like that either. Starting on the 18s on 118, now 64 left, and he's missed 13.
Yeah, I make it make sense, Dan, because I don't understand either of those 2 players' routes there. Miscalculation from both, you'd have to say, or confusion from both. But Rocco on double 4. Level this game up. Outside wire on both.
Well, he's had a great leg, Rocco, up until he kind of went treble 13 there. And now it's Felix Sheets on tops for a 2-0 lead.
Two good guides by the looks of it. Those aren't blockers. Oh, he just pulls it low. Okay.
It's me.
Wow, gives Rocco another opportunity to level this game. And level it he does. One apiece. Break back. So yeah, an interesting start to this game. Both have scored very well, you'd say. That they've been there or thereabouts on the trebles, but
I don't think...
slightly dubious when they get 100 or below.
Yeah, Rocco, he didn't get going that first leg at all,
He
really.
didn't, no,
but
he
that
didn't.
second leg, both scored very well.
Yep.
But the finishing, well, no, just the choices around the combinations looked a little bit suspect.
Yeah. Yeah.
But...
And again, you'd think players of this standard, I mean, if Sheets makes that, I want to call it a mistake in the Modus Live League, to go 13s on 79 with 3 darts in hand.
If you go for 13, you've got to hit the treble 13.
You have. And when are you ever going for treble 13 in scoring play? It's just a segment you don't hit.
Exactly. And it just opens a can of worms when you miss it. You just go for the 19 and guarantee yourself a dart at a double.
A dart at tops. That's what you're going to get.
2 big numbers guarantees you it. And if you get 2 at double 11, then fair play.
Yeah. It's 2 darts more than he got in the end, which was nothing. Nicely poised leg here, this third one.
Rocco started off.
Slight advantage there, 2 really good darts. Does find the treble in the end. Let us know on YouTube who you're supporting out there. 2 popular men in the world of Swiss darts. Good treble from Rocco.
Great adjustment there.
Ooh, it's tight, but it's 1 treble.
Deserved more.
Yeah,
I feel
he did deserve more. Just 3 big numbers from Felix. Okay.
The leg is finally poised at this point.
You feel Rocco will be returning, so just leaving 1 treble, hitting 1 treble here to leave himself a double would be
treble 10 is a play.
Strategic.
He's gone for the ball.
Okay, leaves himself tops.
41, I think.
Oh, hang on. No, he's at 62.
So yeah, 41. It was ball double 8 with that last start.
Okay. Yeah, he was on 66, wasn't he? You're right, Dan.
Seems he likes to make life hard for himself. They have the small target on 66.
They haven't been brilliant here, have they? From 100 or below, they've been both a little bit puzzling on their methods, but
it's a great clean-up of the 41, 20 dart leg. 2-1 up, all on throw at the moment.
Yeah.
And the game is very well placed. It's looking good.
Yeah, it's played at a nice tempo, this, isn't it? They're both really sort of suiting each other's styles. They're both no-nonsense players, are they?
They both fancy it. They both want to get on with it.
Yeah.
A game like that you can't beat. And a great start from both in this leg.
Just 60 from Sheets.
Scoring has started to waver a bit as the game's gone on, actually, I think. Can't really read too much into that.
No.
But
you always feel with Felix when his first starts high, which it has been a lot of this game, you feel as though he's going to find one, but increasingly he's just had a couple of no treble visits. I mean, that's a brilliant 3 treble visit there. I mean,
he's had
2
the
of
line
trebles he wanted. Yeah, he's
for all 3.
I mean, with Rocco here, you feel as though he'll find one. When his first starts high, okay, he doesn't, but
how high is high, they can't be too high.
I feel as though that might be the difference between the 2 players. Rocco's just used his darts a little bit better than Felix has.
Yeah, they're all on the same, all 3 on the bottom wire there.
Thierry Asparagus, you can see in the background there. Must be cold in the venue with his deep winter coat. Does he find the treble 19? He doesn't. Just 3 big numbers from Rocco.
So the 146 won't go, but he'll set it up very well.
He will with 2
And
trebles.
he has done.
I believe that's double 8 left.
Double 8 it
Yeah.
is.
Rocco out of the picture here, really, in this one. Sheets leaving double 8 after 15 darts.
Can't do much more than
You
that.
can't do much more than that,
Level
no.
the game 2-2 on the throw. Double 8.
Just give you a quick wrap up of what's happening around the board. Assuming that Sheets gets the job done here.
He's making out of work. Well, the
Doesn't.
camera's a bit slow
Okay.
switching there, but Rock on 157, hard ask.
Hard ass, but not beyond his range. There's treble 20.
Here we go.
Treble 19 for tops. Oh, he's just the wrong side of the wires.
Fortunate.
Yeah. Well thrown dart by
Pulled it
Rocco.
ever so
Just
slightly.
yeah, just slightly to the right. That's can't really be angry with that. It's a well thrown dart.
But now Felix Sheets, he's got to compose himself for double 2.
Back for that double 2. You're right.
Not the easiest.
Do you think he finds it, Dan?
I think he does. I think he does. And he does first start. There we go. So now this leg is concluded. Let's hear the updates.
Yeah. Lucas Dahlmann, a 4-0 victor. He'll be sailing through to the last 16. Jochen Groudens and Frieda Lang likewise. We've got 4 Germans in the bottom half of the draw, all coming through very comfortably. Jochen Groudens, Frieda Lang, Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Liam Mendel-Lawrence still the favourite for the weekend, you'd think. Averaging 84 in his victory over Bruno Weiss. Thierry Asparagus, we saw him with his coat on there, but he won't be leaving the venue. He's into the last 16, beating Kilian Schmutz 4-1. Joel Breitenmoser in a last leg decider beats Sven Hoffman. A great game between the ages there. But the experienced head of Joel Breitenmoser wins it. Sven Geiger, no troubles for him. Another fairly effortless performance, 4-1, averaging 76. He'll be into the last 16 as well. So we only have a handful of games left in the last 32. And this could be the best of the lot. Rocco against Sheets, it's 2-2, which means it's a best of 3 leg shootout. And you'd have to say now, Sheets, with advantage of throw in this leg, is favourite for it.
He started the leg ever so slightly better. Well, much better actually. Or up until then though. I actually thought Rocco was throwing first in this one.
Rocco is throwing first in this one, but he's lost his dart.
He has.
He's 20 points down, minus these. Shit, 1 treble here really would put the boot in. Doesn't find it, 55, okay. So neither man on the finish. What can Rocco do from here? 259.
Just want 99 would do nicely.
Treble. 99 it
What he
is.
hits. Game on again now.
Yeah,
What can Felix do?
brilliant
I
first.
think
start.
he'd go for a 118.
Oh, I think he would, Dan, yeah. If he found the second one, I think he would.
But it's a great switch to leave 50.
Excellent.
And Rocco
Excellent board management there.
left stranded on one. Well, no, it's 160, not
It is 160,
162.
yeah, it is 160. Oh, good
Oh,
first start. Can he find another Rocco? He can find another for tops. Oh!
Gives it the clap of the hands
Yeah.
in frustration. Let it go too early. Got a bit excited like us, probably.
No stranger to checkouts like those. Rocco's a fan of those big monsters.
And Felix here just composing himself after that near miss.
Tops. A 3-2 advantage. Oh,
But he
doesn't make it felt.
Same result.
Yeah,
But
high on
Rocco
tops
now
again.
back after the near miss on the 160.
Back for tops. He's a ruthless tops hitter, Dan. Let me tell you.
So he expects this to
This
go
man, oh, loves tops. I think that's a
Oh,
good
wow.
thing for Rocco. He loves it up this top
Oh,
of
there
the
we
board. He
go.
loves it up top of the board and finds double 5. Last start in hand. 3-2
then.
Rocco.
Pinch the throwback and go 3-2 ahead.
A real big leg in the context of the game.
But Felix looks unfazed. Felix Sheets with 100 to get away.
Yeah, so far it's really been the throw that's dominated here, hasn't it? It's been the throw that's been telling in this game.
Very much so. That's 4 legs going with the throw.
Sheets
It's a
wanting that to
great
continue.
recovery.
Yeah, after a sloppy first start, finds a treble. Exactly what he would have wanted. But Rocco's in. Oh, 2 spray darts.
Disappointed after the first start.
They really
for
lacked
sure.
venom, didn't they? Those second 2. They just drooped their way into the board.
Yeah, he thought he had the hard work done with the first one,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
just took his eye off it a little bit. Straight back in again.
Rocco, yeah, he's...
Oh, it's a great last
It's
one.
on
I think
40.
that's the,
Oh, it's only 100. Yeah, deserved more.
Legs hanging in the balance, though. That doesn't help Felix Sheets' case, though. We don't know what's going on there.
Ever so slightly rushed, I felt, those 2 darts. Okay, finds 1, treble 19.
We don't know which one, but...
You felt the rhythm was maybe just slightly too quick, but we'll...
Too quick for the cameraman, at least.
Mark in his usual position on the spotting duties today. Now he's been knocked out of the tournament, of course, after making it through to the last 64. So Rocco, 205. Really, only 2 trebles would make his weight felt here.
Well,
Finds none.
he's left to finish a high one, but Felix Sheets, massive favourite for the leg, 56.
Won't miss this big number.
Well, he has.
Oh, Felix, you're embarrassing me, son.
So
You're
another-
embarrassing me.
For tops now.
That means he's bound to miss the double. Does.
Well, in normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but 164 is still
Yeah,
doable.
against a player like Rocco, you don't want to leave him anything.
Again, we don't know what...
Oh, my goodness me, for the bullseye to win the game for Rocco. Oh, okay, it's nowhere near.
Again, the hands go into the face.
Felix's heart must have been in his mouth there when
Well,
he
you
saw those
can-
first 2 trebles.
You can see him. He looks a bit, you know, he knew that was close.
He knew that was close. So this is Panic Station starts. Can you hold it together, Felix? He can. Last dot in hand, he can.
3-3 here.
Wow, we're going all the way.
Rocco to throw first in the decider. What a game.
What a game. Just proves the advantage of that bull off. Rocco won it, of course, and now he's throwing in a 1-leg shootout.
Of course, he's had 1 match darted the bull.
He has, yeah,
For
on
a
that
164
164.
checkout. Will that be his only match dart?
Well,
because he started with 30.
Will it?
And Felix Sheets straight into the treble. Only 100 though, after the first dart in the treble.
Both players, of course, possess that 2 treble quality. This leg won't get away from either, you feel, but
Now
of course,
Rocco straight back.
every point valuable at this stage.
It's a very good opportunity for both.
Oh,
And has that snuck in? It has.
It has,
A great
yeah.
overpitched dart there.
brilliant from Sheets.
Rocco's just started.
Raised again, yeah.
He's now lost the darts.
Sheets really.
Felix
good
seems
boots in
very comfortable just pitching over
Yeah.
those first,
Yeah, he does, yeah.
those darts below the wire. On this occasion, it hasn't worked for him, but it has worked a lot.
You're right. But his darts, we're going to see a 180 from Rocco here. Ooh,
Back in the leg,
40,
though.
but you're right. Felix, his darts stand up quite tall, but he's very comfortable going over a low pitch
Yeah.
dart, isn't he? He's very happy staying there and has generally had success of finding trebles when his first dart would make you think he's not in a position to, but
It's a bit like Peter Wright, just doesn't shift from the treble 20.
yeah, he's very stubborn in that sense. So
But,
Rocco is now favourite for the leg, and with that treble cements it.
As you said, that 2 treble visit from Rocco has changed the game. And
He's
Felix has had 2.
Yeah, he's gone ton
Treble
40 here
visits.
in a real decisive moment. What can Sheets do? Feeling needs at least 1. Finds 1. Can he find 2? Okay, he
Still
can't, but he
good
leaves himself
darts.
116. He's in the right range. That's
1-2-1, I think.
9. More, okay,
Oh,
more
my
than
apologies,
doable. More
my
than doable for a man of Sheets' quality.
If he gets
Okay.
his shot, 46
Yeah,
left
6 or
now.
10. We'll go 6. Yeah, for tops. Target.
You say he's good up
Rocco
top?
Fulciniti does not miss.
Composes
Is
himself.
he delaying the inevitable? Yes, he is. Rocco Pulcinisi finds tops and sinks Felix Shears 3-2.
Gives
What
it
a
the
game.
big uns, and so he should. Great game and great performance. And he could have had 2 very big finish in that game as well. So
Yeah.
mid-70s averages from both. Very high quality game.
Yeah, a very steady game. You'd have to say the better player won it in the end. Rocco just showed that bit more conviction, didn't he? Bit more composure in the last leg and a half there to go ton 40 and then check out on.
Yeah, he was behind in the
obviously
leg.
at 105, a treble, single, double combination. 103, sorry. Yeah, brilliant check out.
Let's be honest, it's gone with the throw. Pretty much throughout the whole game there.
It has.
That ball off where Rocco hit the ball and Felix hit the 25, proving...
Proved decisive. Proved decisive in the end, Dan, you're right. Yeah, brilliant game. And Rocco, a much welcomed return to form for Rocco. He's been in the doldrums for a little while. Good to see him progressing into the latter stages today. And Felix dumped out in the last 32. Join us shortly for our last 16 games.
Hey, macht's gut. Ciao zusammen.
I am James, lead commentator and head of marketing at the SDC. Matt Travis, co-commentator, one-time participant and chief 26 hitter. I live in London. I've been playing darts for the last 5-6 years now properly, and I live with my flatmate Matt, and we commentate together and play darts together every night almost. And we're the voice behind the SDC. In the last 2 years, we've been introduced to Mark, and yes, we've seen the SDC grow, and we've developed our own commentary alongside the darts' progression. So I met Mark, the founder, in South Africa, and we played a game of darts together. Took £100 off him then when I played him, and now he started off obviously one of the biggest darts corporations in Europe, and happy to work alongside him now and hopefully make it into the next global phenomenon, really. I met Mark in a rather more uneventful way. I met him in a casino in Schaffhausen. Heads was commentary for myself and James. Tails was we'll never meet again. And here we are. This tells the story of what landed that fateful night in Schaffhausen. The SDC is such a great corporation. Everyone here is so friendly, and not only that, the darts is getting better and better and better. Within the first 4 months of being here, some of the players have increased their average by 10 points, and now start pushing on the doorsteps of the Professional Darts Corporation. You're exactly right. We've got all that quality coming through, yet still it retains that family feel, doesn't it? It began, its roots of the SDC are in Schaffhausen, and it retains that good core of young players that are supplemented by a couple of older faces from Germany and Switzerland, but it retains that real close, tight-knit family community. Close on social media, close on event days, and close with the family and friends that support the SDC. Why I've come to the SDC is a really simple question. It's a question to answer because it's a growing place to play darts. I think everyone knows that the PDC currently houses the main 2 tours of darts, and now I think there's only one
there's nowhere for anyone in Europe really to come and play darts. If you want to play professionally, you have to travel over to England. Having Switzerland as the core for European darts, it's the place to be. It's a regular, structured tournament. The professionalism and the standard of these events now, it's so, you know, they take the darts so seriously here, don't they? The structure of the tournaments, the setup of the tournaments, it really does replicate the standard that the PDC are setting in terms of darts, and the SDC are not far behind. But in terms of the structure and the avenue for players to participate, it really is a good opportunity for both the top level players around Europe and also those developing players as well. Yeah, they're real contrasting styles of players, aren't they? Marcel Wolpen and Andy Bless. It's a real match for the ages almost, isn't it? Marcel Wolpen, maybe a more old-fashioned type of player, you know, really good setup play, reliable on the doubles, not maybe as explosive as someone like Andy Bless, who's, you know, a real monster on the 180, isn't he? A real monster on the combination checkouts. But, you know, the sort of in-betweeny stuff, is he a little bit flaky? Is the combinations not quite where they should be? I don't know. It's easy for me to say, but maybe that's my opinion of the two players playing if they do meet tomorrow. Oh, this is
the first time we met Marcel Wolpen.
This is actually quite a funny story. So, Matt and I obviously have done the commentary for the last 12 weeks, but the last time we were in Switzerland was in SDC Tour 3 and 4, and we were there. We stayed in a hotel that was booked for us by Mark, and when we turned up on the day, we weren't really sure if anyone else was staying there or what was going on. So we've just finished the day of darts, and we go into the restaurant, and we're sitting with a bottle of wine, and we see across the other side of the restaurant, we see Marcel Wolpen and his partner watching the highlights from his win throughout the day. And we had a bit of a joke that we said, now that Stefan Belmont's entered, has he downgraded phone contract? Because his darts, I mean, currently at the time, he couldn't stop winning. Yeah. And then obviously since Stefan Belmont's come in, YouTube grey hairs.
YouTube have stopped sending him premium access requests, haven't they? His screen time on YouTube has gone down the drain in these last few months. But yeah, Marcel Wolpen's a real studier of the game, isn't he? He's a real obsessive type about the game of darts. He's always wanting to improve. He's always wanting to study the draw. I mean, I was unfortunately in Marcel Wolpen's group in the group stages of SDC Tour Event 4.
Did you get a leg?
But even the day before, Marcel Wolpen knew that I was in his group. He had studied the draw. He'd studied his potential routes, you know, in the last 16, the last 8, the quarterfinals, who he would meet. He sort of looked at me with a smile and sort of said, "Yep, you're in my group tomorrow."
I think we're going to be destroyed.
The nod of defeat was already cast over my face.
Yeah. And I think another thing we've not mentioned as well is obviously the Marcel Wolpen's the only player in the SDC to go back-to-back 180s. May have done it twice as well, I think, thinking about it. Definitely an SDC Tour Event 3. But we've not had that 7 perfect darts yet. Do you think it's coming tomorrow?
If you ask Marcel Wolpen that question, I'm sure he always feels it's just around the corner. In practice, he's said that he's done 7 darts, 8 darts. I don't think he's achieved the 9 darter in practice, but you know, he's saying in his practice that these achievements aren't far away, and I certainly believe him. I mean, I've scored a lot of his games, obviously played against Marcel himself. I don't think he's too far away from that perfect leg. I know that's a goal of his in the 2023-4 season in the SDC, so watch this space.
I know, and obviously speaking of people that obviously like filling the bed, Jochen Groudens as well. Someone that we've not even started talking about yet. I mean, obviously, he's someone that hits 180s for fun. If he can get that scoring power going and obviously that flair finishing, everyone knows about the Bull 12 Bull finish. We've seen Wayne Mardell, Dan Dawson talking about it.
Jochen Groudens and Marcel Wolpen are they're both fighting for that sort of second and third favouritism, aren't they, in this tournament? They're being a little bit overshadowed by Stefan Belmont, but they both deserve discussions in their own right, don't they, as brilliant players. They've both produced outrageous spells of quality in various events throughout the course of the year. For Groudens particularly, it's that scoring, isn't it, that you're always drawn to. Yeah. I think we were looking at the 180 statistics today from some of the previous SDC events. You know, Groudens is regularly hitting 12, 13, 14 180s in these SDC events. When you think about it, he's only playing 25 legs of darts. That 180s ratio per leg, it's an incredible feat for Jochen Groudens, and really summarises his game.
Lukas hilft dir auch. Und du kontrollierst dann nochmal nach. Die 9 steht. Die 9 steht. Jetzt will ich die 141 machen.
We are underway in our last 16 game. Jochen Groudens, Lucas Dahlmund have met many a time before, but here they are on yet another encounter. This time in the last 16, and this time Jochen Groudens will go 1-0 up with a 14-dart holder throw. Brilliant start from Jochen Groudens. Dan, what do you make of the shirt of Lucas Dahlmund? What do you think of his outfit today?
I think it goes well with his throwing ability. Very good in the early stages, at least. He's
Very
thrown
flamboyant,
well. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's out there. It's not what I'd expect to see from Lucas Dahlmann.
He's got the darts to go with it, though, and that's the most important thing.
Maybe he's got the wrong dress code for today. It certainly wasn't shite shirts, was it, for this dart event?
Well, most people have their own shirts, don't they?
They do.
Some that you might think are shite, some you might think are not, but...
Yeah. We'll leave
less
that
said
up to
about
the
that, the
beholder.
better.
Yeah, we'll leave that up to the beholder. No offense to Lucas Dahlmann there.
So this was one of the games that you picked out
Yeah.
in the last 64 that
Yeah.
could come together. So who are
Yeah.
you picking to win this?
Well-
then? Both started off very, very well.
Dahlmann's shown great potential in the last couple of weeks, and you may have seen on YouTube and amongst the social medias that Dahlmann against Liam Mendel-Lawrence was a last 32 game in our last tour event, and Liam Mendel-Lawrence broke through in 12 darts in the deciding leg to beat Lucas Dahlmann, and your heart went out to Lucas Dahlmann there because he was the better player. He hit loads of tons, loads of ton 40s, but just came a little bit unstuck in the last leg and didn't have a bad leg himself. But Mendel-Lawrence just turned it on when it mattered. I think Dahlmann gets over the line here. I think Grounds has been playing relatively poorly for the last 2 or 3 months, and I think Dahlmann is on the up.
Both
And it's
techniques very steady.
Only getting better as a player. Right decision to stay there on the treble 20. Leave 66. Okay. We'll now leave 58 when he comes back. Sorry, 48.
Dolman, when he throws, his eyes glance over to the right. I don't know if you noticed.
Haven't particularly noticed, no. Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. His eyes don't almost look as though they're forward-centered when they're throwing. You make a good point there, Dan.
Must just be about how he sights the dart.
Yeah.
It works for him. There we go.
But
48
you're right. He
checkout.
doesn't look perfectly sighted, does he? When he's throwing,
Doesn't. But it works for him, and that's all that matters for him.
Yeah. Certainly loves leaving tops as his double of preference. That's always his go-to on the outer ring. And he came up trumps there with a nice little 48 checkout from Dahlmann. Ooh, unlucky. Lost that into the treble one. But again, another game played at a nice tempo, isn't it? Dahlmann, the usual fast thrower. Ground's a little bit slower, but by no means a slouch, is he? By no means a
No, not at all.
little breakfast there from Groudon. Something you do not often see. 3 lots of spray darts. 2 lots of spray darts, should I say.
But courtesy of his 140 in the first visit, he's still ahead in the leg.
Yes, he is. But no trouble since.
It's an explosive start to this game, but a few lesser scores since, but Dahlmann changing that sort of.
Yeah, touch wild with that last one, wasn't it? Groudon's in again.
Oh, here we go.
Can we find our
180.
first 180 V?
Surely,
Yes,
yes.
we can. Slots it in between the two. 180 V from Groudon's.
Big 180 as well.
Oh, yeah. Basically cements this leg, doesn't he, in his ledger. Dahlmann was just hanging on to his coattails, but now you feel he's well and truly out of the leg.
Did he go for 2 double 19s there? Either way, he's missed.
Difficult to say, yeah.
the
He missed a
last
big
one.
number with his last dart. Careless, really.
But you can be careless when your opponent's on 2-3-3.
You can, and won't have left a finish there. No, 60 hit. No finish left by Dahlmann.
So 16 for tops. And he gets it. The finish in this game has been exquisite
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah.
Very fast-paced game.
Yeah, it's usually the downfall of both players, I would say, particularly Groudon's. We know he's one of the strongest scorers in the SDC, but he can be a little bit flaky on the outer ring. He can let himself down on his doubles, but he's had no such problem here in the opening couple of legs.
Do you see any of these two Germans, pot plating off PDC, screen soon?
Ooh, good question. I think the time isn't quite right for Lucas Dahlmann. I feel as though he's got more improvement before he makes that jump. Obviously, I think both will enter Q School this year. Groudon's hasn't won an SDC Tour event, which would mean he gets a free ticket to Q School. So neither of these two men have won a SDC event this year. But I feel as though both will participate and will both choose to enter Q School. But I don't think they're quite at the level required to progress any further than playing SDC and ADC and Challenge Tour level darts. Groudon's in patches has shown quality of world-class darts, but not of the level required really for the top echelons in the game.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Nevertheless, though, mid-80s average.
Oh yeah, will
You
win your
can't
game
turn your eye against that. Yeah,
it's
easy.
one of your top handful of players in Europe, and Groudon's is certainly one of them.
You can win a tour card from that. It's happened before.
Oh, of course it has. Yeah.
But this from Dolman, that's
a really poor visit
bad
there.
visit when you don't need it. But Groudon's,
Yeah, Groudon's on 165. One
hasn't
treble
left
here
the
from
finish.
Groudon's, and you'll be thinking, oh, Groudon's is well within a sniff now. One more treble. That's two
Oh,
trebles.
goodness me.
Just big five, set it up. Does do that. Tops.
Now that's
Breathing down
30.
Dolman's neck. He'll
Yeah.
start 20s here. He starts bullseye.
15
Okay.
goal. Oh, he's staying there for tops.
Oh, okay.
Compose himself.
Yeah, takes a real deep breath here.
We had a nice rhythm there, but
Oh, it's on the wire.
over pitch.
I'm not sure about that route, but well, in the end, he got his dart.
We gobble this.
Yeah, it'll just
Oh,
be the one
goodness
dart
me,
at
maybe.
tens. Does he find it? He doesn't find it.
Well, it's what you were saying about Jock and Groudon's, that sometimes the doubles.
He can be wasteful on the doubles. And he knows that's a massive opportunity to go 3-1 up if Groudon's checked that 3 in hand. Now we're at a level game.
And with the throw, it would have
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, wow.
been pretty clear at
So we're
start.
back to 2 apiece. Both men averaging over 80. It's a high quality affair. But it may come down to just one strike, one leg. Who's got the minerals in that one final leg? Of course, we're still at first to 4 in this stage, believe it or not. We're into our last 16, but it's still first to 4 legs.
Dolman unfortunate there with a bounce out.
It was unfortunate.
Only 80 scored.
So, 2 apiece between Groudons and Dolman. Oh, great 2 treble visit there from Dolman. After the initial spray into single one, you worried if he could resurrect this leg, but
As a dart player, you love it when that happens.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Your first dart doesn't go where you want it, and then you follow up with 2
Yeah.
trebles.
yeah. You put your first error right straight away. It's always better to nip it in the bud straight away, isn't it?
Although the leg is still very firm in the balance. Groudon's slight favourite at this point, would you say? for this
I'd
leg?
say so, yeah, I'd say so. Even if it's no trebles, I'd say still slight favourite Groudons. Yeah, okay, it is no trebles. He's 40 points ahead. Still slight advantage Groudons, I'd say. What can Dolman hit? It's 83, okay.
So that's to finish.
Again, we're still back to that level game. Groudon's probably your slight favourite still. What can he get? Only 43. Okay.
Too much. Score's
Okay.
pretty much level at
Yeah.
this point now. But Dolman.
One treble, and there's the one treble. 78 left for Dolman. Will go 18s here. Goes treble 20.
Wow.
Okay, leaves himself
Left
double
double
9.
nine.
It's brilliant setup play from Dolman. Groudon's this 153. You feel needs to go now. Oh, that's done.
Do you think double 9 will
Yeah.
come back to bite him?
No, he'll go straight
Yeah.
at it. No, I think Dolman, for all money here, will check this and go 3-2 up. One leg away.
Oh,
First dart.
Does.
Lucas Dolman for a 16 dart breaker throw.
Fist bump there from Groudon's. Fair
Oh,
play.
yeah.
Good
He's-
leg.
They're very familiar players, these two. They know each other's game. And Dolman's no whipping boy anymore in 2023. He is strong favourite now to beat Jochen Groudens and progress to the quarterfinals.
Groudens, he's had good grouping, but he just hasn't found enough treble 20s.
No.
He's been in and around it, but
His first start just hasn't been close enough, has it? Dolman's adjustments have been excellent.
there's one.
I wouldn't say either player's first start has been brilliant in this game, not to suggest they're averaging 80 plus, but Dolman's adjustments have just been slightly better. When Groudens misses, he tends to miss all three. But yeah, Dolman now in strong control of this leg. If he just finds one more treble, the leg's almost in the bag, and there it is, another ton. Starts ton in this leg.
Yeah, leaving just over 200 after 9 darts. Can't go wrong.
No.
But Jochen Groudens still fighting away. Finds a treble with
He
last
is,
one
yeah,
there.
he's hanging in there.
Keeps him interested.
He knows that Dolman may not check this in 9, so if he just hangs about, if he can go ton from here, Groudens, he's not out of the leg. We know that Groudens is capable of the weird and the wonderful, so good last start treble. Keeps himself just on the coattails, doesn't he? Maybe 6 darts away, Groudens.
Well, that's what he's got to hope. That
Dolman just needs one big treble here. 89 left, 70 left now. Finds the treble 10. Brilliant darts from Dolman. Leaves tops.
all Groudens could do now is just put on a bit of pressure.
Yeah, put on a ton 40 and just pray.
As much pressure as he can. And that always looks like he's doing.
It's just a ton.
He's out of his hands now, though.
It is, yeah. He's resigned to his fate at this point, Groudens. He's been outplayed, to be honest, against Lucas Dolman. Can he finish the job with tops? Oh, my goodness me! Groudens looks away. Dolman looks away.
Wow.
What is that?
And look at the people looking in the background as well. They know that's a big moment. And I don't know what he's tried to do there.
He's tried to go out to bull down. I think just his frustration has caught up with him there.
Well, that would have left double 8 if he'd hit it. But
Groudens.
interesting.
Back for 86. 16. We know he loves the bullseye. One more big number will leave the bullseye. Let's see it. Jochen Groudens on the bullseye.
Gives it the big head shake.
Yeah, shakes it up.
He's
lines it up. Is it there?
No!
It's nowhere near from Groudens. Dolman gets 3 more.
Well, this game's got tense now.
Double 10 it is. He finds this, surely. He does find this. And beats Jochen Groudens, our Tour Event 10 finalist. Dolman will be going sailing through into the quarterfinals, and no less than he deserves.
Shit shirt maybe, but no shit darts.
Oh, brilliant darts from Dolman. Yeah, an excellent performance. An 82 average from both men.
I mean, that last dart, that last leg got nervy, but still 19 darts, you know.
Dolman found those clutch trebles when he really needed them, didn't he? Every visit had a treble there, which just kept his scoreboard moving and shows you why he checked a 19 darter and missed darts for a 16 darter in that leg. Just that scoring power, that regular ton hitting was enough. It was enough for Lucas Dolman, and it was also enough for Rocco Fulciniti to beat Luis Camacho 4-0. Likewise, Thomas Eichmann, our man we saw win in the last 32 stages, beat Thierry Aspalagus 4-0 as well. So we know that Eichmann, Rocco, and Lucas Dolman will be 3 of our 8 members in the quarterfinals. Looks like Sven Geiger will be very shortly joining them. We've got 2 or 3 games really nicely poised. We've got Joel Breitenmoser, Christoph Schumann. 3-2 to Christoph Schumann. And Schumann looks in control of that game. Patrick Ray against Barry Nelson.
Hanging in the balance.
Oh, good visit there from Ray. But Barry Nelson's still a slight favourite in that one, you'd say, as the last remaining British member of our last 16. Breeder Lang 3-2 up on Mark Bichel. 2 very steady performers there. Can Frieder Lang go 1 stage further than he has this year and reach a final of an SDC event? No one loves darts more than Frida Lang. He will be desperate to go one stage further in a weekend without some of our big names, as we've mentioned, Stefan Belmont and Marcel Walpen. The door is open for someone like Frida Lang. As Sven Geiger progresses through against Benjamin Bergin 4-0, again not dropping a leg in that game. He really has looked good today, Sven Geiger.
And as Barry Nelson goes 3-2 down.
Sven Geiger having only lost 4 legs all day. 2 of those against Andreas Schmutz in the group stage. Yeah, really is looking good for Sven Geiger at the moment. As you say, Dan, Barry Nelson with work to do. He's 3-2 down against Patrick Ray. Schumann against Brighton Moser will go to a last leg decider. Join us in a few minutes' time to see who has made our quarter-final lineup.
Weiter geht's mit den Viertelfinalspielen. Auf Board 3 spielt Sven Geiger gegen Joel Breitenmacher. Schreiber Thierry Abergas. Board 5 Ugo Pulciniti gegen Patrick Rey. Schreiber Marc Bichsel. Board 8 Thomas Eschmann, Liemen Lawrence. Schreiber Patrick Wachter. Board 1 Frieda Lang, Lukas Dahlmann. Schreiber Jochen Graudenz.
Welcome back, and we are at the quarterfinal stages in SDC Tour Event 11. Here we have Lucas Dahlmann and Frida Lang in a quarterfinal contest. Both have had slightly different routes and different fortunes to this stage in the tournament. Lucas Dahlmann rather had his own way against Jochen Groudens, one of the anticipated players in this tournament. Frida Lang hasn't quite had the game or the tournament his own way. Had to fight from 3-2 down against Mark Bichel to beat him 4-3 in a last leg decider in the last 16. But besides that, came through 4-0 against Adrian Pfister and 4-0 against Nicholas Bergner in his other 2 knockout games. So Dan, how do you see this one going? What's your thoughts on this game?
I think Dahlmann's got to be the favourite, just based on his form and the averages coming into this game. Frida Lang, his throw is not a lot of follow through at all with that throw.
There isn't, no.
And it clearly works for him, and he can clearly make it repeatable. But I always wonder how repeatable you can make that when the follow through is so little.
Yeah.
Whereas Dahlmann, he has a much more conventional technique.
Yeah. One of the biggest areas of concern of Frida Lang's game, and you won't be surprised when I say this, is when he's on, let's say, 80 or 70 or 60, hitting a big number often proves to be very, very problematic for Frida Lang. Just because when the pressure's on and the segment is finite, he does tend to struggle to hit a big number under pressure, which I'm sure we'll see in this game. But when his first starts there, his grouping is generally very good. And you will see that his scoring power can probably match that of Lucas Dahlmann, but it's towards the end of the legs where I think Dahlmann's advantage will pay even more.
I mean, clearly he can group the darts well. He has a very interesting technique. He kind of kinks his head over to the right as well.
Yeah.
Not a lot of follow through on the action.
Yeah.
Interesting technique.
Yeah, clearly very sort of right-sided focused, or his right eye is doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Very right eye dominant, yeah.
Because his head is sort of falling over, isn't it? On release, as you say.
Well, we've got Dahlmann on 64, so now dual 16 for the first leg. Well, Frida Lang only on 180.
Oh, that's a long way away from.
That was further away from the other 2 darts at the 16, so. Not his best start, but he'll be coming back, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What Frida Lang can do to
Frida careless here, really, because worst case scenario is just hit 60 and leave yourself 120, which is a doable finish for standard, the standard that these two are setting, but it'll matter not. Dahlmann gets the job done, but watch out for that kind of play from Frida Lang. It's his set-up play when you need to stay straight, and he just doesn't stay straight regularly enough for me. That's the problem with Frida Lang's game. But let's see. Obviously only one leg in and one hold of throw from Lucas Dahlmann.
From Frida Lang's point of view, that's all it is, a hold of throw.
Exactly.
And he wasn't throwing.
Yep.
So
good to see that Jacob Dahlmann is in the YouTube comment section, supporting his brother, of course, Lucas. We haven't seen Jacob with his camera today yet in the back of our live stream. But I'm sure he's working hard at the venue today, as he so often is.
And his brother's doing him proud.
Yeah.
Doing very well in this tournament today.
Yeah.
1-0 up here as well.
Looking to reach his first final this short SDC season. Good turn there from Frida. Keeps himself ahead in this second leg.
Yeah, and
unlucky.
Dahlmann slipped into the treble one.
He has, yeah, unfortunate that. Both players, I'd say, Dan, and I'd say this is generally the preference of older players, but they both generally like staying on 20s. Even when their first start's low, they're both quite stubborn players in that sense, that they'll stay there. Even when really you think, is it obscured? Is there a bit... Is it obstructing? Is the beneficial play not to switch? But I think both of these players do really like staying on the 20s when they can.
I think a lot of players psychologically like to move if they feel the dart's in the way. Whereas you can always find a route over the
Yeah.
top if you want to. But
Yeah.
a lot of players don't want any of the treble to be obscured. But like with Peter Wright, he's made a career out of staying on 20s and he's won world championships through that methodology. Yeah. So it does work.
Of course, he is an older player in his 50s, of course. And I'd say there's a lot of other players that are in their 40s and 50s that are probably of the same mindset of, I will stay on the 20s. Leaves. Yeah, good setup play there. Yeah,
tops the league tops. Will he get a shot though?
Oh, goodness me. Is he on 88 and has declined the bullseye? I'm fairly sure Darts Connect has not failed us. He was on 88, declined the bull, saying to Frida Lang, you won't check tops with 3 in hand. Doesn't check tops with 3 in hand, goes inside, and that dart from on 5s is a long way away.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that from Dolman, but it worked out in his favour.
That's lunacy from Dolman, in my opinion. Gets the job wrapped up on double 16, but really not sure about that. I'm really not sure about that.
When your opponent's on a double, like, surely you have to go for whatever you have. Guarantee yourself a shot to win the game.
Yeah,
but
Dolman's a good enough player to know he can get the dart at bullseye.
But he's won the leg nevertheless, and Frida Lang, as he said, has struggled at the latter end of the leg once more.
That is
even after a great setup shot, though.
That is where Frida Lang will struggle towards the end of the leg, and Dolman knows that. But yeah, really came into 4 there. Dolman really choosing to be quite arrogant in his approach there to winning that leg.
I wouldn't call it arrogance. If he has his way, he has his way of doing things, and if he doesn't care what his opponent's on,
no.
Or is it about caring what your opponent's on, or is it thinking they won't check it?
It's not about caring what your opponent's on, Dan. It's about caring who your opponent is. I think if that's a top 4 player in the SDC, there's no way that Lucas Dahlman opts to not go for the bullseye.
Against Groudens.
If that's Groudens, he would no way refuse the bullseye in that scenario. No way would he do that.
Interesting.
It's just because Frida Lang is, well, not a proven winner, as we know he isn't in the SDC. That's what's made Lucas Dahlman choose that route, and, well,
it worked for him on this occasion.
Yeah, maybe choose the right route. It's not what I would have chosen, but it's worked for him.
And he's got a good
Dahlman,
lead.
yeah, in great control of this leg as well. Frida Lang just hasn't turned up, has he, in this leg? See him in the background there, frustrated, annoyed.
74 left.
Yeah,
Lucas Dahlman.
Dahlman's going to leave a double here with Frida Lang still on plenty.
Well, he's gone for 20s there. I don't know whether he.
Well, treble would have left double 12, wouldn't it? Or would it?
We left double 2.
Would have left double 2. Thanks, Dan. Yeah. We actually have an interesting comment from Joel Brighton-Moser, who I would like to know if he's still in the draw. Darts Connect will help me out on this one. And then I will quote from Joel Brighton-Moser in full. Joel Brighton-Moser is still in the draw against Sven Geiger, who is on board number 3. But Joel Brighton-Moser sent us a nice little comment about when he got to the final in Tour Event 9. And his words were, he called Frida Lang, amongst other young players, mathematical idiots.
Wow.
Yeah. Strong words indeed from Joel Brighton-Moser towards Frida Lang in particular. He called him a mathematical idiot. Yeah.
Sounds a bit harsh.
A little bit harsh. But we've seen some mathematical idiocy from both players in this game, I would say.
I would agree. Is there any reason why he said that?
Well, it's just his personal opinion. He thinks the routes they choose and the options they go are obviously against the strategy and against the prevalent tactics in darts. Of course, there's no right or wrong way to go, is there, in our game? But
well, not if you hit what you're going for.
True.
There is not.
True.
But it's only right or wrong because you tend to not to a lot of the time.
Jacob's still here in our YouTube comments. It's looking very good for Lucas at this stage in affairs. Sure, he'll be pleased to know that.
Well, he's established dominant in this leg, which will it might end up being the last leg of this game.
Well, 5 legs, of course, Dan. We're now into the quarterfinal. First of
I
5.
apologise.
But Frieda Lang just hasn't got out the traps, has he? 70 points scored in 9 darts.
Was it a 20-point discrepancy in the averages?
Yeah. And rightly so. That's a fair reflection of the game. Dolman's been a higher scorer and checked out the doubles, the opportunities that he's had. No surprise to see 20 points the Gulf. Just 60 from Dolman.
Obviously, Frieda Lang has just come through a pretty grueling game.
He has, yeah. Left side, of course.
Maybe he just hasn't quite recovered from that.
Possibly.
And Dolman, his game finished a lot earlier. He's had a bit more time to prepare for this game.
Yeah.
So
it's an interesting point because these days of darts, they're long days, they're hot venues, they're difficult opponents. Sometimes that effort and that exertion does just catch up with you. That focus for such a long period of time, it can, both being young players, of course, it can take its weight. You know, if you're having to play darts for such a long period of time against such good quality opposition, it can make its presence felt.
Well, when Frieda Lang's come through 4-3 and Lucas Dolman's finished, 20 minutes before, 15 minutes before, it makes that waiting time makes a big difference.
Yeah, not always positively though, Dan. Sometimes your mind can get distracted, can't it? You can be having some evening refreshments or something like that and maybe take your mind off the game, but not always advantageous.
Well, if you take your mind off it, then that's your fault. But we'd all like a bit of prep time before a game, I'm sure.
We would. Yeah, we would.
But nevertheless, Frieda Lang got himself back into this leg.
On the 19s.
And I think
Treble 19 will leave the ball.
I don't know what he went for there. He went for another 19 on 88. Interesting. So that's 69. But maybe it won't matter.
Dolman opts to leave double 16, which I don't think is his preferred MO. But there he is, and he's found double 16. Preferred MO or not, Lucas Dolman needs 1 dart to check out 52.
Do you think that's the mathematical idiot comment coming in there?
No, I don't think that's got anything.
Frieda Lang. Well,
I think
Frieda Lang, he was on treble 9. He was on 88, and he's gone for treble 19.
Oh dear. How sad. But never mind, because Frieda Lang's race, you feel his run in this game. 2 breaks down, and he's a 140 against the good in this one. Yeah, it's just hasn't found his first dart, has he? And I know Frieda Lang isn't a player who necessarily needs that first dart to be in the right place, but obviously it helps. It's an absolute godsend if your first dart is there.
Of course.
But not only has he not found his first dart, he hasn't been finding the adjustments, has he, that are needed. So
Paul Nicholson used to practice just throwing with 1 dart because he thought it would help his first dart be better, interestingly. But Lucas Dolman here for a 180, and there we go.
In what could be our final leg. You can't hit 180s with just 1 dart, can you, Paul Nicholson? You can't.
His first dart was all right there, though. But great response from Frieda Lang. But it might be just a bit too late.
Yeah. You feel it will be, because even a ton here leaves Lucas Dolman out of sight. Okay, 101. Okay. Another ton 40 here from Lang. We remain interested. Let's see.
Well, I think he's at 1 trap. So he's left the finish, but Lucas Dolman should start on the ball here. And he tries, but unfortunate to miss it.
78. 18s or 20s. Treble 20s, but double 9.
That's an interesting
double
route.
He's hit before today.
He has.
I think it was the winning or the 5th leg to beat up and grounds. Doesn't find it there.
But if Frieda Lang does not check this monstrous 160, he will be coming back. And he will not.
Just stay straight, Frieda. If you can find another, that's real pressure. He can.
Great dart.
Leave himself double 10. A breath on Dolman's shoulders here. Double 10 after 9. Dolman goes inside.
Pressure tells. And he'll step back.
Will be 1 for double 4. There's the big one. So, yet another match start for Lucas Dolman on double 4. Goes inside.
Wyatt, and
Yeah.
great pressure from Frida Lang, now on double 10.
Brilliant 140 from Frida, yeah. Let's make it pay, Frida. Let's get a leg on the board. Double 10. It's on the wire.
Oh, it's a great dart.
Uses it perfectly, yeah. Just slips inside. Breaks the Dolman throw.
Just another note on the averages. At one point, there was 20 points difference between the players. Now it's about 10.
Yeah. Well, an excellent leg there from Dalman. That was a 17 dart break of throwdown.
From Frida.
Yeah, he's averaged 90 in that leg. Brilliant stuff. Putting almost 7 or 8 points in his average in that one leg. We know he's capable of these numbers. We know he's capable of higher than this.
Still in the game. You've got to be in it to win it.
Exactly. Still in the game. He needs 4 legs on the bounce, but he's not out of this game yet.
And Lucas Dorman's still strong favourite, but he's mismatched darts and he's started off poorly in this leg. He won't panic yet though, and he shouldn't do either. But he needs to get it back together.
Yeah, we made a similar comment in one of the knockout games. Maybe it was the Eichmann game when he was 3-1 up. This leg isn't important for Dolman. Yeah, it's a bonus if you can win, if you can hang in there. But this leg's not important for Lucas Dolman.
Not in the context of the match.
No, in the context of the game, I'm quite happy to let this leg slide. I'm quite happy to reassert my focus in the next leg after this leg has been said and done.
Frida Lang has started off well in this leg.
He has.
But Dolman has got it back together in the last visit and this one as well. So the leg is still finding the balance.
It is still in the balance.
Meanwhile, there's a lot of very close games going on around the boards as well. 3-2.
Yeah.
Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
As you'd hope for in our last couple of games. Mendel-Lawrence 3-2 against Thomas Eichmann. Yeah, that looks a brilliant game in progress there on board 8.
And Sven Geiger 3-2 up as well. Against
goes 4-2 up. Sven Geiger also looks to go 4-2 up on Joel Brighton-Moser.
Oh, double 14 here for Frida.
For Lucas Dalman.
No, sorry. I've missed.
Oh. You have
Ignore
missed,
me.
yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking
Frida
about.
Lang's on 1-8.
It's a great setup shot though from Lucas Dalman.
We'll go 20s. We'll have to stay there.
Well, now Nihi's trouble. Oh.
Unlucky. Unlucky.
Well, Lucas Dalman.
Yeah, 3 in hand.
32 after 15 darts. After a poor first visit, you can't complain whatsoever.
To wrap up the game, and
Another
it might be on a
8.
double-double. Oh, that's on the outside wire. Can he find another? He can't. Okay. He's annoyed.
48.
He's frustrated with
Frida
himself
Lang.
there. Frida Lang has a great opportunity here to win back-to-back legs, double 16. To do just that, and does do that in 2 darts. A 20-dart holder throw, and Frida Lang is hanging in there. Can we see the comeback of all comebacks? Lucas Dalman 4-0 up. Is he about to surrender a 4-0 lead to Frida Lang? He pumps himself up. Hoping there's still a long duration in this game to go. He hasn't been the better player, but can he turn things around? Let's see.
Not the best start from both players to this leg, but Lucas Dalman will not panic, obviously.
No. He's still got time on his
With
side.
that advantage, but now he's got to make it pay sooner or later.
Yeah.
Well, Sven Geiger now 3-3.
Oof. Against Joel Brighton-Moser. A great player, Joel Brighton-Moser. Don't rule him out. He maybe hasn't made the finals or hasn't won the events that he should, but don't rule him out as a quality player on his day. Just 60 there from Dalman. The door is ajar here for Frida Lang. If he can find a 1 treble or even 2 treble visit, needs to stay straight. 41.
2 on the wire, but doesn't really need much. Very steady darts from Dalman.
Very steady darts, you're right, Dan. Should be using that, really. Oh. Oh, doesn't. His head tilts back in frustration. The first dart was in the perfect spot. You'd have to say, yes, someone whose darts stand up to attention like Frida Lang's do.
This leg's been much more scrappy than most in this game. So both are still in the game, in the leg, should I say.
So Frida, 207. Could look downstairs at 19s.
Which he does. And he doesn't get it, but 99 is a solid score.
Yeah.
Right back in the leg.
Pokes his nose just ahead again in this leg. 10 points.
140 though. To leave a 2-darter. Absolutely perfect.
Little touch of quality there from Dahlmann. Just when he needed it as well. But Frida Lang's right back in. Just patting him on the shoulder. 140 of his own. Leaving 48.
Well, he's already missed many match darts as Lucas Dahlmann.
Yeah, he's missed 2 or 3 already. There's another that's gone sailing by. And misses another match dart. Does Lucas Dahlmann on his own throw. So now Frida Lang almost guaranteed to get 2 darts here.
We've just seen him check 48.
Here's 16. He did it 16, double 16 in the last leg.
Again.
In 2 darts.
Now 4-3 from 4-0 down. Frida Lang has not lied down in this game.
He's broken throw twice as well, remember, Dan?
And now Lucas Dahlmann, you feel he has to kick on in this leg.
Well, the momentum is all with Frida Lang. He's still 8 points behind in those averages, but he's now 1 leg away from parity and starts with a ton. Just where you want to be. Frida Lang, as we can confirm, our first game in the quarterfinals is completed, and we will be seeing Liam Mendel-Lawrence into the semi-finals after beating Thomas Eichmann 5-2. Good day for Eichmann, but his journey will end here. Oh, 40 from Frida Lang. Frida Lang's journey isn't up just yet.
His average is climbing and climbing and climbing.
Yeah.
It's been a great recovery. Maybe he just had a little hangover from that 4-3 victory in the last 16. But he's certainly kicked on now.
Yeah.
And he's going from strength to strength. In the trebles again.
His grouping, his first start has just been such a good guide every time in this last 2 legs. When his first start's there, he just looks so likely. Opposite for Dahlmann. When his first start's away, he just doesn't look like hitting.
Well, Dahlmann's grouping has got worse.
Oh, and Frida Lang's has
clear
got tighter and tighter, yeah. You're absolutely right.
And
hello. Oh, don't embarrass me, Frida.
we can't get carried away. He can't get carried away, but he should level this at 4-4. But obviously, he cannot get carried away.
That's a brilliant last start in the circumstances. He'd thrown 2 poor darts to begin with, and still comes out with it with a strong advantage in the leg.
Good composure. And a good response from Lucas Dahlmann to keep him interested. But it's Frida Lang, the big favourite.
98. Starts on the 18s.
Well,
okay, 42 left.
That weird...
Sorry, 44 left. 44 left.
I don't understand that.
No, I don't understand it.
But he's gone for favourite, double 16.
Oh, he's found it. He's found it, Dan. We don't understand it, but Frida Lang understands it. It's a 15-dart holder throw, and this game is at 4 apiece. Oh my goodness me! As Rocco Fulciniti wins 5-3 against Patrick Gray, he'll be in the semi-final, the semi-finals. Wow!
And Lucas Dahlmann now.
All the momentum is with Lang.
Pressure.
All the momentum is with Lang. I can't understate this. He's won 4 legs in a row.
Shaking his head a bit there.
Yeah.
Before
Frida, if he can keep his nerves and emotions in check, this leg belongs with Frida Lang. Let's see. 60 apiece. Opening salvos. At some point in the game, this will get tasty. More big numbers. Okay,
it's a ton. Great last start from Lucas Dahlmann.
Ton from Dahlmann. Can Frida Lang match or even better? That's a great first dart. That's a brilliant second dart. Can he fill the bed? Oh, he can't, but it's a ton footy right back from Dahlmann.
From Lang.
Thanks, Tom. Is now where the advantage starts to tell. Oh, he finds a last start treble, Lucas Dahlmann. Dan, who's your favourite here? Who would you rather be? The momentum says Lang. Does the experience and does the composure say Dahlmann?
Dahlmann has the throw. I would still put him as favourite. you know, he's got 4-0 up and he's still happening higher for a reason. But
He's 40
sport
points
doesn't
ahead.
work like that,
he's
you know.
40 points
He
ahead.
has not got a good lead. But it's down to what Frida Lang can do. Like, can he extend that lead?
60 apiece. Okay.
So
we're
he's
now
got
into
marginal
the
lead.
business end of this game. Dahlman's in with 1 treble. Will he go out to bull here? Maybe. Okay, doesn't. Stays on the 20s. Just a ton. Oh, sorry. It's spray. It's 83. Wow.
Spray from Frida as well.
171.
Hanging very much in the balance.
Sprays again. Oh, my goodness me. We say this is the curse of Frida Lang. The left and right.
Why has he gone 16?
Dan, I really don't like that.
Goodness
Just
me.
to level off his score. Okay, Dahlman, 98. 18s or 20s, Lucas?
It's got to be 18s, but I think he'll stay on
no
20s.
other play. No other play here. Okay, make sure of the big number. I don't mind that.
Left of
Better
2
than being
data.
caught in 2 minds and hitting the single one, in my opinion. Sorry, Frida Lang can't get a dart from 150.
Oh, he's just
no.
strayed ever so slightly in this last
Doesn't
one.
apply the pressure. This leaves Lucas Dahlman with more match darts. A fast tempo to these. Has he rushed? Well, he hasn't converted.
He's missed. Is it 7 or 8 match darts
plenty,
now?
Dan. Plenty of match darts.
1, 2, 4 now for Frida Lang. Just needs 1 treble. Well, not
Not that one. Oh, unfortunate from Frida.
So Lucas Dahlman's really got to compose himself here.
Has his opportunity come and gone in this game, Frida Lang? Dahlman back for 3 more. You could maybe say he rushed those last 3, but will he be rushing these? I don't think so. Let's see. Inside on 10s. Inside on 10s. Oh, finds double 5. Last out in hand. What a clutch moment that is from Lucas Dahlman. 4-0 up. Back to 4-4. Crawls over the line. 5-4 to beat Frida Lang in an absolute thriller in the quarterfinals.
Great bottle there, as you said. The 10s and the tops miles away.
Oh, miles
but
away.
the double 5 right where you need it. After missing all those darts to win the match.
What a good game.
Composure.
And Frida Lang really did well. Credit to him for getting back into that game. Wasn't playing well after the first 3 or 4 legs, but came right back into it and gave Lucas Dahlman a real scare. But Lucas Dahlman just had too much in the end. And we can now confirm our semi-final lineups. SDC Tournament 11. Join us in just a couple of minutes where we will be seeing one of those 2 games. Our first game being Lucas Dahlman against Liam Mendel-Lawrence, a repeat of our quarter-final in SDC Tour Event 9, and Sven Geiger, Rocco Fulciniti. Stay tuned for one of those games.
Von 10 Spielen spielt er das einmal gegen mich. Das hat er jetzt getan. Ist auch gut, aber in Zukunft werde ich ihn auffressen.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I'm making it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got 'em picking up the pieces.
Gut, und selbst? Ich arbeite hier schon seit 10 Jahren und schaffe in der Elster-Brennerei Weiß in Kuttach und habe hier die Möglichkeit, mittags um 12 Uhr bis 1 Uhr mittags in meiner Mittagspause zu trainieren. Nein, ich liebe sie. Es gibt immer Höhen und Tiefen. Man muss sagen, das weiß der Luca selber, von 10 Spielen spielt er das einmal gegen mich. Das hat er jetzt getan. Ist auch gut, aber in Zukunft werde ich ihn auffressen. Ich weiß ja nicht, wer sich wirklich angemeldet hat. Also ein guter Freund von mir, der Stefan Bellmo, hat sich angemeldet. Das ist schon eine Konkurrenz. Wird wohl nicht immer spielen, habe ich gehört. Und so will ich eigentlich gucken, dass ich alle Turniere gewinne, weil sonst kann ich zu Hause auf dem Sofa bleiben. Das ist genau die wichtigste Frage überhaupt. Die Kollegen, die mich kennen, die wissen eigentlich, habe ich gesagt, ich spiele das nie wieder. Ja, weil das in Deutschland alles nicht so familiär mit der PDC abläuft. Deswegen habe ich mich für die Schweiz entschieden. Und dann muss ich halt gucken, was ich da für Möglichkeiten habe, wenn ich eine bekommen sollte, wovon ich ausgehe, dass ich sie irgendwie anders eintauschen kann. Ja, da kommen viele Faktoren dazu. Braucht viel Zeit. Da muss ich eigentlich deine Familie aufgeben, sozusagen. Und man sieht es jetzt bei Simon Whitlock oder vielen anderen, es passt nicht unter einen Hut. Und eigentlich will ich ein guter Familienvater sein.
Challenge Nummer 1, wir tauschen die Darts. Jeder hat 3 Pfeile, die höhere Punktzahl gewinnt.
Gerne. $100.
Mark hat Pressure.
Mark hat Pressure.
41. So, nach der ersten Challenge steht es 100:41. Mal schauen, ob ich Jochen noch aufholen kann. So, jetzt geht es zur Challenge Nummer 2. Jochen, hier steht ein Stapler. Du wirst gleich mit dem Stapler zum Oki fahren und dann die 3 Pfeile werfen.
Okay.
Punkte für Jochen sind 135 nach 2 Challenges für Jochen. $47. 88 für mich nach 2 Challenges, somit 135:88. So, jetzt noch eine Challenge. Jochen, deine letzte Challenge, du wirfst auf den Knien. Das ist wahrscheinlich meine Chance. 3x3, 9 Punkte für Jochen, somit sein Gesamtscore 144.
Jetzt ist Druck. Pressure. Pressure is on.
26 geworfen, 31 Rest. Ja, das war leider nichts. Nur 26 geworfen. Jochen somit 31 Punkte besser als ich. Gratuliere.
Danke.
Einmal mehr.
2 Wochen her. Gibt's nicht. Oh, das kann ich nicht sagen. Da müsste ich lügen. Und lügen tue ich nicht. Also für mich war der größte Erfolg der Gewinn der Swiss Open im Doppel. Aber ich bin auch schon deutscher Jugendmeister geworden. Also jeder sieht es ja anders als Erfolg. Die Schweizer sind für mich sehr korrekte, zurückhaltende Menschen. Gibt's nichts. Hallo Jungs und Mädels, der Countdown läuft. Am 27. und 28. beginnt die Serie. Ich bin schon ganz heiß drauf und ihr könnt gespannt sein. Ihr werdet ein tolles Dart sehen dort. Alles klar, bis dahin, ciao.
Hello and welcome back to our semi-finals from SDC Tour Event 11. We are here on streaming board 1 with our semi-final game, Sven Geiger versus Rocco Fulciniti. The game that you can see there on board number 2 features Lucas Dahlmann and Liam Mandel-Lawrence. 4 participants left, 3 of whom we've seen on our live stream today, but perhaps the favourite, Dan, we haven't seen yet. Liam Mandel-Lawrence, is that how you see this semi-final lineup as well?
It's either him or Sven Geiger for sure who are favourites. Obviously Liam Mandel-Lawrence has appeared in the PDC a lot more than the others.
Well, none of the others have participated in PDC events, but
that doesn't mean to say that means he's higher quality.
True, correct.
Or he will be today.
Yeah.
So
Liam Mandel-Lawrence, I think, is now a 2 or 3 time winner on the SDC. He has entered over 7 or 8 events, though. His win percentage is less than 50. So for a PDC standard player, he certainly hasn't been winning every event. Certainly been people putting him in his place. Sven Geiger being one of those, you're right.
And I think, you know, him and Sven Geiger, their averages have stood out today.
Yeah.
But they've not been consistently high from both players. They've averaged in the 90s. Obviously, Sven Geiger's averaged 100 today, one of the matches we saw before.
Well done.
But a lot of them have been quite low as well.
This will be an interesting graphic for you, Dan. I'm not sure you'll have seen this before, but this gives us our summary of today's performances by average, by checkout, by first dart statistics. And we can actually see that Rocco on statistics has been our best scorer today. The only player with a first 9 average of over 90. 6 points higher than Geiger and almost 12 points higher than Liam Mandel-Lawrence. So in terms of the scoring stakes, you'd have to say Rocco maybe has the slight edge today on Sven Geiger.
He also has the overall average edge as well.
He does, yeah. Rocco averaging over 80 as his tournament average today. Sven just a little bit lower on 79. Liam Mandel-Lawrence touch below that on 75. So, yeah, you'd actually have to say that on the basis of stats, Rocco is probably a form player leading into this.
I mean, there was only 1 point in the averages there, and at 1 point here, they were both on 2-on-6 apiece. So
yeah, that's
not a lot in it.
It's held true after 9 darts, and it might hold true after. Oh, it's fallen out. They just want their averages to be the same, Dan. That's all they want.
I think that was a 140, so only 20 on the floor.
But still massive.
76 versus 96 is a guaranteed dart, a double versus not.
Correct. But Rocco will be getting a guaranteed dart at tops. 15 dart hold in the opening leg. Oh, I said he loves tops. He's just left that high. So Geiger.
What can he do now? 96.
Yeah.
Now doesn't get a guaranteed
What's your
shot at a
thoughts,
double.
Dan? Does this go?
I think it does.
Double-double?
Looks like the shot. He stepped back, so no, he stayed there though. And obviously he's at a fat 20 because he loves double 18, but he might not get a shot at it.
I don't think it will matter. Rocco 3 darts
Probably
and handle
will not.
tops. This is a banker for me. As Gary Neville would say, this is the banker. This is the no-brainer. This is the one that couldn't fail.
And it has failed.
It has failed. Rocco Fulciniti's
Wow.
missed 4 for the opening leg.
That's Sven Geiger's faves. And he gets it first dart, 16 dart leg
Yeah.
to break the throw. But
Yeah.
Rocco Fulciniti has missed
4 darts to hold his throw. He's only got himself to blame. You can't be expecting to win SDC semi-finals. You're going to miss 3, 4, 5 darts every leg at double. You just can't. Because Geiger will hurt you. Geiger will hurt you with 180.
180. No messing around at the start of this leg. Sensational.
Geiger's back with a bang in tour event 11.
And these early legs can prove pivotal in these matches. And are we seeing that already? Or is it too early to say?
Well, it's a first to 6 contest. They've obviously both got time to settle into the game. But already, the momentum's with Geiger. He's found that opening leg. He's found that first 180. Okay, Rocco hasn't played badly. He's averaging nearly 80 after a leg and a half. But the recent form is all with Geiger. And Rocco just hasn't reached the final in such a long period of time that you sort of wonder, is he ever going to do it again? Has he got that mental block where this is sort of his level? This is his final almost to play a player like Geiger, who 12 months ago, Rocco would have been sweeping away or certainly starting the favourite against.
Thing about darts, a lot can happen in 12 months though, so it can swing in roundabouts.
Well, Liam Mendel-Lawrence was just a 17-year-old boy, an 18-year-old boy 12 months ago, having barely played darts. He's obviously a relative novice to the game. In that time, he's now featuring in Q School, the European Tour. He's an SDC title winner. He's one of the next big names and big faces out of German darts. So we know that Germany's probably going through a bit of a lull in darting terms right now. I mean, Schindler's certainly not playing well, and Clemens is on a bit of a down slope after his success at the Worlds last year. They're maybe waiting for that next darting superstar, and could it be Liam Mendel-Lawrence? It could well be.
Obviously, Max Hopp, who was thought to be the German protege, has
he's fallen by the wayside, hasn't he? Yeah, of course, Max was interested in these SDC events. We haven't seen him participate in Switzerland yet, but I hope if Max is watching, if Max is interested, he will.
It'd be a great addition.
He certainly would. Yeah, it'd be certainly good value to see at these events. Rocco, 49.
49.
17, you'd think here. 17 or 9.
Well, you say loves top.
Yeah,
so
he does love top.
9.
So, my goodness me, Rocco. We say 9 just to avoid the chance of a bust. That is really careless. Really careless from Rocco.
It's such a crucial moment.
No.
Wow.
When that leg was in the balance, and now Geiger really has got 6 darts again from 81.
12 ball.
I almost don't think he needs to, Dan. I think he will, but for me, I would refuse it just to let that weigh on Rocco's mind a little bit longer.
And he has refused it because he got 14 for double 10.
I think he has, yeah. Yeah, being on 62, of course. I think he has refused it. So Rocco back for 109. He knows exactly what he's on. It hasn't changed, Rocco. Finds the treble again. Will he go 17 or 9? Big decisions here. Goes 9. Switches his options. So for tops. Target I don't think he misses.
So maybe this
that's
wrong
before.
Because it says Sven Geiger's on double 8. I don't know. Double 4.
Geiger has checked double 4.
So there might have been something wrong with the scores.
I'm not going to query it, Dan. Sven Geiger is 2-0 up.
But Rocco's back in.
I don't debate the semantics. It's 2-0. Mark and Helder, the calculator, of course, on the scoreboard. I trust his logic. Of course, he'll have had no alcoholic refreshments this evening, which we might have sampled throughout today.
Wow, I think there was an inconsistency in the scoring there, but it might have just been slow to update.
Maybe. Oh, your scoring might have been wrong, Dan. I wouldn't like to call you out, but Sven Geiger's 2-0 up.
That's all that matters.
They're in the ledgers. What's also in the ledgers is 1 apiece between Lucas Dahlmann and Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Of course, that was our quarterfinal game. If you haven't seen that on YouTube, Liam Mendel-Lawrence checks 1-2-1 to beat Lucas Dahlmann when he won SDC Tour Event 10. That was probably the pick of his games, if I'm honest, in that event, averaging, I think, 87 to beat Lucas Dahlmann in that 4-3 thriller. Yeah, watch that game on YouTube if you have not seen that. Liam Mendel Lawrence, Dan, is actually the player who, I see a lot of comments on YouTube these days. He is being recommended to a lot of darts fans on YouTube as their suggested content. He's actually cropping up in a lot of different places,
Is he a content creator?
He's not a content creator, but a lot of fans of darts are getting suggested to watch Liam Mendel Lawrence's videos.
What
His
are his
games.
video? Why?
His games in the SDC, in the SDA, in the Euro Tour, in his various streaming games that he's playing, which have been a lot in the last year. He's making ripples in the darting scene.
When you're so young and so talented.
Well, that's the reason why YouTube is suggesting you watch his games, because he's something a little bit special. So Rocco had the advantage, and has he just thrown it away there with 44?
Good last visit by Sven Geiger, and Rocco's not.
So Geiger
not put on equal pressure. So
treble 17 for the bullseye. Fine, treble 17.
Goodness me.
Here's for the bullseye. Sven Geiger. Oh, it's just north. Unlucky from Geiger. Good efforts. Rocco. Oh my goodness me. From a checkout with a guaranteed finish, he now leaves 73. Won't be finding.
In these combinations, he just made too many errors against a world-class player in Sven Geiger.
Yeah, it's so hard to believe he's been the top scorer of the day, yet when he needs it most, the treble 20's just deserted him in some of these combinations. Or that treble 17, so careless for a player that's scoring quality is so high. When to hit the treble and when to hit the double. And Geiger knows how to hit a double.
3-0 up.
Bop pop, 9, double 8, 2 darts. And he is taking Rocco Fulciniti to the cleaners here in the early part of this game. 3-0 up, 2 breaks a throw. Geiger on the march.
Good response by Rocco. You know, he's got to get a foothold in this game at some point. And there's no better time than the present. But Sven Geiger, it looks like he's not going to miss too many trebles. So that's going to be a hard task for Rocco.
Tight. I didn't see a way through for that third dart. I was thinking, is that the right play? Is he going to stay there? Did stay there. Found the second treble 20. Now in a really strong point. Again in the fourth leg. On his own throw, of course.
Sven Geiger got the darts, got the score advantage for a 4-0 lead. Rocco needs to find something special here.
Yeah. There's a treble.
He's another, though. Not one of those, though.
No, not one of those.
I think he'll switch 19s. Yes,
He will,
does.
yeah. Maybe back up top now. Yeah, 59. So 2 consecutive visits without a treble here for Geiger.
Rocco, I was going to say, should start on the 19s here, and he does, but sadly, he's strayed into the 7s.
Great last find. Scoring 86. Which I'm sure Mark, the calculator and Helder, will be tapping into his little scoreboard.
So I need to apologise to him because in that leg where I disputed it, Sven Geiger must have hit tops with last start to lead double 4 from 48. Which on 48, hitting tops with your last start is an interesting route, but that must have been what Sven
Got to
Geiger
be more
did.
careful. Don't dispute the calculator's maths.
So I apologise to the calculator.
You won't be welcome back on the commentary, Dan. Questioning the calculator.
I've just never seen someone go for 20s on 48.
Nothing wrong with that. I've never seen someone go for treble 17 on 49, but Rocco Fulciniti can suffer that crime. Geiger 200. He's taking his time here.
I don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
He's having a little chat in the background there. He's just chilling. I suppose you can afford to chill when you're 3-0 up and your advantage on your own throw here.
Well, he's laughing, so that's good.
There's the calculator, just exiting stage for a second. Oh.
So Don't know what's gone on behind the scenes, but both players are in good spirits. That's all that matters.
We've had a little something, haven't we, go on there? But the game will continue. Geiger from 200. As we're back into game on. Just thinking 3 straight here, Geiger, aren't you? Keep your first start nice and straight. Something to work with. Perfect, just to work in between. Okay, just the 16.
Good darts, really. Not the treble he wanted, but...
Well, good darts, but not great darts, because, I mean, Rocco with 2 trebles here would be strong favourite. And there's 2 trebles, 117, leave 62. Finds treble 10 as well. Woo, yeah, double 16. Excellent darts from Rocco. Just what he needed as well.
What magical visit.
Oh, but it's on. Oh, he's left 80.
Made a massive favourite, but...
Double or treble. What do you fancy, Sven? I think he'll stay there, don't you, Dan?
Just stay there.
Oh, caught in 2 minds. It was a nothing second dart, wasn't it? It wasn't close to the treble.
Wasn't close to anything, really.
It was just big and fat.
But Rocco breaks through, courtesy of that beautiful 147.
Yeah.
3 treble visit.
The 3 treble setup play from Rocco. Perfectly timed. He's averaging 83. He's playing very good darts.
It's been a very high quality game.
Don't discount him. If you fall asleep for 5 minutes, Rocco will be on your tail.
And when he gets these latter stages, you get magical moments like that turn games.
Yeah.
3 treble visit, bell up shot.
That 147 has changed that leg. You're absolutely right, Dan. Yeah. Absolutely right. So Geiger's still favourite. And still, you'd say the better player on form here.
You would think so.
But Rocco isn't down and out. He's got something to say about this game. That good check out there reminds Geiger of that. Nicely poised on our second board that you can see in the background there. It's currently a 3-2 to Lucas Dahlmann. With Liam Mendel-Lawrence throwing in the 6th leg to make it 3 apiece.
Sorry for the lag on the stream, but I think the scores have returned to normal size now.
Yeah, Geiger on 3-4-1. Just 41. Okay, both players a little bit snoozy here.
After a first good visit from both, yeah.
Yeah, we've only had 1 treble in 18 darts here in this leg. Rocco soon corrects that. With a treble there, first dart. Oh, but 2 lots of rust spray. Wow.
Always disappointing when your first one's in the treble.
There's no worse feeling in darts, I don't think, when you've hit first dart treble and you score 66. It's one of the worst feelings out there, yeah.
Especially when your opponent backs it up with something like a 140 to leave a finish.
Yeah.
Puts Rocco under right pressure.
Oh, yeah. It's 140 or leg over, really. Oh, 140 or leg over, Rocco. Fancy filling the bed? Ooh, 140. Right back in it, though. And this leg is nicely poised yet again. Oh, who would you rather be, Dan? Maybe slight advantage Geiger?
I'd say so, but it doesn't help with that dart. Well, it's advantage back to Rocco. In these late stages, it always switches, you know.
He's been very good on these combinations. He's found the first dart treble very regularly. Okay, he bust that opportunity.
Well, he's missed the 13.
Oh, he's missed the big number again. Rocco Fulciniti. He's been doing all the hard work on these 3 dart checkouts.
It's the trivial visit, like the trivial shot he struggled with. It's the big number.
It's the banker that has not been the banker.
No.
Gary Neville would be fuming.
Looks at treble 15, surely.
Oh, he finds treble 15. Top of the shot. 105, Sven Geiger breaks through. Oh my goodness, and breaks Rocco's heart for missing that big number.
You can't miss big numbers at this level.
Sven Geiger will hurt you.
It's a breaker throw.
He will hurt you. What a check out that was, Dan.
Yeah.
Real top quality darts from Sven Geiger. Yeah. I don't want to say it came out of nothing. He's averaging 84 and he's playing really well, but just a brief moment of quality. He can flick the switch like that, can't he? And
The best players, they always sense when their opponents are most vulnerable. And when you miss a big number like that, your opponent needs to punish it, and Sven Geiger's done exactly that.
It hurts that a little bit more, doesn't it, when you've made the error that leads to the result of the leg.
Yeah.
When you've made the mistake and you've cost yourself the leg, it hurts that a little bit more because you know you're to blame. You know the responsibility's on you.
Exactly. And as you said, Rocco's he's done all the hard work in this game, and he's lost 2 legs for a trivial mistake.
Missing a big number. Yeah.
And that could be the difference in this game.
And I often think, Dan, because players of this ability who are capable of averaging 80s, high 80s, 90s, professional standard of darts, why do they miss big numbers on the frequency they do? Is it nerves? Is it concentration? Is it...
I think it's lack of concentration, trying to keep a rhythm. You're already thinking about the double before you've thrown your dart at the single. And you're trying to keep the rhythm.
It's almost a level of arrogance, a level of assumption that you are so confident in your abilities that, of course I'll hit the big fat 17. Of course I'll hit the big fat 12.
Certainly a level of assumption, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you gave, these players £1 million to hit a big number, they'd probably hit it most times when they're focusing on it. They're that high quality.
Yeah. Even when the stakes are on and the pressure's there, they're good players. They're very competent darts players. Everyone in the last 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 players, our last 16, all brilliant darts players, aren't they?
Exactly. We've got Rocco Fulciniti here on 170.
Oh my goodness me.
Go.
Let's start in. That looks a great guard for another. Oh, he's just gone left. Of course, Sven Geiger checked this big fish a couple of events ago. Our first player in the SDC to do so.
I heard you a bit sour on that one.
Yeah, I was a little bit sour. I need redemption on a non-muted 170 checkout. I'll have a little check. We are live. For all of you watching along on YouTube, you've got the displeasure of our English voices here.
Rocco,
yes,
he needs this leg.
Will get one
dart. The treble. He hits the big number this time for double 20 for a breaker throw.
Low on tops again from Rocco Fulciniti. A double that I say he's so assured on. We've had plenty of comments in our YouTube live stream. A couple predicting even a 6-0 whitewash for Sven Geiger.
Wow.
It won't be 6-0, we can assure that. Jack the Stripper in our YouTube comments.
Oh, now Sven Geiger's missed a big number.
Oh, my goodness me.
Interesting. Wow. And now is it double 14 instead of the single?
Just because he can. Just because he can.
Just leave 26, Sven. Why not? Well, I can't
He's
count.
left 18, Dan.
I can't count.
Both equally as grim. He'll be back for it. Oh, my goodness me. And you see the hands go up from Geiger. He's frustrated, but what can he do? You missed a big number, Sven. You should have been on 32. You know you should. But he's not. He's on double 9. Chooses to split. One dart, double 4 for the map. Oh, not for the match. What, to go one leg away?
One leg away.
Oh.
And he does so. And interestingly, the averages pretty much converge at the same point.
Rocco?
The scoreline's 5-1 and a 180 from Rocco Fulciniti.
Just a shame he's bringing out a 180 in the 7th leg of the game. Rocco, I almost feel Rocco will be more frustrated by hitting a 180 there than he will from just hitting 60. Because he knows his race is run here. He's 5-1 down. He needs to win 5 legs in a row. I know we saw that potential comeback from Frieda Lang, winning 3 legs in a row, but winning 5 legs in a row,
you can't give up. No.
It's just too much. It's just
on paper it's too much, but when you're in that situation, you do not give up.
Oh well, you're still in the game. You're still in a fighting chance, aren't you? Until the last double's hit. But
and
he knows his race is run. Rocco Fulciniti here.
I disagree. I think he keeps belief. Not that belief will transpire into a victory, but I'm sure
really the tasty game is Lucas Dahlmann, Liam Mendel-Lawrence. It's 4-3, Lucas Dahlmann. We could be about to see yet another last leg decider between those two gentlemen, Mendel-Lawrence and Dahlmann. to play Sven Geiger in our SDC Tour Event 11 final by all money. Wow.
Well, fair play to Rocco here. It's looking like he'll get another leg at the minimum.
Yeah.
Although Sven Geiger, it's a 137 to reduce that deficit substantially, but still, Rocco here.
Come on, Rocco. Let's have a combination
Again,
finish.
he's
He's been
hit
a
the-
bit
he's hit the
driving
single.
on tops. He goes low on tops again. Goes low on tops.
Hit the single this time. That's good.
He really hasn't found his range on tops.
No, in this game he struggled with it.
I'm telling you, Rocco is a ruthless tops hitter. Ruthless, but really hasn't brought any of that to the party today. Had plenty of opportunities at it, mind. Oh no, here's where you don't want to be, inside on five.
Oh,
and he
goodness
is inside
me.
on fives.
That's unfortunate.
And now, I'd say Sven Geiger's favourite for the leg. I would.
I don't know. I would back Rocco to check 5. But I'd also Sven Geiger, 145.
Yeah,
not have his
not-
capabilities.
Of course, it's not. Even just another
Just
straight
like double 10,
well, a
maybe.
straight dart or a treble dart. That's 125.
Does leave double 10.
Oh,
Now it's pressure on the big number.
Yeah.
But they get it when they need to get
he
it.
lent ever so slightly on that, and I think he knows that. He stepped back. He knows he overlent on that dart, which makes you think this will go inside. Does, and I think this will go outside. Oh, goes inside as well.
Rocco.
Yeah, it didn't fill me with conviction. The big number didn't. The
Sven
twos didn't.
Geiger to win comprehensively,
Oh,
you must say.
A one-sided contest here.
6-1.
Geiger with 3 darts in hand, double 10 for the match. And that's on the outside wire. 2 on the outside
He'll need them
wire.
all.
Just cushion inside.
Well, that's deflect. He's flipped upwards, so he's going to have to move. He's moving to the left.
How's a little look? How's a little browse?
Oh, it's just inside.
Pushes it inside. Yeah. Okay.
3 match darts.
Okay.
Will he get
May not
many
be
more?
consequential. But yeah, remember that. 3 match darts from Sven Geiger have come and gone.
Rocco Fulciniti. Great cleanup of the 5 on this occasion.
Very well composed.
But now it's Sven Geiger with the throw to win the match.
Certainly is. And he'll have 2 opportunities to do so on his own throw. This just being the first. 6.
Pulled that last one quite low there. He saw the drop of the elbow.
He did. Yeah, good point, Dan. Bit of darts fatigue, perhaps, from Geiger. He's, of course, the older man. He's That's a brilliant adjustment from 2 poor darts. He really has found that adjustment very well there.
Well, Sven Geiger's put them on a pinhead pretty much, but only 100. Good darts. I think they're both sticking in there very well.
They are both sticking in there incredibly well.
But Sven Geiger, big favourite in this leg. Big favourite to win the game at this point.
Strong favourite for the match. There's no betting offered on this match.
Another ton for Sven Geiger.
There'll be no betting offered on the James Wade Jose de Souza match, which is 8-0 to James Wade. We don't talk about whitewashes like that. At least Rocco Fulciniti's got a couple of legs on the board. Even if this is the last leg in this encounter. Come on, can we sign off with a little bit of saving grace? Can we get a few darts in this leg?
Well,
he's not out of it.
Not out of the leg.
70 points behind. He's in with a sniff.
It's looking increasingly unlikely.
He's going to need rust spray from Sven Geiger. He will need that.
Which doesn't happen very often.
And he's going to need a 2 treble visit. If not here, in our next leg. In our next visit, sorry. Okay, it will need to be next visit.
So Sven Geiger, 6 darts at 120.
Yeah, just staying straight.
Why?
Oh my goodness. He gone tops.
6 darts in hand,
The
Sven.
arrogance from Sven Geiger there. He can smile all he likes. Oh my goodness me, but no one checks 80. James Wilkinson, if you're watching, no one checks 80. Rocco's got a little sniffle here.
I think Sven Geiger checks 80.
He doesn't. No one checks 80. That's just
another fact.
That's just a dart in no man's
another-
land. This won't be going. I can assure you of that, because 80 is not checked.
Of course it goes, because 80 goes. And Sven Geiger, 6-2 winner of this match. He beats Rocco Fulciniti in the semi-final. And on this occasion, 80 does go. He's had the dress rehearsal on tops in the previous visit. And he comes through as our first finalist, Sven Geiger.
I gave you the assurance that 80 would not be checked. I've been made to look rather foolish there, as Sven Geiger makes Rocco look rather foolish in that whole game, with him being the comfortably better player, and a 6-2 scoreline reflecting that.
I completely agree. I think Rocco had chances to make the game look a lot closer. And when you pinch a leg, you know, you get one more, your opponent gets one less, and the game closes up. Like in these games, the legs mean so much, and you can't mess around in 2 legs.
No,
and makes like trivial errors.
Yeah, he let the game get away from him at the start. He was 3-0 down, and had missed opportunities to win a couple of those legs, which just isn't good enough. Yeah. Here we are. Liam Mendel-Lawrence has actually taken the lead in this game against Lucas Dahlmann. He was 3-2 down, of course.
We've been keeping an eye on it. It's been pretty nip and tuck.
It certainly has. One leg apiece throughout the whole game.
But we've had a break of throw now from Liam Mendel-Lawrence. So what can Lucas Dahlmann do if he wants to get to a final? Obviously, we can't see what's going on the board, but it's a 100, so it keeps him interested in the leg. But Liam Mendel-Lawrence, with the advantage of the throw and a slight lead in the leg as well, to get himself through to the final once more. And a 140 helps massively in that. Great response, though, from Dahlmann. Leg is still very nip and tuck.
Very nip and tuck. Can we see yet another last leg decider between Lucas Dahlmann and Liam Mendel-Lawrence?
Liam will obviously be trying to avoid that with the advantage here. And he has a great 1-2-3. Left 75 to 12 darts. And Lucas Dahlmann, he has a pop. Only needs 1 treble in the combination if Liam Limp misses. And I think he has. He's only at 20. Lucas doesn't look too impressed with something, or is he just composing himself? It's hard to tell. But he was on top, and I think he's just missed. But courtesy of the 20 by Liam Mendel-Lawrence, he's only on 55 for the match, though. 2 darts for the match.
2 darts, double top. Book his place in yet another SDC final. Will this be the moment? It's not the moment.
No. Goodness
Go
me.
to opportunity there.
So, Lucas Dahlmann, what can you do?
His favourite double tops.
He can
Finds
hit it.
1 dart. That's what he does. Yet another last leg decider, folks. 5 legs all. Lucas Dahlmann, Liam Mendel-Lawrence. We are going all the way. Who's winning this then, Dan? You've seen Dahlmann today. You haven't seen Mendel-Lawrence, of course.
I think Lucas Dahlmann wins this leg.
Advantage of throw. He had advantage of throw, of course, in SDC Tour Event 9. When Liam Mendel-Lawrence checked 1-2-1 on the ball in 12 darts to break. Do I need to remind you? Will he do the same again? Let's see.
We will soon find out. But
Mendel-Lawrence, of course, went ton 80. 1-2-1 out.
But 12 dart legs are exceptionally high quality and rare. And he's only started with 60 in this one.
He has. But we know such ton 80s in this leg. Are we going to see a more scrappy affair this time around? Yes, we are. Lucas Dahlmann, 45.
Does not help.
1 treble in his first 6 darts from Lucas. A 140 here from Liam. Really would put the boot in. Looks to be switching downstairs. Okay, 85. Okay.
Hanging the balance here.
Nip and tuck again, yeah. Good score by Dahlman. We're getting the same pitches as you guys on Darts Connect. Stay tuned in what will be only a few minutes' time for our final between Sven Geiger and the winner of this game for SDC Tour Event 11. Both previous winners, of course.
And Liam Mendel Lawrence is
yeah.
trying his best to make sure it's him.
Yeah.
135 scored.
Yeah.
What can
Could
Dahlman
that be
do?
a real decisive moment in this leg? 135 from Mendel Lawrence.
Only a 60 for Dahlman, and now he's lost the darts.
Yeah. Lawrence has 6 starts at this, maybe even more. Another ton here would be really decisive, you feel. Can he find that one important treble? Let's see. Come on,
It's a
57.
Dahlman, you'd think he needs a treble here.
Oh boy, does he need a treble. If anything, he needs 2 trebles down.
And he's got his hands
What can he
in
find?
his face because he's only at 41 and he hasn't even left a finish. Liam Mendel Lawrence, big advantage.
Too much Russell spray from Lucas Dahlman. We talk about the importance of big numbers. Okay, these two men are far higher quality than just hitting big numbers. But don't ever let the big numbers desert you, which they have for Lucas Dahlman a little bit in the end of this leg.
Maybe a nice 140 to put on some pressure, a lot of pressure.
I don't feel this is a 140. No, it's 3 big 60s, 3 big 20s.
Just a drop of the shoulder, give that away
So
immediately.
now, Mendel Lawrence, at least 1 dot of the bull, you feel. He's on 84. Let's see. What's the MO here? That looks like big 14. Can't exactly see.
For the bull,
Well,
maybe?
let's see. Yeah, I think he's on the bullseye here to win yet another game against Lucas Dahlman on the bull. Hits the
25.
25. He was on the bullseye. So Dahlman 112. Let's see. I feel as though that's not in the big 20. I think that's spray. Yeah, he's not got himself a dart here, has he?
He's not happy.
No, the emotions tell you all you need to know. But can you leave a 2 darter, Lucas? Can you leave it handy?
Your opponent's only getting 2 darts maximum.
Exactly.
So,
Okay, he's hit 60. He's not out of this leg, is Lucas, because this is no banker from Mendel Lawrence.
a 9 for double 8.
Goes to the 3rd dart.
And
Finds
he
it.
gets it.
Liam Mendel Lawrence, again in the last leg decided against Lucas Dahlman. He has a bad habit of these things. That'll be enough. Wraps up a 6-5 last leg victory against Dahlman. Not quite of the quality we might expect from these two gents, but it's enough to send Mendel Lawrence into the final of yet another SDC Tour event. Join us in a few minutes' time for what will be our final between Liam Mendel Lawrence and Sven Geiger.
I am James, lead commentator and head of marketing at the SDC. Matt Travis, co-commentator, one-time participant and chief 26 hitter. I live in London. I've been playing darts for the last 5-6 years now properly, and I live with my flatmate Matt, and we commentate together and play darts together every night almost. And we're the voice behind the SDC. In the last 2 years, we've been introduced to Mark, and yes, we've seen the SDC grow and we've developed our own commentary alongside the darts' progression. So I met Mark, the founder, in South Africa, and we played a game of darts together. Took £100 off him then when I played him, and now he started off obviously one of the biggest darts corporations in Europe, and happy to work alongside him now and hopefully make it into the next global phenomenon, really. I met Mark in a rather more uneventful way. I met him in a casino in Schaffhausen. Heads was commentary for myself and James. Tails was we'll never meet again. And here we are. This tells the story of what landed that fateful night in Schaffhausen. The SDC is such a great corporation. Everyone here is so friendly, and not only that, the darts is getting better and better and better. Within the first 4 months of being here, some of the players have increased their average by 10 points, and now start pushing on the doorsteps of the professional darts corporation. You're exactly right. We've got all that quality coming through, yet still it retains that family feel, doesn't it? It began, its roots of the SDC are in Schaffhausen, and it retains that good core of young players that are supplemented by a couple of older faces from Germany and Switzerland, but it retains that real close, tight-knit family community. Close on social media, close on event days, and close with the family and friends that support the SDC. Why it comes to the SDC is a really simple question to answer, because it's a growing place to play darts. I think everyone knows that the PDC currently houses the main 2 tours of darts, and now I think there's only one. There's nowhere for anyone in Europe really to come and play darts. If you want to play professionally, you have to travel over to England. Having Switzerland as the core for European darts, it's the place to be. It's a regular, structured tournament. The professionalism and the standard of these events now, it's so, they take the darts so seriously here, don't they? The structure of the tournaments, the setup of the tournaments, it really does replicate the standard that the PDC are setting in terms of darts. And the SDC are not far behind. But in terms of the structure and the avenue for players to participate, it really is a good opportunity for both the top level players around Europe and also those developing players as well. Yeah, they're real contrasting styles of players, aren't they? Marcel Wolpen and Andy Bless. It's a real match for the ages almost, isn't it? Marcel Wolpen maybe a more old-fashioned type of player, really good setup play, reliable on the doubles, not maybe as explosive as someone like Andy Bless, who's a real monster on the 180, isn't he? A real monster on the combination checkouts. But, the sort of in-betweeny stuff, is he a little bit flaky? Is the combinations not quite where they should be? I don't know. It's easy for me to say, but maybe that's my opinion of the 2 players playing if they do meet tomorrow. Oh, this is the first time we met Marcel Wolpen. This is actually quite a funny story. So, Matt and I obviously have done the commentary for the last 12 weeks, but the last time we were in Switzerland was in SDC Tour 3 and 4, and we were there. We stayed in a hotel that was booked for us by Mark, and when we turned up on the day, we weren't really sure if anyone else was staying there or what was going on. So we've just finished the day of darts, and we go into the restaurant, and we're sitting with a bottle of wine, and we see across the other side of the restaurant, we see Marcel Wolpen and his partner watching the highlights from his win throughout the day. And we had a bit of a joke that we said, now that Stefan Belmont's entered, has he downgraded phone contract? Because his darts, currently at the time, he couldn't stop winning. Yeah. And then obviously since Stefan Belmont's come in, YouTube have stopped sending him premium access requests, haven't they? His screen time on YouTube has gone down the drain in these last few months. But yeah, Marcel Wolpen's a real studier of the game, isn't he? He's a real obsessive type about the game of darts. He's always wanting to improve. He's always wanting to study the draw. I was unfortunately in Marcel Wolpen's group in the group stages of SDC Tour Event 4. Did you get a leg? But even the day before, Marcel Wolpen knew that I was in his group. He had studied the draw. He'd studied his potential routes, in the last 16, the last 8, the quarterfinals, who he would meet. yeah, he sort of looked at me with a smile and sort of said, "Yep, you're in my group tomorrow."
We're going to be destroyed.
The nod of defeat was already cast over my face.
Yeah. And I think another thing we've not mentioned as well is obviously the Marcel Wolpen's the only player in the SDC to go back-to-back 180s. May have done it twice as well now, I think, thinking about it. Definitely an SDC Tour event 3. But we've not had that 7 perfect darts yet. Do you think it's coming tomorrow?
If you ask Marcel Wolpen that question, I'm sure he always feels it's just around the corner. In practice, he's said that he's done 7 darts, 8 darts. I don't think he's achieved the 9 darter in practice, but he's saying in his practice that these achievements aren't far away, and I certainly believe him. I mean, I've scored a lot of his games. I've obviously played against Marcel himself. I don't think he's too far away from that perfect leg. I know that's a goal of his in the 2023-4 season in the SDC. So watch this space.
I know, and obviously speaking of people that obviously like filling the bed, Jochen Groudens as well. Someone that we've not even started talking about yet. I mean, obviously he's someone that hits 180s for fun. If he can get that scoring power going and obviously that flair finishing, everyone knows about the bull 12 bull finish. We've seen Wayne Mardle, Dan Dawson talking about it.
Jochen Groudens and Marcel Wolpen are they're both fighting for that sort of second and third favouritism, aren't they, in this tournament? They're being a little bit overshadowed by Stefan Belmont, but they both deserve discussions in their own right, don't they, as brilliant players. They've both produced outrageous spells of quality in various events throughout the course of the year. For Groudens particularly, it's that scoring, isn't it, that you're always drawn to. Yeah. I think we were looking at the 180 statistics today from some of the previous SDC events. Groudens is regularly hitting 12, 13, 14 180s in these SDC events. When you think about it, he's only playing 25 legs of darts. That 180s ratio per leg, it's an incredible feat for Jochen Groudens, and really summarises his game quite perfectly. He's a monster scorer, isn't he? He outscores almost all the players on the SDC. Component where you worry for him is when he's not hitting on the outer ring, when his combinations are failing him, when he's missing big numbers in the setup play, which can occasionally happen.
Obviously, he's a 3-time winner for a reason, and that is that scoring, as you say. But obviously, when that comes together with the doubling, I think he's a really tough player to really. I mean, I've personally played Jochen, and I found that he was the hardest player I think I've ever played in the game of darts. I mean, I had 1 dart a double against him, and I start a leg 140. You think when you start a leg 140, you're going to get darts at double. Maybe if you go to, I think I went ton 40 ton, and then in that leg I only got 1 dart at double, 15 dart leg, and you're just thinking, wow, real touch of quality. And I think one thing that we don't talk about as well is I think a lot of people don't see. They obviously see the darts is personality-wise as well.
Yes, yeah.
I think Jochen Groudens is one of my favourite people to be around the SDC scene. Just a lovely person in general. I think a lot of people feel that.
I think that maybe definitely gets understated, as you said, James. He's the real fan favourite at the SDC event. If you watch games at the SDC, whether that's live or maybe from our perspective from a little bit further in the commentary box, he's really the one that the fans are rooting for, isn't he? If you ask a poll of players tomorrow who they want to win, I dare say Jochen Groudens is probably the first name on a lot of people's lips. So don't underestimate the support of a big packed venue with 32 boards set up behind us, and a couple more behind the camera here. This is the biggest venue that we've had in an SDC event. This is you can feel the atmosphere already. We're on the eve of the tournament, and it's exactly this is the tournament, and you can feel the atmosphere building already. And
do you think that the fact that it's the biggest tournament in Swiss history is going to put a little bit more pressure on the likes of players that haven't had that experience as much? I think it favours Shorty and Stefan.
Yeah,
obviously.
it definitely favours those that have had big tournament experience before. I mean, you and me both, James, we've played a couple of these events. The nerves take hold of us both. We're only human. I mean, yeah, we can deal with nerves in our own way, and we're both relatively experienced art players, but there's no way you can prepare yourself for an atmosphere of 32 boards, 64 competitors, 100 fans watching, the pressures of a live stream, the pressures of the occasion. There's no way that players who haven't experienced that environment before can cope as normal. It's not a normal environment, the situation that we're faced here this weekend.
I think as well, you think of the likes of someone like Sarah Milkowski, for example. She plays the PDC Women's Tour on a weekly basis, and obviously she's come to the SDC. And I think she said it was one of her most nerve-wracking
Exactly.
times that she's faced on a
Yeah.
dartboard. Really struggled to get
Yeah, yeah.
average going. So
She's playing in the women's series, but these events aren't televised, are they? These events aren't, put out on a YouTube live stream. They're not played in front of, potentially 100 spectators in the venue. It's a very different feel here, isn't it? The room's very tight. It's very,
very hot as well.
Hot, exactly. You even don't appreciate the kind of atmospheric conditions. The development in youth players throughout this season really has been dramatic, hasn't it? There's several players you can point at and look at that not only the development in their averages, but their develop as darts players. Their darting confidence has really changed, hasn't it, in the last 12 months? They approach the game, they view the game in a very different way, I feel, that they did.
I've got a lot of time for Frida Lang. Lovely person. I think someone who has really got the right attitude in darts. I think when you play a game of darts, as you mentioned there with Sven before as well, it's very easy when you lose a game to then just to put your head down and just go, I don't want to play darts for a couple of weeks, don't want to do it. Frida Lang is the opposite. He's gone from averaging mid-60s in tournaments, missing darts doubles at the wrong time, poor setup play, to now, I don't think I've seen a tournament in the last couple of weeks where he's not made a last 16 at least. Lovely player as well. When I played him once personally, and just from that experience, it was a very good game. Both of us averaged over 66, 67, and he just put his head down afterwards, and dare I say, similar to Sven Hoffman, if I wouldn't want to meet them on the board again now.
Yeah. I think this is the whole SDC environment. The fact he's played week in, week out. He plays at every event, Frida Lang. He's been remarkably, consistent in his performances in the latter half of the season. And I think the standard and the style of these SDC tournaments has really benefited someone like Frida Lang. As you say, maybe in his infancy, he was a little bit unprofessional. He was a little bit, uncaring, unsophisticated. He was a bit of a rough and ready darts player, I'd describe Frida Lang as. You didn't quite ever know what you were going to get from him. But in the last couple of months, he's been a revelation, hasn't he? You know exactly what you're getting from him. He's certainly been working hard off the off-beat, but I think his mental temperament's really improved as well. You're getting a focused performer. You're getting someone who's, really up for the fight. He doesn't let a 2-leg deficit, a 3-leg deficit weigh on his mind, does he? He plays the game in a real, almost a little bit like Rocco in that sense. He never knows when he's beaten. He's a real determined character, and, a meticulous player, isn't he? He really prides himself, I suppose, on the darts that he throws, on the consistency that he brings to these events, and that's echoed by his recent runs. Those last 16 quarterfinals that he's reached.
If you want to become a pro darts player, you've got to almost move your life over to England and centralise there, which is great. I think the one problem with that is if you centralise in the UK, if you're not at that top 64 level, if you're at that development tour stage or your challenge tour level, you can't afford to move your life over to England. Obviously, they're starting to play a few tournaments in Germany here and there, but why not almost centralise a second tour in Switzerland or in Germany? And I think there's so many hungry darts players over here that would love to have the opportunity. And I think if you do that,
we've had 30 or more youth players under the age of 21 this season. We've had 5 or 6 female players regularly participating on the tour. It's not just the same faces, it's not just the same brand of darts players, is it? They're really expanding out into, I guess, the new and unorthodox darting markets. It's the young, it's the old, it's the women, it's the students, it's the the people from areas that aren't traditional darting heartlands. I mean, you wouldn't say there's a particular area in Switzerland.
A perfect time to rejoin Liam and Lawrence there with his opening 3 darts at 180. Can't get any better than that from Liam. 180 average after 3 darts. Of course, this is our final SDC Tour event alone. Liam and Lawrence against Sven Geiger. Your first look at Liam and Lawrence today, Dan? And maybe your first impressions of him as a darts player, full stop.
Well, he's clearly very talented. I don't know how I'd find throwing those darts, you know, the spring-loaded points.
Yeah.
They work for him, and that's what's most important.
Yes.
When you go off 180, 140 to start a leg,
you're doing
can't
something
have too
right.
many complaints.
Yeah. Finding decent areas.
So it looks very nice, actually. His follow-through looks exquisite.
We get a lot of comments on YouTube and on the various social media platforms that he's very slow in the Euro Tour and Pro Tour events, but he's very quick on the SDC, and maybe that's just something to note here. Watch the tempo of his throw, because he throws at a relatively good rhythm in these events.
So he looks fast here.
He certainly does, because if you watch him in other events, you may think that he's a slow player, or he's very methodical, but I don't think you get that impression watching him on the SDC.
Well, he's clearly taken his time there just to wait what Sven Geiger was on, because he didn't want to go for the ball.
Need to go for the ball. Of course he didn't know.
And he's left 132. No,
Geiger's
32. What am I on about?
Geiger's on 200 plus. So Liam and Lawrence, with all the time in the world, to open his account and go 1-0 up in the final. Double 8 for Liam.
And he just sneaks into the corner, but that's a 14-dart leg, a great leg, and a breaker throw for Liam Mendel Lawrence. Can't ask for much more in this final, at least to start it off anyway. But
yeah, really bright start from Liam, and he's back in that treble 20 again. Can we have our second 180 of the final? Right.
So, based on what I've heard in the past, it seems like today's performances have been rather underwhelming for someone of his quality, but he seems to have saved his best to last from what we've currently seen in today's final.
Yeah, I'd say it's a fair criticism of Liam to say that he isn't always at his best in the group stages of SDC events. And I don't know if that's because of his youthfulness, his nerves, his inexperience. Of course, he's only 19 years old. I don't know if that's just because of his general lack of quality of the opposition. You know, we know if you're playing someone worse than you, there's no need to pull up any trees, is there? There's no need to go and absolutely rampage them. You just need to do enough. And do enough is generally all I'd say he does in the group stages. But it's at this latter stages, the semi-finals, the quarterfinals, where he really comes alive in these tournaments. I guess that victory over Lucas Bellman, in the semi-finals in the last leg decider is just an example of that. He
exactly
comes alive when he needs to.
And Sven Geiger hasn't really come alive in this game so far, because he's been absolutely exquisite throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he has.
And that 99 keeps him in the leg, but he's only been doing better than the 70 average he's got in the early stage of this match.
Yeah, if we look at a couple of Geiger's averages throughout the tournaments, he averaged 80 plus 3 times in his 4 group stage games. He then averaged over 70. He's averaged over 75 in every knockout game. That just gives you a reflection of how well he's been playing. He's in that high 70s, low 80s throughout this knockout stages of the tournament. And really, he's been unchallenged. His closest game was that against Joel Brighton-Moser, where both players averaged 80. Last leg decider, of course, was Sven Geiger there. But yeah, he's had enough in hand today.
Apart from in this game, it seems so far, Liam Mendel Lawrence with another ton. He's got a strong lead in this leg, with the darts obviously as well.
Certainly has. But he's on 80. You know what I say about 80? Nobody checks it.
Checks it.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how good you are.
See what happens here then.
Nobody checks 80. Even though he starts nicely present themselves for a stacker, which he is. Oh, obviously hit the big one with the second dart.
one.
He has.
He has left double one. Goodness me.
Maybe just doing that for a bit of average inflation. You know, Sven Geiger's going to check this 148.
Wow.
He will not check the 148.
That's the thing with these spring-loaded darts. You can't quite tell where they are sometimes. But now we know. Double one, and he's got himself in a bit of a pickle here. Kind of get himself out of it.
More than a bit of pickle.
Oh,
he's in full Branston mode here.
Oh, no, he can
waste 3 opportunities.
Sven Geiger must think he's got to capitalise here.
It's now or never for Geiger.
This leg was gone.
Big first dart. And it's high.
18.
Yeah,
Or treble.
Not the ideal route here because you take on the treble, you're left with double 7.
Well, he goes
One
for
dart,
double
ball is
18 then.
ideal.
Oh, he did, but
Okay.
it's the ball left. Was that the
He
double
must have-
18?
Must have hit. Unless
It
your
wasn't
eyesight's
the
worse than
double
mine.
18.
Okay, my eyesight's faltering me.
It clearly wasn't. He did go double 18, double 16, but he just missed the double 16. And now it's Lee Mendel Lawrence. Back on double one, last dart in hand.
Can he find it?
Oh, he dropped it in off the barrel. Just clipped the barrel and gone in. Good use of the marker there. And Sven Geiger just wiring the double-double attempt there.
Yeah.
We couldn't tell if the double 18 was in.
No.
It was. But it matters not because Lee Mendel Lawrence takes a 2-0 lead early on in this game. And Sven Geiger needs to find something to make this a
Already in a little
contest.
spot of bother here, Geiger. Hasn't been broken many times today. This will be a new sort of feeling for Sven Geiger to be chasing a game. Let's see how he can recover.
We haven't seen that much today from Sven.
No, an awful lot of spray creeping into the Sven Geiger game right now.
It's good recovery though. Back-to-back 81s. Lee Mendel Lawrence certainly looks a more comfortable player right
He does.
now.
Yeah, he does. No doubt about that. He's settled quicker of the two men here.
The averages in the score suggest that as well. But this is Sven Geiger we're talking about. And he fills the bed. And he couldn't leave a finish no matter what. But a great visit nonetheless. And he's massively favoured for this leg now, surely.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 3 treble visit there from Sven Geiger.
Couldn't leave a finish no matter what.
Nope.
He won't care at all. He's got a good lead in this leg, courtesy of that 180.
So just 1 treble, maybe the agenda here. Yeah, brilliant dart. 82 left.
82 left. And
Okay.
he's gone upstairs, interesting. Since
Yeah.
62, but
Not going to criticise the counting there. He's got enough time. He's got enough
I don't think he was
relaxation
thinking
in this
about the
leg.
count.
No, I think, okay, only another treble from Mendel Lawrence here. Will leave a finish. Doesn't find it. Okay.
So 62 for Sven Geiger.
Can see his German compatriots there in the background supporting him. Oh my goodness me, leave
what?
double 1.
Oh my
goodness. Lawrence just shakes his head in the background.
The 14 dart leg, treble 20, double 1, as everyone does. And that's what Sven Geiger does.
When you're as ruthless on treble 20 as that, I mean, why not? When you know you're going to hit it, you might as well.
I don't think Eric Bristow would agree, but he's not with us anymore, so it doesn't matter. What matters is Sven Geiger has just checked 62.
On the madhouse.
Broken, no, not broken, sorry, health row, but got in the game.
Yes, right back in the game. 2-1 now to Liam Mendel Lawrence.
And now Sven Geiger starting to apply more pressure. How will Liam respond? Because already Sven has actually got the darts in this leg.
He has.
And he's trying to run with it. So, Matt, apart from the finals today, any standout performances from you? Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Well, it's two familiar names really that catch my eye when I look back at maybe the results from today, and it's Lucas Dalman and Frieda Lang, two players who are nearly men. They're so close to reaching a final. They're so close to getting over the line and having their opportunities for a crack at the best players in our tournament. Sven Geiger and Liam Lawrence probably being those two men. It's those two really for me that deserve the standing ovation, the last mention. Frieda Lang not quite doing enough to turn the tides on Lucas Dalman, and of course Lucas coming undone in a last leg side against Liam Lawrence. But those are the two players today that really for me have caught my eye, made the strides, and I'm looking forward to seeing again tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely bodes well from tomorrow. Good runs today.
Yeah.
Speaking of good runs, you know, Sven Geiger leaving double 12 after 12.
Yeah.
Liam Lawrence can't do anything in this visit apart from put on pressure.
Just so unassuming, isn't he, Sven Geiger? Just so nonchalant almost about his work. He just goes about his routine. Oh my goodness me, that's a long way away from double 12. One dart left at 6. Finds it. Great readjustment.
He liked that. We saw the puff of the cheeks there just in shot, and he liked that one.
Plenty of fist bumps exchanged between the two. They certainly like
respect for each other.
Yeah, they like the little fist bump routine, don't they?
Also, we've got Dalman there scoring the game, who you've given the shout out to for today.
Yeah, he's had to stick around all until 9 o'clock Swiss time to be scoring this one.
And hopefully, for his sake and everyone's sake, it's a good game.
Yeah, we'll see if he's still scoring in 5 legs time with a potentially 13th leg decider, sorry.
We've got to give credit to Sven Geiger going 2-0 down, and the next 2 legs, he's not even given Liam a sniff.
No, he hasn't. Lawrence obviously going 2-0 up, and Geiger fighting back really admirably here. I believe Lawrence went 180, 140 in the first 2 visits of the game.
He did.
He really set a gauntlet, laid his gauntlet out, didn't he?
Since then, his average has dropped though. Where Sven's has started creeping up.
Okay, troubleless visit there from Geiger.
And it kind of gives Liam Lawrence the advantage in this leg now. Not far behind.
Yeah, you'd say advantage Lawrence.
Straight.
Wrong advantage now.
Oh my goodness. So, treble 20, 2 1s. Where does that rank in catastrophe?
Starting carelessness, yeah. Can you just put that down to inexperience of youth? Can you just put that down to, well, general carelessness, general...
Is it worse than going
laziness?
inside on double 3 last start?
It's as bad as going treble 20 double 1 and missing the double 1. If you left that high on double 1, it's a similar level of darting, arrogance, darting disrespect.
What's a great response though. You look at the 18.
Treble 18 for tops, yeah, he absolutely will. Oh, Russell Spray, okay. A 140 from Geiger now. And how the tides would turn. Brilliant first start. This is 140 minimum from Geiger. You have my seal of approval.
Oh, it's got to be at 180, surely.
140, 180, you choose. 40.
Over pitch slightly with last start, but great pressure from Sven Geiger. Lee Mendel-Lawrence now 93.
Yeah. Who would you rather be here, Dan? Throwing at 93 or coming back for 60? Goes the bull route. 18 for bull. Or treble for double seven. Make sure of it. One dart of the bull. Oh, okay. Tends to generally go that route, does Liam Mendel-Lawrence. We've seen that a lot. Does always give his opponent the respect on those sort of 90 shots. Does always start on the bullseye, in my experience. So
interesting.
He'll obviously have his own rationale for that.
But Sven Geiger's got a nice, well, I say a nice, clean shot at it. He's moving over the hockey, though.
He's obviously stepping back, but I feel the adjustment isn't as stark as maybe it looks on camera here. Probably only taking a couple of inches to the right here. And pushes it just over the top of that first dart.
Takes a lead in the match for the first time, and another fist bump exchange. What do you think of that, Matt?
Yeah, there's loads of fist bumps going on here. I mean, I'm all for a friendly animosity in the SDC, but this really is, this really is a friendly exchange, which I want to see a little bit more battle hardened from Liam Mendel-Lawrence. He's obviously learning his ranks in the game of darts. As I say, he's 19 years old. I want to see him a little bit more battle hardened, not to, be fist bumping and exchanging and being friendly on the hockey. It's a game of warfare right now for Liam Mendel-Lawrence, and I'd like to see him just demonstrate those qualities a little bit more.
Also, Sven Geiger, it was a great chance for him as the top seed today to show why he is the top seed today.
Yeah, of course, a multiple-time SDC winner in this 23 season. So he's been more than deserving of those titles. What I'd really love to see is an event where Geiger and Belmont are maybe drawn together in the latter stages. That's a contest for me that really is fairly balanced. They've never met, of course, in the SDC, but
wow,
really would make you wonder who's got the skill to come through that one. Because Geiger really has had too much for almost every opponent today, and including Liam Mendel-Lawrence so far. He's 3-2 up.
Just having a check with the score there, Dolman.
Yeah, it wasn't too many points to count, was it? Wasn't.
This should be, though.
Oh, this will be plenty of points to count.
180,
shall we?
Oh,
just the 140.
But for Liam, it's a great lead. 2-1 after 9 darts.
Yes.
Stop the rot.
It has stopped the rots.
And Sven Geiger does not like that because he's over pitched it by about 1.5 inches.
By a long way, you're right.
Great adjustment.
It's what all the best players do, isn't it? They can snap out of that losing cycle, that bad dart, that poor approach and temperament really quickly. Liam really needs a treble now. Just 45, okay.
He had a really good lead in this leg, and that's just started to dwindle ever so slightly as the legs progress.
So Geiger, obviously a ton would leave that big fish that we know he knows and loves.
Oh, he's not going to
gone to the right.
Just that deflection there, and we see in the background, just some gestures of deflection.
Okay, really needs a treble here, Liam.
Well, he's not hit a treble in his last 9 darts, and that has closed up the leg significantly.
So Geiger, 187. Isn't assured of 6 darts at this, but he'll want to leave it handy.
He'll want to treble.
Finds a treble.
Gets a treble, 90 left. But Liam Mendel-Lawrence on 96 to level the game at 3-3.
Will go 20s route, I'm sure of that. Finds treble 20.
2 at double 18.
For Liam. On the wire. Little bounce. The signature Mendel-Lawrence bounce. There it is. The little left-handed booyah. The little fist bump straight into the hands of Geiger.
Is Johnny Clayton playing or something?
Yeah, these guys, I can't imagine the hug that's going to consume the end of this game between the two of these gents. It's going to be hugs and fist bumps and handshakes all around.
I think one thing is for certain, though, is that these two players are the best players who've been here today.
Oh, yes.
And they deserve to be in the final.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and this final's living up to the quality that we would have wanted, wouldn't it? And would have expected from these two gents, both averaging
over 80
in that mid sort of 80s range. Yeah.
So, do you want to call a winner, Matt? 3-3.
Wow, it's looking really balanced, if I'm honest. I think Geiger's scoring is filling me with enough confidence that he wins this game.
Yep.
I think there'll be a 2 or 3 leg period. Maybe even this leg is the start of that period where Liam and Lawrence just drops, just relaxes. And I think Geiger will get a 2-leg advantage, maybe at that 6-4 point, which will prove decisive. But let's see. Yeah, I'm still tipping Geiger to win from this point in the game.
Things like that do not help his cause, though. But he steps back.
Game just a 44.
Leg's still very firmly in the balance at this point.
Yeah, very, very nicely poised. Starts down the board.
We've been for 1-3 stick, and now
yeah,
the treble
right.
20, leave 170. Didn't get it, but so like finally poised, but Sven Geiger with the darts. And that's a very valiant contribution. 1 treble 19, 95 scored. Great dart from Liam Mendel Lawrence. 70 left.
Excellent 140. Excellent 140 there from Liam Mendel Lawrence.
It's against the throw as well, so puts a lot of pressure on Sven Geiger. He was just on the 18s.
Does.
Now needs a treble.
Can he just work with that? You feel as though it's not a bad marker. I can't tell. It's obviously not in. No, he stayed there.
So
Unless he's declined the bull, of course. So, Mendel Lawrence, 70. All important. Break a throw. Treble 14. I like this route.
The
treble for double.
Stolyevich.
Treble for double. Side. Of course, he's still got double 7.
Double 7.
One dart at double 7. Oh, he leaves it on the outside. Okay. Geiger will be back.
Didn't quite do the Matthew Travis pub game.
Inside 7s.
Going inside on the double 7.
Always got to go inside 7s. It's an unwritten rule. You can't leave it short. Got to go inside. 68.
And Geiger now.
Okay.
He's having a look at something.
Yeah, deep breaths. Yeah, something's. He'll hit big 20 here, Dan. I'm sure of that. That's big 20. It'll now hit big 16.
Double
It'll
16.
now hit double 16.
With another
As
step
the
back.
prophet in the background raises his hands, I raise my hands too for double 16 here from Sven Geiger. Oh, it's the wrong side.
Gives it a wry
The
smile.
black side of the wire, not the green. It's Mendel Lawrence.
Double 7, not a gimme.
No,
but
by
some
no means a
quality.
gimme.
Oh, it goes inside. Goodness me. 3 for double 2 now. Break the throw. And he doesn't manage it. Good. That's why I don't like the treble 14, double 14 route. But
You can never
That's in
go
the
for a
past.
double because of what might happen if you go inside twice. That's like saying you don't like double 10 because you might be left on 5.
this guy got double.
Oh,
They
rushed
here,
and
really.
more rushed. That double 2 seemed at a real tempo that he wasn't comfortable with. I don't see Liam for going 3 more darts here at double 2. Of course, he's a stacker. This will stack right on top of that dart, right on top of those 2 darts. Oh, bit of a brush of the barrels, but he misses more darts, does Liam Mendel Lawrence. Oh, they have a little fist bump. I don't like that. What is going on? Just hit the doubles, gents.
21 darts for these is like the Ice Age, you know, it much better quality than 21. But someone's got to win the leg.
Oh,
and it was and someone did win the leg. Apparently it was Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Are we sure? Are we?
Must have found his way.
Sorry, what?
Wait, what is good? So did he win the leg? Did he not?
He hasn't won the leg.
So Sven Geiger thought he won the leg. That's a fist bump just throwing him off. Is that a fist bump throwing Sven Geiger off?
A tactical fist bump from Liam Mendel Lawrence. Oh, he's not happy about that. Oh my goodness me.
Again.
Gents, stop it. Stop it.
They're just confusing each other. Goodness me, what is going on?
Both German speakers. Why is this a... Shouldn't be a dilemma of language.
Also, Sven Geiger, look at the score, man.
Oh, no excuse from Geiger's point of view. No excuses.
Well, that was a mess.
Oh, a real mess.
The mess is over now, though, and they're still averaging around the 80 mark. So we can't forget about the quality that came before.
He's thrown all three of his darts there, which absolutely makes me think he hasn't even realised that the leg's still in play. He just carried on as a normal 501 leg, gone to score. Oh, really poor from Geiger.
But why were they fist bumping, as you said, after that missed double two from Liam Mendel Lawrence?
A friendly game, Dan. That's all I can think of.
You know, fist bump after missing.
I don't know why people fist bump full stop, so never mind after just spaff you 3 doubles at double two. I don't know.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're back to 4-3 Mendel Lawrence. And Geiger with work to do, because he's up against it here. He's up against it here. For what would be Liam Mendel Lawrence's back-to-back titles, 10 and 11 tour events. The 19-year-old German.
And he started this leg very well, Liam Mendel Lawrence. Finish after 9 darts, world class.
Yeah, Geiger has work to do here. Opened with 2 tons, but he hasn't really remained competitive in this leg.
Now to top.
Yeah.
Liam
I can see
Mendel
this
Lawrence.
game. There it is.
Jugs Sven Geiger.
15 dart hold.
And it's another fist bump.
Yet another fist bump. And Liam Mendel Lawrence goes 2 legs away from the SDC Tour 11 final title. Did you see a comeback now, Dan, from Sven, or is it a little bit too little, too late?
I mean, Sven Geiger just oozes composure. I think, you know, he's made a glaring error in the last leg, but I think he'll put it behind him. Whether he has enough for a comeback against a quality player is another story, but you know it won't let him affect him from now on.
No, true. And Geiger, someone of his quality, is more than capable of holding in 18, breaking in 15, holding again in 18. He can easily average 90 over the next 3 legs and win the next 3 legs. I don't doubt that. But let's see, has he got it? Is he mentally strong enough? Is he physically strong enough? You know, it's been a long day of darts. We're into our last sort of 20 minutes of play. Can he just summon up the stamina that you need on a long event like this? Let's see.
We'll soon find out. He's had a good start to this leg.
He certainly has. Starting ton 40, ton. Goes out of ball. Okay.
That's a 6.
Don't like it. I really don't like it.
You've just been hitting the treble 20 so well, so why move? But when your darts vibrate that much, I feel like the deflections can be rather more extreme.
Yes, they are extreme. We know this. About any soft plastic or any... Good use of the balls, I know from Sven. About any soft plastic, we mentioned this about the stems that tend to be that bending plastic fabric.
Ah, yes.
When they hit each other, they deflect in extreme angles, and it's the same with Liam Mendelawrence's tips of his darts. When the tips brush against a barrel or a stem of another dart, they deflect to extremes. So yeah, sometimes no surprise to see his darts ricocheting that badly. Really is using the bullseye here. Perhaps you'd say to excess. Okay, stays there.
Treble 18.
Might even stay on the bullseye, yeah, just to showcase a little bit of peacockery. Doesn't.
He's gone back up to 20.
He
I
does.
do not understand that, but it's what he's done. And Liam Mendelawrence will not check the 156. In fact, he's straight to the treble 1. So
we have a little bit of support for Liam Mendelawrence and his management team in the group, in the YouTube live stream. Good to see.
I'll be happy to know he's thrown very well and winning the match.
Yeah, he's looking for all the money like the SDC Tour Event 11 winner.
Sven Geiger, double 8 now.
Yeah.
Good first start. To reduce the arrears to 1.
Right on the wire. Shouldn't be an issue. Isn't an issue.
Dropped it in. Another fist bump incoming, I'm going to say. And here we go.
Oh, it's a handshake.
Wow.
We've upgraded. There's only 4 legs to go maximum in this game, folks. Strap yourselves in.
Only 4 legs to go, but not lacking respect between the players.
Oh, it's been nip and tuck all the way. Nothing in those averages.
Goodness me, what's this?
It's 22 from Liam Mendelawrence. Okay. Is the pendulum turning once more?
It's turned quite a few times this game when Sven is now...
Mine's the 20. Okay. Advantage Geiger. Advantage Geiger.
Only early on in this leg.
Finds the treble, does Liam. Stays there, okay. I wonder what vision he gets of the treble 20 from that kind of perspective. Because certainly from our view...
He's tall, though, Liam.
Yeah, he's very tall. Yeah, he's certainly throwing downwards on that treble 20. Whereas a lot of players are sort of throwing horizontally at it, aren't they?
Exactly, yeah.
His darts do lie very flat, so I suspect anything on the bottom wire of 20 is good for Liam.
And a lot of tall players do, the darts do land very flat in the board. They tend to have a lower elbow and they tend to go in flatter. Like, look at Dutch player. Big Dutch player.
Vincent van der Voort, are you thinking of?
No, I was not thinking of Vincent van der Voort. I was thinking of Clearmaker.
Oh, okay. Marcin Clearmaker, yeah. Yeah, good.
Similar.
Yeah, good analogy. I'm thinking of Vincent van der Voort. Of course, he's a big, tall Dutchman. His darts stand up very tall.
He is stand very tall, but Liam Mendelawrence is standing a lot flatter.
Yes, they do. Yeah, of course.
Excellent. He's using it very well in this leg.
Yeah, he's
after that shaky 22.
He's just been really professional in this leg, hasn't he? Just done enough. Kept Geiger at arm's length, really, which is all you need to do. Besides a 180.
Well, 140 would be nice. But he doesn't get it, so Liam Mendelawrence, favourite for the leg now, on a finish with the darts, with an opponent not on a finish. And he would love at least a treble here. Just not get it.
Okay. Okay, 180 for Geiger. Of course, the straight darts really playing to his hands here. A ton or a ton 40.
A 140 would be gorgeous.
He's
for him.
laughing.
And that
It's
is
spray.
absolutely disgusting
It's
for him.
spray that's the enemy there. The real enemy.
What is that?
Sven. Sven with 9 legs deep. Don't let your concentration fade now.
Not his best visit, of
No,
course.
not his best visit.
Liam Mendelawrence, though, could be one of his better ones. And the camera changed just in
Double
time for the
19.
last visit. Oh.
Oh, a very lucky coincidence. Leaving double 16 with that accidental double.
What can Sven Geiger do, though? He's left it.
We've got Barry the Bucky Nelson there in the background watching on. Of course, he made it to the last 16 today. Good to see he's still in the venue watching this final. Is he about to see Liam Mendelawrence go 1 leg away from the SDC Tour Event 11 final?
You think so? Double
You
16.
would think so, yeah.
3 darts in hand.
We've got Darting Dynamite in the YouTube comments.
And he does indeed. And we get a round of applause from, do you know who that is, Matthew?
I don't know who the 3 gents in the background are. We've got Barry in the middle, and I assume 2 of Sven Geiger's entourage wearing the cap and the glasses. Okay. I assume Liam does not have his friends, family, or management team here.
From Germany.
He's coming from Germany, of course, yeah.
It's a good start to this leg from Sven, though. He now needs to win every leg.
Yeah, the equation's simple. Hold, break, hold for Sven Geiger to win this game. No other equation will do. Liam just needs 1 of the next 3 legs.
I'd be slightly annoyed about that last start. You could see in his facial expression.
To crown himself Swiss darts champion yet again.
Sven Geiger didn't really show any emotion. But is that a 180? It is a 180!
He's not lying down without a fight.
And of course he doesn't lie down. He didn't show any emotion and didn't let anything faze him. And he'll still be in this till the end.
Yeah, now strong favourite in this leg, in the 11th. Oh, okay, a little clip of the flight there. It has. Yeah, you could see that.
I mean, it wasn't threatening the treble either way, but unfortunate to land in the 5.
Yeah, another comment landing on our YouTube page that Liam Mendelawrence's throw is significantly faster here than what you see on the Euro Tour, on the televised events.
So
100% true.
Matt,
It definitely is.
Speculate as to why. Nerves, gamesmanship.
It can only be down to nerves. It can only be down to composure. He's got a very composed throw. He's got a very set routine. He doesn't move until his opponent has passed him on the oki. He stands with his foot in a very regimented spot on the oki and really presents himself on that first dart, really composes for his first dart.
Look at this, goodness me. 118 coming, no.
And I can only assume he's so comfortable in an environment like the SDC that he treats this almost like his practice venue, his practice home, his practice board. And he's just so comfortable on it that he can play at a tempo that maybe on a big stage with noise, with the crowd, with an audience, that he just hasn't developed the skills to manage that just yet. Of course, he's only 19 years old. He's not going to handle a large audience, a large crowd, a large stage that well. Of course, we don't play finals on stages in the SDC. It's just the streaming board. All I can put it down to.
And he won't get a chance to win the match at this visit, although he has left it very handy. Now Sven Geiger looked like he has to check the 69 after one point being in a very strong position in this leg.
It's now 180 in this leg, don't forget.
Now it's looking like a necessity.
Might just get the 1 dart.
For the 69.
So it'll be 19s to begin. It is.
Double 6.
Yeah. Just
Takes
making
a step
sure.
back. He's hit it before in this leg.
He has in this match. Yeah.
In match, sorry.
Double 6. To continue the game. It's inside. Gotta be aggressive.
Another step back.
No doubts about it, Dan. This will be in or inside. He will not leave this short of double 6.
Interesting.
Double 3, sorry.
Interesting thought. And he's in
Finds
though.
it. Wow, a brilliant dart from Sven Geiger. When the pressure was piled on his back, he found all the
How
answers.
many fist bumps have we had in this game? But
Oh.
we've got another one.
We've had more fist bumps than treble 20s, I can assure you of that.
But Liam Mendel Lawrence now thrown for the match straight into that treble.
Just as he would want to have started. He's throwing for the match.
100.
Yeah.
Can't ask for more, really.
Yeah, no, brilliant start. We're now crossing that 100 marker on our YouTube live stream. Thanks to all 100 watching along this, what might be our final leg. This contest.
Oh, Geiger will not
Spenny.
He's had a bounce out.
A couple of cruel bounce outs today from Geiger, and that could be the cruelest of the lot.
He throws very firm as well, so you know it's nothing to do with the firmness of the throw.
No. It's hit a part of the barrel, it's hit a part of the wire that's just rejected it.
But Liam.
Breakfast. If you don't know what breakfast is, it's one of those. It's a 26.
In the evening, you don't want brekkies now. Liam Mendel Lawrence
Not at
certainly
this
doesn't
late
want it.
stage of the night. Oh no, Sven.
Hangs in the balance. This leg once more. Could be the final leg. Could force a deciding leg.
Yeah, well, we're there. This is the final stages. Big prize money on the line, of course. And reputations, of course, at stake. For our multiple-time SDC winners, who's going to line that trophy cabinet just a little bit fuller? Will it be Geiger or Mendel Lawrence? Oh, perfect first half from Geiger. You have my assurance this is a ton 40.
It's a bit of a delay there in his second dart, actually. And he's had the flick of the fly.
Not.
So it's only 100 for Sven Geiger after a great first dart. But the leg still very much hangs in the balance. Liam Mendel Lawrence, though, slight favourite.
Oh, strong
Big favourite
Oh,
now.
He's laughing at his favouritism here. He's revelling in it. Ton 40, brilliant darts. Brilliant darts.
Couldn't ask for more.
No. He's done the hard yards in this game. He's had that stroke of luck, obviously, with the Geiger miscount. He's just about been the better player, I'd say.
Well, it wasn't the Geiger miscount. It was the Geiger miss.
Assumption,
Won the
yeah.
leg?
The Geiger assumption, the Geiger idiocy, you might almost say.
Thought he'd already won the leg, and well, he thought Liam had won the leg, and he hadn't.
Okay. Doesn't need to go for the ball here. No, 90
Will he
remaining.
go for the ball again or 18?
80s, you'd think is the play.
He goes for the ball, leaves
Stays there.
65.
Okay.
Sven Geiger needs a 140.
There is no
A
doubt
ton
about it,
might
man.
do, but he's out of his hands now.
Oh, it is. It is out of his hands. We know that. First equation, leave a finish, which he'll do. Second equation, leave a nice one.
And he
does that
has.
as well. Well, 80. But wouldn't this be fitting?
Liam Mendel Lawrence, though, he needs another 25. He just hit 2 in the last visit.
Yes.
And he's
Fine.
hit
Yet
another
another 25.
2 match
Top.
darts.
Round off the game. Double 10. We lean in anticipation. Is this the dart
It is!
that seals SDC Tour Event 11? And there is our winner, Liam Mendel Lawrence. A great game, played in good spirits. But it's a 7-5 victory for Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Very good game. Despite the chaos in the middle, 80 plus averages, top quality game. 2 best players today.
Yeah.
Clashed in the final to produce the best game of the day.
Yeah, nip and tuck. You really couldn't call that, could you, until almost the final furlong of that race. It was tuck back and forth. Liam Mendel Lawrence just proved his, even at 19 years old, his worldly experience and his, incredible darting talent. And he really is an exciting prospect. And great to see him here yet again in an SDC Tour event.
Completely agree. And he deserves it.